Ewan is talking about. So lead gaps in GT3 is 2 seconds. The Porsche Cup is 23. The GT4s is less than a second, as we're seeing. The TCRs, to be fair, is almost a lap, 6.5 minutes. But then even in the M3s, we're looking at a tenth of a second. So the M3s, the M2s, I should say, less than a tenth of a second. This is why. Tom Hooper in the 13 machine for Maniti have caught up to the back of Grid and Go. Johan Royer is in the car, and as they get through the Tiergarten and out onto the start-finish straight, we are looking at another lead battle here. 4 of the 5 classes are under 30 seconds, and in fact, 2 of them are basically under a second as it stands. Incredible racing as we come into half race distance.
Yeah, 2 of them under a second, 3 of them under 4 seconds, and 4 of them under half a minute. It is unbelievable stuff here at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, but Tom Hooper's not able to get his way through this time round. He does have time on his side, in fairness. He's just got to the end of lap number 3. They do 10 laps per stint in the BMW M2s, so time is very much on his side. Another 7 laps in these cars is another 7 times 9, whatever that is, over an hour, as far as my maths goes. So Tom Hooper does very much have time on his side, as I say, but he want to get through as quickly as possible here, because after all, he does look a little bit quicker than Johan Royer in that Grid and Go car just up in front.
Yeah, of course, these cars producing a bit less power and whatnot, and having still a big fuel tank so they can go way further, as you say. So these cars, what are these boys doing? They're doing 9-minute 9 lap time, so they're a whole minute slower than the GT3s. So that is where the extra time is coming from. Alongside doing 3 extra laps, their stints absolutely massive around here, which does completely change the strategy, to be honest, because it obviously pushes you further in the race. You need less pit stops to get to the end, so less things to worry about. Of course, with the GT3s, with them pitting just under an hour every single time, and then there's going to be probably 24 stops as a minimum to get to the end, whereas these guys will be more towards the 20 mark. It does make quite a big difference in terms of the driving hours and how many stints you need your drivers to allocate.
One last reminder to those of you still watching us on part 2, we'll be switching those streams off and moving to just part 3 in a moment, so do switch over. Whether you're following us on the RaceSpot or iRacing YouTube channels here this afternoon, make sure you switch over to part 3 now, so that we can bring you the final part of the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. It is going to be a very, very exciting final part to the race. I'll circle back to what I was talking about earlier on. I was doing some figuring out as to what the gaps were at this stage of the race last year. Maybe I was doing the race a little bit of a disservice. 4 GT3s covered by 27 seconds at the front of the race, which is very good indeed. 36 seconds the gap in the Porsche 992 Cup class, which to be fair is a bit bigger of an advantage. 20 seconds in GT4, 41 seconds in TCR, which is a lot smaller than this year, as I'm sure you can figure out for yourselves, and over 7 minutes in the GR86 category, which I guess is our TCR this year. So we've got exactly the same as our biggest advantage, just over 7 minutes. But yeah, maybe at this stage in the race, those, by the way, was after just over 11 hours, just after we got here as well. Maybe I'm doing last year's race a little bit of a disservice. It was quite close then, but I would still argue this is a bit closer.
Yes, true. I mean, in the present moment, we have half a second in the GT4s, and of course what we're seeing here, about half a second in the M2s. So that is pretty incredible. 2 classes, less than a second combined, pretty much, for the race leads. And here we're seeing Hooper still trying to make his way through. Johan Royer in the 003 entry up ahead of him, but unfortunately not a way to make a move at this point. And of course, being the slowest category, they don't have traffic in the same way. So GT3s, of course, have 4 slower classes to overtake throughout the lap. So they're seeing a lot more cars, whereas the M2s, they're being overtaken. There's no overtaking that they have to do. So it's a bit of a different vibe in terms of how they have to look in their mirrors, quite a bit more And the fact that there's 4 faster classes, there's a lot of different relative speeds that you have to judge in your head in terms of, oh, he's coming up behind me, he's going to get through that corner. Obviously, that is quite different for a GT3 compared to a GT4 car in terms of how fast it's going to take them to get past.
Yeah, it does bring that Nürburgring 24-hour feel to iRacing. It must be a lot different if we had 3 or 4 classes. We have had as little as 3 classes in a race. That was only, to be fair, in 2019, where we had GT3s, Porsche Cup cars, and a production car as well. I think it was still the MX-5s back then. But yeah, it's good to have 5 classes for the 2nd year in a row. And indeed, only the 2nd year it has happened. Sorry, 3rd year in a row, of course, forgetting about 24 completely. Yeah, 3rd year in a row. We've had that after a 2-year for the GR86. We've brought the BMW M2 into the fray. On board with Tom Hooper again, and there's some more of the traffic interaction that you were talking about. Hooper's now got a chance to retake that lead for the pole-sitting Manisi Racing purple car. Up into 6th gear now, the plunge uphill where slipstream really does take effect, and Brewer certainly is looking in the mirrors here. He's just defending, showing Brewer the right-hand side. Showing Hooper the right-hand side, I should say. And Hooper says, I'm not going to try and overtake you at the mud curve, that would be silly. And he's probably right. He, in the end, stays behind again and keeps 2nd again. So it will continue on longer. And maybe another leading battle where the 2nd place drivers decided it's probably best not to bother with overtaking just yet.
I also think it's quite difficult to overtake in that category, to be honest, more so than the others. But let's see what Hooper can do. I'm sure he's trying. Having the lead in the Nordschleife through the night stints is certainly a fun achievement to try and do. Yes, Quintai is in the pit lane in your GT4 category. Of course, he was in 2nd place, chasing down Jaden Munoz, but he is 1 lap shy in terms of the fuel, so he's going to pit a lap earlier as Munoz stays out. We also have Williams in the pit lane. That is turning into a longer stop, so there's definitely some issues going on there for the Coanda 81 machine, as he is, most of the pit stops about 42 seconds or so, and obviously he's about 20 seconds extra than that, but it looks like he's going now, so just a little bit longer, maybe a pit lane speeding penalty or something.
Yeah, David Williams, not the Williams team, not to panic anybody.
Yeah, true, sorry. Should have clarified that.
Yeah, David Williams for Coanda. He's back out again now though, 1 minute 4. Nothing too bad then. Even if it was that little bit of damage, which I suspect it may just have been. He's been doing a lot of driving so far, David Williams, got to say. So he continues on. Out to the pit lane now comes Quintai, 52 seconds in the box again. Munoz has got a big lap here. I know he's got a lot less fuel on board, but he's been undeniably slower than Quintai so far.
Certainly has, and the reason why it's a big lap, just to explain, is because obviously Quintai, he pit, so as much as he's on fresher tyres, he's now on a full tank of fuel. So Munoz is on qualifying fuel, and of course Quintai is now on a full tank. So in theory, he should actually be slower still. So therefore, Quintai should be slower. Even though he's made the pit stop, he should be slower. So therefore, Munoz should basically have a qualifying lap to try and overcut and stay out, but we will see, because as you say, on average he was actually a little bit slower, probably you could say fairly, on that previous stint. So is there going to be enough for one final push? It is a long lap around here, of course, as well, so that fuel advantage will actually make quite a big difference.
Yeah, well, down the Dodging again, we'll go back to the BMW M2 class, a battle for the lead, which is going to spark into life again here for Tom Hooper. If he does want to get through, then he should be able to, surely, on the way up the hill here. Well, no. Is he bump drafting him down the straight here? Looks like he is. So it looks like he wants to distance the rest. They're over 2 minutes behind. I can't imagine he's very concerned about those guys catching up, but instead of passing, he's got straight into the back of the Grid and Go car out front, and he's decided to just help it along, and this could continue on for another 6 laps yet. That's only the end of lap 4 of Hooper's stint.
Interesting. as you say, they've got a big gap behind. So is this just a situation where still needless risk? Let's just follow on. Let's just be in second place, save some fuel, and then have a nice, more calm sort of night stint here as we get towards half race distance. Could be as we're getting some pit stops in the Cup category. We got the 38, the 199, and the 169. So that's the ADAC Racing by WSR, the Apex, and the Drago entry. We got a Chezzy, also the 26 car coming in as well.
There they are, on the bottom of the screen. Oh, has that car got some damage? The front right there?
Yeah, I'd say so. A little boop.
Yeah. Adam State, who's brought that one in, was going to take it out at least. The ADAC by WS Racing by WSR car. Yeah, that's his.
But it was fast though, because obviously that was what Kapicic used to make the overtake, so it shouldn't be dealing with them too many issues.
Yeah, maybe use that front right corner to make the overtake. Would explain a lot.
Robin's racing.
Meanwhile, so the pit stops are all cleaning themselves up in the Porsche Cup cars, apart from Grid and Go, who I can't quite get my head around at the moment. They've made an extra pit stop, or they do generally go on to make an extra pit stop than everybody else, but they're so on a half cycle compared to the others. I really can't understand what they're doing. 42.9 seconds in the box last time as well doesn't really make sense compared to the rest of the field. They're a bit of an odd team to look at compared to others when you look at their strategy here. So trying to figure out what they're doing in the second half of this race is going to be super interesting. Are they it's always one of those things, are they actually the race leaders right now, but nobody quite realises it just yet?
There must be some tyre games actually, because everyone had 40-something second pit stops. So that's why I thought David Williams had a slow stop. But now everyone's had a 1 minute 4 second. So this must be some tyre games in terms of doubling tyres or something. I mean, am I chatting? You have to tell me on that. But as the reference from the other categories, I thought David had a slow stop, but now everyone's had one. So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, there are definitely tyre games going on here. Marchena last time round definitely didn't take all 4. Whether he took on any at all, I'm not sure. But that was for all 4 for the guys who have all just been in on that previous lap, and Iglesias, who was on the lap before. That was all tyres all round from all of them at 1 minute 4. So all across the board there. I don't think there's too much divergence actually, but maybe this is the time of the day to do it. I mean, this track temperature is down to just 19 degrees Celsius, which is 67 Fahrenheit, for those of you who use the wrong units. So this is the best time in the race to do this, if you're going to do anything like, taking tyres longer than you normally would.
Exactly, and I'd be surprised if if we see anything drastic in that regard, but definitely some drivers there, because that is a good, 20 odd seconds that they're saving every second stop. So if you then don't lose 2 seconds lap on average, then I guess maybe it is worth it. Though those 2 seconds I can definitely see going out the window very, very quickly, indeed, if you start having some bad tyres. So it's an interesting risk from some of these drivers, but the one with the grid and go is obviously they are just pushing, doing no fuel saving basically. They're trying to use that extra speed from not saving to try and make up the time for the extra stop that they're going to need to take.
Continue to follow the BMW M2 leaders, but GT3 the gap has stopped going out any further. In fact, Barneveld was 2 tenths quicker last time round than Belaziotis. 3.3 seconds now the gap. They're 2 laps away from a pit stop. Alex Galdo is continuing to lose time. Last time around 1.2 seconds to the leader, and he's now over 15 seconds off of the lead. Mitchell de Jong is going to get back into the lead in the Porsche Cup class. Well, it's going to be Tristan Iglesias, sorry, not Mitchell de Jong, but less than 20 seconds now the gap there. So that has very much come down. We're in the middle of a pit stop phase in GT4 as well right now. So 3 of our close classes of the 4 are all in the middle of pit stop cycles that are making them, well, maybe with the exception of GT3, and the BMW M2 class, they're all looking a little bit different at the front of the field than what they actually do when all the pit stops are cycled out properly.
Yeah, as ever, you always need to wait for the stops to sort of equate themselves if there's a slight difference in terms of the laps. For the most part, though, it is actually quite consistent around here. But of course, you do get the odd car that does something slightly different. But as mentioned earlier, it just takes so much to save a whole lap of fuel around here that it becomes very difficult, because you end up going so slow to save the quantity of fuel that you need. But of course, the battles continue on. Jaden Munoz has come in a lap later, so let's see where the gap is with Insight. But of course, these M2s still giving us some very interesting action, and a good addition to this is always a bit of contact there, maybe actually. There might have just been a little touch between the two, with Hooper getting very close here in the braking zone.
Yeah, first of all, Hovsen came through the middle of them, slicing and dicing past the two M2s, and then Hooper hit Royer down at the Gesamtstrecke there, and now they've given each other a little bit more of a gap between the two of them. Just over a second, in fact. Hooper's going to have to recover some of that margin again, but as you say, we've got GT4 pit stops now. Matteo Kunze now is behind the wheel of the Williams Sim Racing car, former Visceral driver, now with the Williams Sim Racing team. TCE Sports have now got Abel Torres behind the wheel rather than Augustin Calapina, who's still got that car up into the top 3 positions. Fraser Williamson now takes on the Was Cooking Racing Adventures GT4. Race winners of this class 2 years ago. Who's it going to be this year, though? It's Alessandro Quintai going to take the race lead. It looks like he might well do. Coming down the front straight here. It is going to be close, but actually, the Williams Sim Racing in-lap looks like it was good enough here. The gap has come down very close. Quintai, and it's side by side. Jumps over the inside. What happened there? The Williams Sim Racing car, if it wasn't actually over the inside curb on the grass completely from Matteo Kunze, he was very, very close. He seemed to jump downhill, and Quintai got super close in towards turn number 1, but didn't quite get past.
Yeah, on the timing, they actually swapped momentarily, but not quite enough. And that just shows you the outlap, that overcut that I was talking wasn't actually that big of a factor. It's very interesting that we also see a driver swap at such a crucial moment of the race. Munoz going out and Kunze coming in. Of course, very capable. But let's see this once more, Ewan. Quintai, and there we see Kunze on the inside coming out of the pit lane as we come towards turn number 1. Quintai does. He just brakes too late. That's how he got ahead, but that's just because he went way too fast into the corner, braking late, tried to make something happen, but ends up in second place.
It's just a bit too overexcited at the prospect of the lead there, and you can imagine what that outlap was like. He would have been pushing absolutely 100%. And I think the fact that it was side by side between those two, by the way, when the Williams Sim Racing car came out of the pit lane like that, shows actually that Grid and Go are quite a lot quicker, because they would have been fat full of fuel at that stint there, at that lap there, sorry. And on new tyres, yes, but with the difference in fuel load there, Quintai shouldn't really be getting anywhere near, and he does every single time very nearly take the lead. At least he has the last couple of times.
Let's see what Kunze's pace is, though. One of the hardest things I always found in the races when I was driving was this initial outlap. You get in the car, yes, you can do those practice laps just before you get in iRacing, and you can have the conditions as they are, etc. But it's different when you actually get in the real car. The race is there, the lap time is there, and you can't make a mistake. You have to get comfortable very quickly with the conditions and the situation that you're in. And for Kunze to be put in to a race lead battling situation, that is certainly a tough one. But it looks like Quintai is not actually able to hold on, so I think Kunze does have some good speed and seems comfortable so far.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. I mean, you mentioned it's an interesting time to make a driver change, and it is a crucial point in the race. There's no doubt about that. But what do you do in this situation? Your previous driver, Jaden Munoz, has been in for a little while. He's clearly been losing time to Quintai. When a race is this close, there's almost never a good time to make a driver change.
That's very true. But then this is where you need 4 good drivers, because then it doesn't matter. It's just, they're going to get in the car and they're going to do a good job. So that is where you need to have a consistent driver lineup. It's one thing I love to... that's a lot of curb there coming up to Adenauer Force. The one thing I always like to mention in these endurance races is you've got to have a consistent lineup with 4 good drivers. You can't have one driver who's seconds off the pace, because even if you have, a Max Verstappen in one car, if you've then got, a rookie D license also in the same car, exactly. It doesn't matter what the average pace is as such. That person who's way far off the pace, they're going to make more mistakes. They're going to have worse decisions in traffic, things like that. There's just so much more risk. It's all about really the slowest driver that you have, and you can't have someone in there, especially at this level. You can't have someone who's even a second off the pace. And I know with how competitive it is in top split, it's very unlikely nowadays, but even then you can have these small margins where one driver is sort of slightly worse than the team's fastest driver.
I think we've seen that a little bit up the front in GT3 in these last few moments. When we started this stint, the Apex Racing team were leading by nearly 10 seconds. Now, Maxence Godinho and Alex Gall haven't been able to keep up with Vasilios Belziotis and Ryan Bardeveld. Now they're trailing by 17 seconds. That's a turnaround of 25 seconds. We've only been here for 90 minutes. So it's a big turnaround at this level, as you say, and that's very difficult for them to win back as well over the course of the rest of this race. We'll see whether they can win that advantage back. Side by side for the lead, meanwhile, in the BMW M2s, and Johan Royer does have to go properly on the defensive there from Tom Hooper in towards Flugplatz. And again, he's got a decent run through there. The gap below 2 tenths, the slipstream now right tucked in for Hooper. Is he finally tired of waiting now on lap 6 of his stint? And is he going to go for it in towards Fredenkreuz? It'd be a brave place to make the move in towards here and in towards Arenberg. They slightly missed the apex actually at the left-hander, and Hooper again can't find his way through. Another flash of the lights, but that's not going to move the Grid and Go car in front.
Yeah, just a bit of distraction in the braking zone. Just a little bit of a friendly nudge as we work our way down the hill towards the Vauxhall. Even these M2s, they're so fast and they just fly over the curbs, even despite them being our 5th category in terms of speed. Loads of curb there on this version. Of course, that curb is way higher nowadays in real life. Definitely can't take as much there, but look at Hooper once again getting close. He made that contact, didn't he, just after the curve. 1 lap ago. Let's see what he does this time around. He's got one of the BMWs. I think that's a GT4 BMW who's coming up behind, so a little bit of a faster car, trying to make the move up the inside. That's always a sketchy move. Unfortunately, it's broken up Hooper just a little bit.
Now then, look down the inside, and this will break the battle up for good here. TCR has its right to stay in here, of course. They're all out there on the circuit together. All got to share the racetrack. And that will just knock Hooper back for just a moment there. But with the speed that he's got, he should be able to catch back in again in the not too distant future. As we can see here, it's one of our closest battles out there on the circuit. And it is for the lead in the BMW M2 class. Got to say, I've thoroughly enjoyed the addition of this class into the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It's always needed a production car like this one, and we've had it in the Mazda MX-5 and the Toyota GR86, but I just feel like the BMW M2 fits the feeling of this event probably best of all the others we've had so far.
Well, especially with all the BMW classes that we have, of course, in real life as well. They have many spec categories of car, putting a lot of money into the world of motorsport. So it's good that we can continue that on as well in the virtual world. And also, as you say, it just fits the general vibe of the more almost club level racing. Still very fast cars, but obviously nothing the way of the GT3 machines, that's for sure. As Hooper gets close once more, has a little look to the right-hand side, but of course covered off by Roya at this moment in time. As we work our way through that curve, they've got one of the faster category cars on the left-hand side, so one of the Ferrari GT3s working their way through. No place for Hooper to try and make the move down towards the braking zone. That's where they made the contact 1 lap ago. Not quite this time around though.
And again, I think what you said earlier about it being maybe a little bit difficult to overtake here in the M2 class is starting to ring true here as we followed this battle for some time. Hooper just hasn't seemed to be getting close at most parts of the racetrack. At the end of the Dottinger, he certainly has, but you know, at times he hasn't looked like he's wanted to get past, but then, you know, he goes and flashes the lights as if he certainly does want to go past. So I just wonder whether those flashes of the lights are actually not please let me through, sort of, I'm trying to overtake you kind of flashes of the lights. I just wonder whether they're sort of, stop worrying about me, let's get on with this, sort of, let's distance the rest of the field.
Yes, potentially, but he is looking he is looking like he's trying to overtake, so you never know. It's 25 sends it up the inside, so there's the Veloce Thrustmaster number 25 entry around the outside. Did you see, by the way, the size difference between the M4 GT3 and the M2 there? Holy, that was a big, interesting side-by-side moment there. The M2 was looking rather small, as unfortunately for us, it didn't change anything in terms of this battle, but certainly a very tight moment. Yeah, so it's actually one of the times of the day where the BMW M4 looks quite good. You can't see it. Right. So rude. Sorry, it's a terrible looking car. It's the best GT3. Get right out of here with that, by the way. The BMW Z4 is the best looking GT3 car, and I will be hearing no different. I'm talking about current cars, but you are absolutely correct. when would it have been? It must have been like 2015. Like one of the first times I went to Brands Hatch, and I guess it was like British GT or something back in the day they went to. Oh my word, that car sounded amazing, looked amazing. I absolutely loved it. That's what got me into it, really. Yeah, I saw exactly the same, probably in the same series, probably the same car. Just at Donington Park, obviously, because Brands Hatch is down in the south where the weirdos are. All right. I'm joking. But yes, I saw the same. It's far better than the M4, that is for sure. Leaders into the pit lane. Bertiotis, Barneveld and Alex Gal all on to the lane. Let's keep an eye on those pit stop times as always. Bertiotis was a second shorter that time round. Whether he's short field or not, hard to tell, but he certainly was able to get to the end of his 7 laps as planned. Sami-Matti Trojan takes over from the Williams Sim Racing team, and Rainer Tauvar takes over for BS Competition, as at the top of your screen the M2s get close to fighting, but they will not actually. Now then, do BS Competition have anything up their sleeve to get closer again to the Williams Sim Racing team? They lost only a second or so during that stint, so they'll take that, I suppose, but they would rather be on terms or even in the lead here. Now, the time goes up 41.5. That's a long stop for Sami-Matti Trojan. 41.5 for them. 40.0 for Rainer Tauvar, who is going to get a lot closer to that race lead. Yes, that is an interesting one. A couple of seconds longer, but they do keep the lead, which is the important point. And I wonder where that extra time came from, to be honest. Well, actually, Apex had a very fast pit stop, actually. That's even faster than what Williams did last time to take the lead with a 38.3. So very, very interesting pit stop shenanigans going on. The order has not changed on track, though, but they are a bit closer. Yeah, certainly are. Overall, the gap 1.8 seconds. Tauvar just gets up to speed here. Trojan will do the same. Alex Gau comes out
14.5 seconds away. He actually had the shortest pit stop of them all that time round, so a really long stop for the Williams Sim Racing team. Veloce Thrustmaster back out 48 seconds behind. Lastly, that lost a little bit of time during that previous stint. The glimmer of hope that Daniel Lafuente would have been bringing them by bringing the gap below 40 seconds at one very brief stage is now, well, that's gone away, and it's gone out to nearly 50. So over the course of that last stint, about 4 seconds lost for Veloce Thrustmaster. BS Competition lost 1 second. The Apex Racing team were the bigger losers, though. They lost about 10 seconds during that previous stint, and they can't afford for that to keep happening.
No, that's that's a lot over the course of a stint, to be honest. If you lose 10 seconds a stint, what's that going to be, about 4 minutes by the end of the race? That is quite a lot when you start adding it up like that. So definitely a thing that they want to be avoiding is you never want to lose time, but especially not that much, as we're still seeing Hooper in that white M2 trying to make a move, but not able to do so. The grid and go 003, Roy at the wheel, is doing a good job to hold on so far in the lead, and no way, just absolutely no way through, unfortunately, it seems, in that M2 category.
That's the Apex Racing team, and there's some traffic that the others didn't have to deal with. That's sometimes a disadvantage as well of coming out a little bit after the other two in your class. Sometimes if it's thick traffic like what it is this time around, you lose some time in traffic that they just didn't have to overtake, and that is something that you can't really do anything about. I'll keep an eye on those two leaders as we approach half distance here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And we continue with extremely close battle in both the overall stakes and also for the classes here. One of the Porsche Cup cars now comes between these two M2s. Grid and Coco will just have to brake a little bit early there to allow it in. And again, Tom Hooper will close in. But again, he's showing pretty little signs of actually wanting to make any overtake here.
Indeed. He's had a few options. I think he's exhausted all of them, and now he's just sitting in behind for now. Long stints in these cars, as we were mentioning, so he's just going to keep working his way through the laps. Maybe try something with the fueling at the stop in some way, or maybe swap over to a teammate who might be able to try and find his way through. You never know what their plan is. Some teams stay pretty rigid in terms of the driver times, as we were mentioning earlier. It's a big feat, especially if you have a 3-driver team, but 4 is a lot easier. But some, they're quite rigid. You sort of give a window, a slot where a driver's going to be racing, and that's about it, because then you can plan to sleep. But then some teams will like having it a bit more fluid, but therefore the drivers have to be available to drive and therefore not sleep.
Yes, that does help. I always find you go faster when you're conscious. Meanwhile, through... go on.
I was going to say, do you remember what I did? 2 o'clock in the morning at a certain race in Denmark a few years ago?
You went awake?
No, I woke up. Or not woke up, I was awake to do my stint. About 2 o'clock in the morning. Jumped in at Le Mans. Got through first sector, through Tetra Rouge, down the Mulsanne straight. I just did not see the first chicane. I just went flat out straight into the tyre barriers at the first chicane, engine dead. 2 o'clock in the morning. That was good fun. Not for my teammates though.
No, or you, I can imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine you were best played.
But yeah, also being like it was a LAN race as well, so I had to actually physically see my teammates. At least on Discord, you can just like hang up and just forget about it. But in person, not quite so much.
Yes, it's a bit harder to ignore them when they're right there throwing their I don't know, whatever it is at you, getting the barrage of abuse verbally and physically.
Oh yeah, my teammates were not happy, but it happens. So
you were at the race, you were just watching for the last 10 hours or something, were you?
No, we were able to continue because in that sim you're able to rejoin. Obviously we lost quite a few laps. We I think in the end we finished something. We were something silly because they ended up giving us some penalties for like extra penalties for rejoining the race and this that. We probably finished like 40 laps down. We were just circulating the last like 8 hours just to get to the finish. That was tough.
I can't imagine you were contending for the race win before you crashed, though. I mean,
the first time we were, because that was not the first crash of the race. A few hours into the race, we were in third or fourth, and then coming through Corvette, my teammate, I think he neutral bombed it and then upshifted into first. But obviously in like a fifth gear corner, engine kaput. Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal.
You went through engines that race.
Yeah, that was a tough. That was the beginning of the collapse of that team. To be honest, that was a tough one.
Oh, that's nice for you to reminisce out at 2:05 in the morning. Well, it is where we are anyway. At the moment, it's just past 4 a.m. by the way in sim, I believe. Anyway, I think they're 2 hours ahead of us in sim, so we're not that far away from sunrise. And the first signs of life in the sky will begin to show themselves a little bit later on. Got the sunrise time this morning at 22 minutes past 5 this morning, which is an hour and 15 away only in sim, unless I am very much mistaken. Pit stop for Grid and Go in the Porsche Cup class has now put them 48 seconds behind. They have taken all 4 tyres, and so they're now back to 4th place. Quanda have done quite a good job, and Tristan Iglesias as well done quite a good job in these last few moments, just to extend an advantage there. It is just helping them to restore a bit of that lead anyway than what they had earlier on. Because at one stage, as I say, they had 3 rivals within 30 seconds of them.
Yes, the gaps remaining quite small indeed, but one that is getting bigger is this one that we are focusing on with Hooper as well. Is he still flashing? He's like, I'm still here, don't forget about me. As he's losing a couple of seconds in the last lap or so, but unfortunately not able to quite challenge in the way that he was. He's still only a second behind, by the way, but it's just the difference between a second and about 4/10 is quite a big margin, because at this moment Roy is not really going to be feeling any pressure at all. He's not going to be thinking any sort of overtake can happen, of course, but we are staying close in the other categories. Williams leading both the GT4s and GT3s by just 1 second and 2.5.
Yeah, it actually looked like a very big gap there, didn't it, on the dotting hill there, but just the fact that it's dark, you can't quite see the car in front anywhere near as easily, and so yeah, it becomes a lot more difficult. There's another flash of the lights there as they now come down the straight and over the start-finish line again. In case you're wondering about the chances of rain, I know a few people have been asking about that. The biggest chance is coming up in 3 hours' time. It's only at 25%, so we're not expecting it, but you just never know. We'll be on our toes at that stage, hopefully, to try and keep it. Oh, sorry, not 3 hours' time, 5 hours' time in the race. It will be in quite a few hours yet, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on that when it rolls around. But again, not expecting it particularly. That's certainly when the daylight will be back with us again. And normally in a 24-hour race, daylight certainly does signal the sort of finishing straight, if you like, and the end being in sight. But given the sunrise and daylight is going to be returning in the next 2 hours or so, I'm not really sure that's true for this race.
Yeah, it depends when the start time is.
Yeah,
because for instance, I remember even the real life Spa 24 Hours that I went there in 2023. I swear the race started at something like 4 p.m.
Yeah,
so
it did.
By the time that obviously it's height of summer, so the sunrise was probably at 5-6 o'clock in the morning. So even by the time the sun rises, you still have, well, there'll be 8 hours left in the race. You're not quite getting to the end, whereas there's some other series I do where the race starts at like midday. So by the time it's light, it's like, oh, okay, you got like 4 hours left. It's nice and easy, nice and quick. But yeah, not always in these European races where we do it in the summer, as that is a bit slow for Royer. Hooper getting closer once more. That gap has closed up. But Ewan, no sunlight or even a glimmer of orange in the sky just yet.
Not yet, no. That will be for our next commentary team to enjoy just over the halfway mark of this race. We are 9 minutes away from half distance, and we're going to enjoy it with a battle for the BMW M2 lead. Same in GT4. Kunze and Kintai have been within a second of one another for a while now, but they're not really battling away, I've got to say, not in the side-by-side sense. At 2.5 seconds between Sami Matijoga and Reiner Tauber so far as well. I've got to say, I wasn't expecting Reiner Tauber to get a little bit closer, but in fact, that gap has extended, and an exceptionally close race at the front of the field is just seemingly getting closer. Unfortunately not for the Apex Racing team, who are nearly 20 seconds off the back of the two in front now, but for the two actually who are out front there, 2.5 seconds, remarkable to be hitting the halfway stage at that stage.
Yeah, I love it. The almost 2 hours now that me and Ewan have been in the commentary booth has been very interesting racing-wise. We've had so many close battles, multiple categories, almost unheard of, and as you say, halfway into a 24-hour. Let's just hope that it can continue on, because to be honest, if we're looking like this coming into that final hour, that is going to be very interesting indeed. Of course, a lot of racing to go. When the light comes up, it should be a little bit easier for the drivers. Although I don't actually mind racing in the dark, because you sort of get a bit tunnel visioned, really. It's a lot easier to focus in some ways, because all you can see is the tarmac in front of you. You don't get distracted by anything. There's a little flash of the lights there. And Royer not overly happy with how the Williams car got through, but I think they'll be all right. So I think that was the number 1 Williams car just getting through.
It was indeed. You could have fooled me. I would have told you that was the race leader, but yeah, you are correct. That is number 1.
Do you know why?
Williams gaming car
went through not so long ago, so I was remembering.
You were on it there. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not paying attention at all to this race. Who's even winning?
Well, Williams
no.
so far in 2 categories.
Yes.
Another one.
Indeed.
Not that car that just went through, though.
No. No. I'll do some research on before my next stint about winning 2 categories in the same day. I'm not sure it's been done before, but I will... Oh, no, it has been, sorry, but not for a long time. The Pure Racing team managed it ages and ages and ages ago, 2017, so yeah, not been done for a very, very long time. But they could do it here today. Still a very long way to go, though, and I mean, funnily enough, in both of those categories, arguably the closest, actually, are the ones that they're leading at the moment. GT3 and GT4 are probably the closest, maybe with the exception of this one, which they're not involved in here today. That's BMW M2 class that we're currently following. But yeah, the two are the closest. They're both involved in their Williams Sim Racing. A good showing for them, in fairness, to have so many different teams in different classes up there when it matters here about halfway.
Yeah, you know you've got a well-run organisation when you can be competitive in multiple categories, because not much information can be shared between the two, obviously. So you have to have 2 separate groups of people. As Hooper gets very close up towards the McCurver, has to brake, of course, and back out of that one. Not the best place to overtake, but that's wide for Royer as well. Is that going to give half an opportunity down to the corner where contact was made a good half hour or so ago? But Hooper this time keeping it in line, just not quite close enough to get his front bumper down the inside somewhere.
Not quite. Or is he just not wanting to at the moment? That's increasingly what I'm thinking watching this at the moment, to be honest. Increasingly, it just looks like he doesn't want to get through for the moment, for whatever reason that is. Just a bit of fuel save here, willing to sacrifice this stint and get that little bit closer to the end of the race, and then utilise that at the next pit stop. This is going to be the end of lap 8, so 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, and that's going to bring them to about 11 hours 45 to go, something like that. So still plenty of time left in the race, and if Hooper can make a shorter pit stop as a result of that, get out there onto the circuit, put some new tyres on, undercut slightly, get into the lead, get an advantage and pull away, or wishful thinking of course, but if they can do all that, then sacrificing this stint has not been a bad thing, because they haven't had to make any dangerous overtakes on track. They just will have done it in the pit stops without having to endanger their car, and they'll be in the lead with still a very long time to go if it doesn't work.
Yes, that is true. You've got to play the long game around this track. Although we have seen some interesting overtaking attempts so far. Hooper drops off after almost pushing Roy at moments, not able to hold on a little bit later on in the lap. That was the number 15 Scherer Esports, Nicholas Heider in the car, who was the one getting past them a short while ago, coming down the hill. Always a tricky place for a GT3 to try and make the overtakes so fast through Eschbach and Wipperman, etc., as they lower themselves down the hill, but that one was able to do so. We are getting some light, actually. Look at the sky. It's not black anymore. Some colour is emerging, and as we get to halfway point in the race, which is now the light at the end of the tunnel, and we can see the finish both in terms of the time, but also the sky.
12 hours to go and you can see light in the sky. Game's gone. Dear me. Look at that.
You're ruining it.
Outrageous.
You're ruining it. Look at my lips.
Goodness me. Just 3 minutes to go until we get to that stage. It's not that they can particularly see where they're going at this stage, but in an hour's time or so, we are going to be right at sunrise, official sunrise. Not sure we're going to get much sun, actually, but we certainly are going to get more daylight. And as I said earlier, it is not going to feel particularly like well, it might feel like the end is in sight, but in reality, there is nearly a whole 12 hours of Sebring to go at that stage, and that feels like a very, very long race at that time. Just about time for us to step away, Cam, in a couple of moments' time. Give us your thoughts on what we've seen in the last couple of hours. What we're going to see in the next 12 hours. Got to say, I've thoroughly enjoyed these couple of hours, got to say.
So I was not sure what to expect, getting the stint right, basically bang in the middle of the race in the dark, but it doesn't seem too bad. Are we going to get one final overtake? Hooper is getting close and looking actually to the inside. Oh no, he backs out of that way early, not going for the overtake. But yes, definitely enjoyed this one. Loads of battles up and down. Of course, the three-way swap around in GT3s from Apex leading with BS and Williams behind to now Williams leading with BS and Apex behind. Certainly awesome strategies. It looks very clean out there as well in terms of the overtakes and the traffic management. So really thoroughly enjoying this one. And when we go for a nap and wake up, certainly interested to see who is going to be actually challenging for the win. A little bit later, it's going to be a long slog to the end now. Of course, it's going to be a good half hour, 45 minutes or so before it's actually lights out on the track. But certainly the 11 hours of sunlight that we're going to have to the end are going to be a tough and grueling one for these drivers.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We saw the sunlight and the daylight going away very quickly at the start of the race, where they're going to win some of that back towards the end here. And remarkably, we're going to get 49 drivers and teams into the sunset as well. Only one retirement throughout our 2 hours here. That's the Hydrace geodesic racing car, making up the first GT4 retirement of the whole day. And the other 10 who started this race are still in the race. Just 1.2 seconds between Williams Sim Racing Place Heat and Grid&Co.com Esports 009 there. That's one of the big battles to watch throughout this one, as well as the leading battle here. Just under 3 seconds between Williams Sim Racing, BS Competition. Coanda still leading the Porsche Cup class with G-Force Racing and WSR Esports in TCR. This BMW M2 battle has been entertaining us for the last half an hour or so as well, although Tom Hooper is very much biding his time. It's me, Ewan O'Leary and Cam Roger bidding farewell from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but stay with us. The next 12 hours coming up. The next 2 will be taken you through by Joe Peake and David Haynes. Welcome to the second half of the race, Joe.
Thank you very much. So all we got to do is all that we did all over again, supposedly, to try and get to the finish of this one. And as we've seen from very early on, this M2 race for the lead has been very tight. David, I'm excited to get to call the run into the sunlight, as we heard Ewan mentioning, about an hour away from official sunrise. And I have a feeling the drivers are just as excited for that to go. I think David might still be a little bit muted over there. We'll see if we can get his mic hooked up. And
I always forget that I do that.
I've done that plenty of times too. Welcome, David.
Let me repeat myself from the top. Sun never sets on the British Empire, but it sets on the British commentary, and it rises on us at the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour special event.
It certainly does, and we'll at least give a little bit more visibility out there. Now, the real question is whether it will help anybody find some speed. I have a feeling that won't change too much. In fact, while it may raise the temperature of the track a little bit, it probably even things out just because of that visibility as the grip goes away, but the drivers can at least see a little bit more what they're doing. This, of course, if you're just joining us, is the battle for the M2 lead that I just mentioned. Royer versus Hooper, the 003 versus the 13, has been one of the closest fights. And I don't know if you heard some of Ewan discussing this with Cam, but this was a kind of a debate that we were having when I had my call earlier on for hours 2 and 3, or 3 and 4, I guess, depending on how you want to consider it. But it seems as though Hooper just keeps pulling up and not actually passing. However, he is also flashing his headlights frequently at Royer's 003 car. So they were wondering, does he actually want to get past or does he not? And my theory is that he's content to sit behind, but he's just trying to hassle him, figuring if he goes away and takes the easy pass, he won't complain.
Yeah, maybe wants to sit second, but wants to make sure the leader is sort of moving on along the road based on their last lap times, though. And so multiple minutes clear of third, doing about the same pace. So I don't know as for the Nordschleife industry Fahrten. That's what I was here on the Gesamtstrecke 24-hour layout. iRacing counts 170. Now, I'm not sure if I went around the full 26 kilometers that I'd count 170, but iRacing does. And that's what matters for some things like the calculation of safety rating.
This is probably a race where you'll see a lot of drivers gain that safety rating. If you're losing incident points at a lot of places, you're probably having a very, very bad race here. So there's no room for error. It's almost like a street circuit in plenty of places as we hop on board with Hooper, actually giving a little bit of breathing room to Johan for a brief moment here.
Yeah, beautiful shot as they came through the carousel. Just a little bit of light starting to come into the sky. Held a lot of fourth gear there, down to third. We head towards Wipperman. Still just, a couple of extra car lengths back. Not a car, this BMW M2, that looks like it enjoys clambering over the curbs, but it looks like it's kind of what you've got to do as we continue to just hold fourth gear through a lot of this sequence. There's actually quite a few cars where this incredibly twisty bit from Hoeracht all the way around to the exit of the Flansgarten is sort of holding very steady speed most of the way. Lots of these medium speed corners connected by short straights.
That's very true, and makes it quite difficult. You'll see a lot of accidents in this area, typically a lot of mistakes that end up costing you a lot of bodywork on the car. This is into Flansgarten now, where you'll see the cars give a little bit of a hop, and then of course they'll climb back uphill briefly and head towards the Beloff S's. Still not right on top of him like we saw him doing before. So Hooper maybe just getting things a little bit of a rest here before he gets back into it and tries to apply that pressure. Maybe the run up the Dodinger Hoa will give us a different story as he starts to get that slipstream again.
Yeah, and I've got the radar speed gun out, so I'll keep an eye on what kind of speeds we get here. You do want to make sure you're within 1 second heading onto the Dodinger Hoa. You can be this far back, get a massive run up, but you just got to make sure you've got that about 1 second So heading over Galgenkopf, not ideal for Johan Royer in the grid and go car. That's where he has to let the GT3 go. So I like this distance back, sort of 7/10, 8/10 for Tom Hooper. You get to the throttle, you're accelerating up in 5th gear. We're doing about 220, just crossing 230 now. The power plant in this BMW, it just seems to keep on pulling and keep on pulling in a straight line. It doesn't seem overpowered, like it accelerates incredibly quickly out of the corners. But when you give it a long straight, like here, or Le Mans, or the Daytona road course, it just keeps going. Like we're past 250, still accelerating up to 260 k's an hour here. Just keep slowly adding kilometers like a proper Autobahn cruiser.
And having gotten to call the real BMW M2s at a number of racetracks over here in North America, yeah, I can say that they are just so nicely balanced in that power to weight ratio. Very fun cars to watch.
Can I ask you about my favorite quirk?
Sure.
Have you noticed the BMW key fob taped to the center console?
No, I haven't really ducked my head into them at those events, but now I'm going to have to next time I'm out and check that out.
We can test how awake our director is, because from the onboard camera you can see it, that these cars have the standard road car ignition, therefore they need the push start key fob. They need to have the key fob inside of the race car. And so what BMW Motorsport have done is created a little nook in the center console and velcroed down a BMW key fob right next to the gear shifter in the race car.
That is brilliant. And you know, a testament to this really being pretty close to a production car. It's still very much a racing car, but I always love when you get cars that are put on the track that are about as close as you can get while still being safe to what you race on the track. There's another flash of the headlights from Hooper, just still reminding his rival that he's there. But I don't know. I guess it's sort of that fascination for me, David, of the race on Sunday, sell on Monday ethos, that I love seeing more really basic cars get out there and wheel it.
So 9 minutes into our commentary segment and I'm already being incredibly demanding. But yeah, we'll see if we get to it at some point. Maybe when there's more light around, it'll be better. We leave the Grand Prix circuit, head out onto the Nordschleife once again.
Yeah, it's a little tough to see inside the cockpit currently. Nobody's turned their head domes on quite yet, so...
Every dad will tell you if you turn the interior light on while we're driving, we'll all crash and die. So
right. Can't risk that. But thankfully, nobody's worried about losing their life on the sim here. Wow, look at how light it is getting now up in the sky. Significantly different from when we first picked this up. And getting just a little bit of ambient light now at this stage, and we still have a good 50 minutes, a little less than 50 minutes until we get to official sunrise. Now, of course, the way physics works, the light will bend around it, the curve of the Earth a little bit, so we will get just some of this sunlight peeking around. That said, I'm a bit surprised at how well we can see.
Yeah, so you've got quite a fair bit of cloud in the sky that the sun just below the horizon is sort of gently illuminating. Officially, it's mostly cloudy. 19 degrees on the track, 18 degrees in the air. No fog, no rain, no wetness, but a relative humidity of 100%.
Yeah, I'm glad you just noticed that. Yeah.
I put to you that anything more than 99% relative humidity often is fog. But yeah, with all of that sort of just in the air, it creates sort of like a soft light box for this pre-dawn light that just sort of gently illuminates everything.
Well, if you look, off in the distance, there is definitely a haze out there. So it's not going to affect your visibility too much, but
probably Germans cooking some sausages.
Right. I was actually talking to someone a couple weekends ago who had been to the real Nürburgring 24 multiple times, both to cover it and as a fan. And the way they described it has sold me. It's now jumped up to the top of my to-do list on real races I need to go to. Because I've been to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and I've been to the Daytona 24, I've been to the Indy 500, but this sounds like just a constant party spread over multiple acres. More than just acres. Various villages that this thing goes through. It's incredible the amount of people that are there to party, it sounds like.
Yeah, the track does sort of go town to town. This is one of the segments where there's a town just here.
Yeah,
and then we zip and pull away.
Exactly. That's what used to be one of the entrances as well before they decided to shut that down, decided it was a little bit too dangerous to head up in there before Exmula. I think it's Brideside. I always get that one wrong. Pretty sure Brideside's the left and Exmula's the crest at the right. Yeah, Exmula's the rise and turn right. So yeah, I think Exmula or Brideside is where they would enter in. But now they have closed that. You can only get in on the Dottinger Hoa at this stage if you want to actually drive on the track. But this is a little bit past that, through Kesselchen into the Moot Curve, and gets right up underneath that bumper of Royer once again. About 7 laps into this stint, and I have to check my notes how far they were going. They're well into the stint at this stage, so I have to imagine they're getting close to pit stops.
Yeah, big fuel cells for these cars. It's one of those cars that, as you know, does some sort of 30-minute races and stuff, but then is also very popular for this race, Creventic, other things where people sort of run them in long endurance races, and there's an endurance racing kit for the cars, and I'm pretty sure that's the fuel cell that iRacing has given these cars, which is a big old fuel cell.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on that front.
Same thing happens for Porsche Cup cars and TCR cars, where they're often raced in a sprint configuration with like a 60-litre fuel tank, but a 100-litre fuel cell is available when you fit endurance stuff to them, and that's what iRacing gives them as a default, because yes, a Porsche Cup car does have a 100-litre fuel tank sometimes.
And a refueling rig too on top of it, because I've for clarity for our audience, I actually get to call some of the sprint races of the Porsche Sprint Challenge here in North America, and they do have a Porsche Endurance Challenge, and they actually have to have a specific car set up to take refueling for those races. So yeah, not something that is as common for those Cup cars, but
this is why there are hundreds of Porsche Cup cars in Australia, and none of them enter the Bathurst 12-hour, because the Bathurst 12-hour is the only race that would accept them in the endurance configuration. There's no other endurance races, so no one in Australia has the endurance kit.
Yeah, that does sound about right. Definitely another country that does see a lot of Porsche participation, which they've grown their series quite a bit, because they have their ladder system, of course, that help drivers kind of learn and grow and come up the order, and help them pretty much have their pick of the litter of talent coming up the way, figure out who they want inside the cockpit of their factory teams once they get to a certain level. Meanwhile, through the mini carousel and back up to Galgenkopf, Gallows Hill once again for these two. We've been watching them for quite a bit, so just a quick update. Our leaders up in the GT3s is still Williams Sim Racing, Sammy Matty Trogan currently in that car. Coanda Esports leads the Cup cars, Tristan Iglesias in that one, and then Williams Sim Racing leading a second class in the GT4s with Matteo Kuizer in that one. And then finally down in the TCRs, Ross McFarlane in the G-Force Racing WSR Esports machine, as we jump on over to Adam State in the Cup cars, giving them a little bit of love now.
If you told me this was the name of a college football team, I would simply have to believe you.
Oh, Matt Stewart with a massive incident on replay here. And gets it going. Oh, but the car looks like it is crabbing bad. He's trying to drive it around. I think that's up through Kesselchen. And since we're holding on this replay, I'm going to take a horrible thing to see. A lot of drivers booted out literally halfway through this race. So very glad to hear that everybody is still connected out there and able to carry on. But speaking of those M2 cars, noticed other thing that they've done is they've put the M2 as the safety car for this official session. Here you can see just in front of us now. Whoa! What a time to come back as one of our Cup cars now facing the wrong way after getting shunted into the barriers. And be very careful about that re-entry as one of our TCRs has to take avoiding action just to play it safe. That was fourth place. I think that's the Grid and Go Tastelin. Should be at least a little bit of damage after making contact with the Armco, and we're getting word that it was cooking that we're watching with that accident.
Fraser Williamson driving at the minute.
So they may have been able to get away with it. The car looks like it's mostly going straight. We haven't seen the cockpit yet to see if the wheel is still balanced correctly. But I have to imagine they're going to be making a bit of an unscheduled visit to pit lane after that one.
Well, the Porsche Cayman GT4 is pretty strong. Built like a bit of a tank for the most part. I don't see any of the four tyres facing the wrong way. I don't see any body panels hanging off. So unless it's the end of their fuel stint, I reckon you keep this one going if you're Fraser Williamson. Of course, pit entry is just here as they come onto the GP circuit, and the rest of the field is going to come onto the GP circuit. Two cars from the Cup class follow.
Yeah, so they must think it's good enough to try and wait at least until the pit stop, which is obviously the more desirable. Make sure you don't get off schedule. Don't want an extra pit stop in there. And if they can drive it to their scheduled stop, then just take the extra time once they are in that pit lane. Some more of our Cup cars battling here through the GP course. Can really start to see some of this haze, which doesn't surprise me, as we've mentioned earlier in this broadcast. This literally goes through the Eifel Mountains, and as often happens, you do get sort of low covering clouds in the form of fog or haze in the morning when the sun starts to come up.
Even happens at Mount Panorama.
Absolutely, yeah, another good example right there. So very cool, actually, that iRacing has that as a part of their weather system, that it takes that into account. And we're getting a good example of it here, it looks like, this early morning. But Adam State's here still in the Cup car. And this is in sixth position currently, with about a second and a half to catch up to Ola and the ZZ Esport and the number 26 in front of them. So they have visual, just need to get a little bit closer if they want to make this a fight.
I just got jump scared by the pit lane alarm for the first time. And it was Disdar Revic pitting in the 93.
Well, I know where your camera's sitting then. As
Yep. GDC Racing from the BMW M2 class coming in. I think I got that class right.
Yes, the BMW M2s. That was extremely tight for State. Thankfully able to get around, but left no margin for error there for a brief moment. Now, excuse me, that was not State. That was the driver he was chasing, actually. So that That was the car of Daniel Ola there, making some aggressive moves, trying to maybe separate himself. What's going to happen now as they catch more traffic through Cottonbourne? Oh, and you don't want to ride those curbs. Thankfully, the GT4 car does not lose it. An incredibly high-speed section of the track there, David. That could have been disastrous.
And it would have been disastrous at really high speed as well with the Armco just there. A lot of these cars that don't have oodles and oodles of downforce also become so light as they come over the crest into Schwedenkreuz. Just there. But you see why Adam State's driving how he is. He's trying to make sure he stays up with Daniel Ola for all the reasons that we spoke about. For the twisty bits and the continued curvature sections, there's also quite a few really long full-speed blasts around here in that early part of the lap, and then on the Dottinghur as well. The slipstream gives you so much, multiple seconds per lap, so long as you stay within this window, and that's what he's working to do right now.
He's doing a pretty good job of it as it sits. He definitely gained a bit of time in those interactions with the lap traffic. I said it was about 1.2 seconds. It's now down to 6 or 7 tenths of a second. So once they get to the run up through Kesselchen, likely they'll feel some of the effects of that slipstream. But here downhill through miss, hit, miss. Let's see how they take through there. Nice line for both of them before they break down into Defense Valley.
One of the slowest corners on the racetrack. There, Zyphon? No? Yes? Maybe? I can never remember. We know what's down the bottom of the hill here, though, for sure, at Brightshide. I've looked at the menu of the cafe there. They do some good deals.
I didn't get to go to that one. I did get to try the burger place that they have.
They like hand make hash browns there, you know, where you just like, it's like halfway between a hash brown and like a roasty, where they're just hand grating up potatoes and chucking them on a grill top.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Now you've got me hungry, unfortunately.
And that's what the haze in the air is this morning. Everyone ordering their German breakfast.
Solved the mystery. There we go. All right, we've hit Kesselchen. Now they can really unleash the power of these cars. And boy, that really shows. Yeah, there you go. There's the haze. Thank you, Hugo, our director, showing us a good example. But yeah, GT3 car blasting by. And these Cup cars have so much oomph underneath them. They were keeping easy pace with this vehicle.
Yeah, so I was thinking this is where you got to wait. In the braking zone, a GT3 car's way quicker. With traction control out of these slow corners, the GT3 pulls a couple of car lengths. So if you've just got the patience to get to here, and then they get ahead, and then they'll pull away all through the next part of the lap here, my favorite section. Best for saving your tires, best for saving your fuel. It really separates, who knows the track from who doesn't, because there's a whole heap of blind corners from the highest point of the racetrack at Hohe up here. All the way through our favourite group of corners. Wipperman apparently is party central around here as well.
I'll have to remember that. I have to admit, as far as driving this track goes, Wipperman is not my favorite, but I'm sure it's different. You
just got to remember, it's one of the very, very few curbs you can climb across.
You can, but it has bit me a number of times, so I don't know if I'm as brave enough as some people. It depends on the car, I suppose. I just know it has chucked me into that Armco many a time in races throughout the years, but didn't do so for Adam nor Daniel, just in front of him, just holding on to that fifth place.
3 other cars from this class pitted last time by the start-finish line as well. Oh, and the leader from this class will pit as well, Drago Racing, Ricardo Rico in. So are we seeing an in-lap for either of these drivers? Feels likely.
Yeah, it does seem like that's about to be the case here. Adidas Racing by WSR giving chase here in the Cup cars to try and get a top 5 position. One of the TCRs through the Beloff S's, staying plenty off to the left-hand side, giving them their room. Adams is as close as we've seen since we've started to join this battle. What's going to happen once they reach the Dottinghur as they head through the mini carousel?
Second place Apex Racing team also pitting. I'm not seeing a driver swap from either of those cars in this class. So it's certainly unfolding around pit strategy right now in the Cup class. About to unfold out of Galgenkopf and onto the Dottingerhohe, fastest part of the racetrack. Normally, some cars actually go faster descending downhill before Schwedenkreuz if they're incredibly slippery but gravity sensitive. If you need a long run up and a bit of a toe to reach your peak speeds, this is where you'll do it. It's reaching 273, 274 k's an hour right now in the toe, 275. Now you'll drop downhill, pick up just a tiny bit more, get towards the rear bumper of the car in front, and just crack the throttle a tiny bit to roll into the braking zone. I get the feeling like we're racing into pit lane here though.
I wouldn't be surprised by that. Let's watch and see. This is where the entry is, off to the right-hand side. And you're right, both of them heading in, trying to maximize that entry down to the cones without speeding. And for those curious, it's about 170 miles per hour that they were hitting along that straight up to Tiergarten. So yeah, these cars are cooking.
So Adam State still in the Adidas Racing by WSR car. Daniel Olah still in the Sezi Esports car. So not seeing any driver changes out of these either. A lot of other cars, GT4s, are rolling through the lane right now as well. iRacing, very generously in this 24-hour race, lets you do your pit stops a tiny bit quicker than they can do in the real race. You can see the Bowser pumps alongside the pit garages, though the no smoking sign that apparently not all of our Germans are obeying with the amount of haze in the air. And Daniel Olah takes 43 seconds of service. He's still in the car and he's rolling. And Adam State, likewise, 44 seconds of fuel. He's rolling. So those two are going to be right back into it again. And my understanding is that's no tyre change from either car. This should be very good conditions for looking after your tyres.
Yeah, it's about 19 Celsius on the track surface itself, 67 Fahrenheit. So yeah, very cold track conditions. Probably shouldn't chew them up too badly, especially if you don't slide them around too much, as we check in with a couple of our Aston Martins down in the GT4s. But this is for third place. Abel Torres being chased by Fraser Williamson. So podium spot potentially up for grabs between these two. I guess if Adam was hoping for maybe a leapfrog or a chance to overtake in the pit stops, it was not meant to be, because he was definitely close enough that if they wanted that track position, I'm sure he could have had that.
So much strategery to your tyre use, your driver use, your positioning in these battles. As the field spread happens, very quickly you realise, oh, my battle is with this other car and this other car alone. Down the inside of Sabine Schmidt's curve goes the Mahler BMW, not to the exact delight of our friends driving the Aston Martin GT4. But there's some relationship between the Mahler and Williams team system as well. Doesn't mean they're necessarily getting along in the middle of this race. And Steen Ledger, Australian, nay, Queenslander, runs second in class.
Boy, what a name too, Steen Ledger. That's it's definitely a very Australian sounding one, if I'm honest. But the 009, like you said, running in second, and within 0.2 of a second of the lead. Williamson Racing play seat is not having it all their own way. So glad that we've got more than one battle that is close. In fact, if you go up to our lead in the GT3s, there is 2.5 seconds. Considering we've been racing for more than 12 hours, it's pretty amazing. It is still that close for the lead in the fastest class. Back down into the foxhole now. The battle for P3 in our GT4 class. Torres leading the way. Looks like they got another car just in front of them. Don't think that, no, that is not for position. It's about 20 seconds up the road to get to Ledger. So I'm not sure who this is they're chasing right now. But hopefully that won't interrupt the battle too much. as they head out towards Metzgefeld. This is where things start to head literally downhill on the track. They'll start to really plunge into the valley.
More quick facts for you. Lowest point of the racetrack to highest point on the racetrack is just 5 meters greater here than it is at Mount Panorama. Mount Panorama has more elevation change than Circuit Spa-Francorchamps.
Whew. Which is also wild to think about with how big of a drop you have from the top to the bottom there. So yeah, just this track is something to behold. If you're a race fan, and especially if you're a road racing fan, you have to get out here at some point. My time getting to visit was awe-inspiring, and especially if you can drop the money for it, take a ring taxi. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You will not regret it.
I've been around Mount Panorama on a vehicle that you'll never guess.
I'm gonna say a dirt bike?
Nope.
Okay, you'll have to clue me in.
A unicycle.
So did you do the whole lap?
Yep.
Wow. Massively impressive. I can imagine so. So, wow. Had to have some leg strength as well on that one, because that's just a single gear, obviously. And apologies, first and second battle in GT4 that we're watching. Kunzer versus Ledger.
Yeah, so this is the, believe this is the outlap for Kunzer. We saw him as one of the GT4s in pit lane. Grid and Go stopped the lap before. It had a slightly shorter stop, at least by this measurement from my side, that's not completely accurate, so I always try to sanity and double check it. Historically, you know, this sort of time of day and the GT4 cars, building tyre warmth and tyre temperature has been very, very difficult. So there's a possibility that Kunzer's been a little bit on the back foot for most of the way around this lap, and it's just now beginning to build a little bit more confidence, get a little bit more tyre under him. The longer this goes on, it actually might become to the benefit of Williams Sim Racing, even if Grid and Go are sitting in this tow zone right now and Steve Ledger looks to be not climbing all over him, but with a tow rope attached.
And that tow rope being the slipstream, I'm sure for a bunch of the lap, is not doing him any harm. Gonna allow him to keep the pressure on at this stage. Doesn't seem like he's trying to really get right on top of that number 6 car, at least right now. So maybe he's just content here to just wait patiently and see what evolves in this race as they head to through what has been nicknamed YouTube Corner here. A lot of fans tend to show up there and just sit and car watch as the cars circulate, not even on race days, but on regular weekdays. You'll see a lot of people parked up there just to see what decides to try and take to the track here at the Nürburgring. Then heading into Flan's Garden, you can see the cars getting that little bit of hop of air over it.
You got first, second, third, and fourth from the GT3 fields all rolling into the lane right now.
So, Matty Trogan, Talvar, Gal, back, all taking their service. There we can see them on screen now.
The thing I tend to notice from this time of the race as well is we're getting sort of late-ish for the US East Coast, definitely very late for the Europeans. You notice a lot of sort of someone takes the hit for the team and stays in the car for 4 or 5 hours overnight and lets some of the others get a break. So I'm not seeing that many driver changes taking place at a lot of these stops right now. And for the reasons I just pointed out, it's an incredibly Eurocentric and Euro-heavy driver base and team base for this event that they're not, 3-4 guys are awake right now all swapping every pit stop, where sort of there's someone who's got to, shoulder this load of sort of midnight to 5 a.m.
The teams that are able to kind of spread out their members around the globe can sometimes have that advantage. Some will try to do that. I know our team usually tried to get someone from different time zones to vary it up, make it a little bit easier for everybody out there. But once you get to this level, you don't always have that nicety, as you're looking for the quickest and most consistent drivers out there. And that is quite an elite club here in iRacing. So,
Joe, how many Australians are on track right now?
Let me, well, actually, I might be able to check that, unless you have that ready. Go
the answer is 3. Which,
so few
60
people have
cars means we are 5% Australian right now.
That means there's a lot of people that are either getting ready for the night like us over here in North America, or are well into the night over on your neck of the woods. So very curious.
It's midday.
Oh, are you hailing from Australia? Because I thought you were in the UK.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I thought the accent, but I thought you had said something about being in the UK at some point. So I misheard. So apologies on that. But yeah, looking through our clubs here, I see a lot of Central Eastern Europe. I see a lot of ADAC drivers. Surprisingly, only 2 Finns are in right now. And I actually don't see too many from here in the States. Texas is represented, New Jersey.
Carolina.
Yeah, good point. California probably has it one of the easiest, as they've still got a lot of hours. Yeah, I'd mentioned that. Africa, South Africa. Haven't seen a whole lot of that one pop up lately, but cool to see that club as well involved and out on track. That would be the 12 car.
So are drivers from Club New Jersey allowed to do their own refueling at pit stops?
I mean, do you want the driver to get out and have to do that?
I thought they changed it in Oregon. I haven't kept up with where you can and can't pump your own gas these days.
I'd have to check. I can't recall on the status of Oregon, but yeah, New Jersey, you still have to have somebody else pump it for you, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, it's a little bit more normal for those New Jersey drivers out there to just sit in the car, let somebody else fill it up for you, and then head back out as we ride on board with Ledger now. And 009 just kind of keeping a watch at this stage. For those wondering, we are now just past 5 a.m. in the sim. So we're about 15 minutes away currently from official sunrise, but we're really getting a better sense of just how cloudy it is at this stage. It was only partly cloudy when the sun went to set, and still got plenty of sun shining through. Not going to get that here. It is a dreary morning in virtual Nürburgring.
Not much to report as far as the change of the weather, except that the relative humidity's gone from 100% to 99%, which is maybe interesting to note. No rain predicted or soon or happening. Air remains cold, track remains cold. There's no real hint of sun. You can just see the mist in between the trees. Now with a tiny bit more light, you can see that 99% relative humidity is staying low to the track. Temperature's very stable the whole way around in the air and on the ground. I think we're catching another GT4 to lap here, which will be interesting for our leader, Matteo Kunze. And of course, your race leader is going to want to put that car in between them and second in a place that's difficult to Steam Ledger. Steam Ledger might want to push up, try to stay close so that you don't get to a point where we exit the carousel with a lapped car in between first and second, and Ledger has to wait, a quarter of the lap before it's his turn to get through, and might lose 2 or 3 seconds, might lose that toe. That even if it's not important for staying with them, it might be important for your fuel strategy, etc. And you've got a car that you can see in the rear-facing camera. So this is a bit of a pucker moment maybe for Grid and Go Esports. Got to look 2 cars up, got to look in the mirrors, got to look at the racetrack, and it's still relatively dim and dark out there.
There we go. There's the Cup car sneaking through. The CZ Esport car gets one of them. It does look like it cost a bit of time for Steen that time. But yeah, I always find it interesting when they come upon lapped cars within their own class, because when there is a difference in class, David, I feel like that that the difference in pace, either in straight line or through the corners, can make it a little bit easier. When it's your own class, you almost need a little bit of cooperation to make it happen.
Yes, that's right. Late night race spot hours. We're doing class analysis here.
Yeah, it's 20,
I agree.
For a race, yeah.
Maybe you do need to work together with your class for the benefit of all, Joe.
Well, no. I'm saying the lapped car is going to be a lot harder to pass than if it was, say, a TCR, because it's on equal performance. So it's a different kettle of fish.
Yes, of course. And as Steam Ledger heads up the hill with a bit of slipstream, there's now a couple of cars between him and his class leader, so he's immediately on the headlights. He's like, hey, if the class leader's gotten through, I'm second. Do not hold me up. And he forces his way through and makes it work. Now he'll be hoping that the favour gets returned the other way with some of these Cup cars coming through. The tyres looking very slippery in that traction zone there out of some of the slower corners as well. So they're still really muscling and driving these cars.
I had been noticing that as we were riding on board as well. There was a lot of little corrections through corners. So maybe just abusing that rubber a bit too much for the 009. Boy, they have got a lot of traffic coming up here. And this is not a good spot up to Hedwig Heights here. Thankfully, finds a good place to let the 15 just sneak on past. But this is proving quite costly. That number 6 car is just kind of sneaking farther and farther down the road.
Fun fact, as we were riding on board with the telemetry, the press release when Aston Martin announced the Vantage GT4 said it was going to have an 8-speed gearbox. They never put out another press release. The car shipped with a 6-speed gearbox.
8-speed in a GT4, that is
well else. Because the press release initially, before they'd actually started developing and testing the car, said it was going to have the 8-speed auto from the road car. And then as they tested it, they went, actually, let's put a 6-speed sequential in it, like a race car gearbox. A lesson that many other manufacturers had learnt before Aston Martin, including the DSG gearbox for the Audi TCR. That was an option that broke all the time. No one wanted it. Everyone wanted the racing sequential, and various other manufacturers. Mazda Cup car.
I can't imagine too many race car drivers as well willingly say, yeah, give me an automatic. Put an automatic in the car.
Well, it was going to physically be the automatic gearbox from the road car, and it was going to be paddle shifted. That happens. But it was going to be a paddle shifted dual clutch, which can be an automatic transmission, but would have been an 8-speed semi-auto.
Gotcha. And I'm really glad they decided not to go that route, frankly. Definitely seems like a much more fun car. How it is here in the sim. Onto the Dottie Ho as we emerge from the trees, and our chopper that somehow has been granted a chance to fly in these hazy conditions going to give us a glimpse of how far the distance is while the BMW separates.
Must be Kobe Bryant's pilot.
Oh, wow. You went there. Okay.
But sadly, you'll need to be safe in aviation conditions and know our limits.
Send all hate mail to David Haynes at RaceSpot.gmail.
No, don't send it to RaceSpot. It's all me. It's all me. Yeah. So that traffic's cleared itself up for the most part, and I think Steam Ledger's suddenly right back on his class leader. So for all of that sort of push and shove around the far side of the lap, flashing of headlights, trying to force BMWs out of the way, I think it's settled out until we've still got a great race for the lead here in GT4.
We definitely do. It's still at that 1 second apart from one another, but oh so close considering the relative distance, and definitely close to the 1 second apart. In fact, he's going to look down to the inside at the hairpin, nearly making contact, tries to cut back, but Kunzer parks it at the apex, says that's not going to stop me. In fact, he's almost getting forced off the track there, coming off of that back and forth chicane. The 009's not taking no for an answer as Ledger again forces the issue and again is nearly shoved off into the grass. The battle will carry on down to the hairpin. The 6 gets a good launch around the outside, but it's hard to try and make the outside work here around the Dunlop hairpin. This might be the end of it here, David. Let's see if he can hold on.
You know, it's hard to say because there's a little bit of banking that can help you around the outside of there. Kunz has got his nose back in front. Steen Ledger, I think, has given decent space and been muscled a couple of times here. So I reckon one more time, and you've got to get your muscles out back in return. They're going to stay side by side. On the Grand Prix-Strecke is one of the best places to do this because on the Nordschleife, it might be near suicidal, but right here, you can do it. You can get away with it. You can race sports car style, but in a couple of corners' time, they'll have to change the aggression level, move that dial 1 or 2 notches back.
And how long has he been sitting and waiting behind that lead number 6? And suddenly it just exploded with action here for the battle for GT4 lead. Was there a message over the radio for Steen and said, all right, we've done what we need to do. It's go time. We want to get that track position. Unfortunately, if there was, he's not been successful. And as you said, they're now to the Nordschleife. It's going to be a lot harder to pass from here.
I put to you, it's not going to be harder to pass, it's going to be riskier to pass. If you get your nose in front heading into Arenberg, I reckon you just claim it and you've got it, but it's a more risky maneuver that if you don't measure it perfectly, you end up in the Armco, you both end up in the Armco, whereas you could measure it not perfectly on the Grand Prix circuit and dust yourself off and think about doing it again, whereas here, there are plenty of places, high speed, where you could put your nose down the inside, try to affect the pass, and it could happen, but it's just a riskier proposition. And look at the top left of your screen. There is still more than 11 hours left in this race. How much risk do you want to take when you're half a minute clear of third place in just a mano a mano fight for this race lead at this minute?
Well, he's right up on top of him. He seems to agree with you that the Swedish Cross is a place that you could maybe try and initiate a pass, but he has to fade back out here into Arenberg. This is that heavy braking, but he's on the outside as a big defense from Kunzer. Will deny him for the time being. Back into the foxhole as they head towards compression. Another long flat out section for these cars, but I would not try and go side by side on the left-hander coming out of here. Looks like Steen agrees with me.
Yeah, it's spicy and it's willing, and I think what you notice there is that your race leader didn't give up the inside line at any of these places. Sort of really, Schwedenkreuz gave Steen Ledger the outside, into Arenberg gave Steen Ledger the outside, and the inside line commands the track position, and the track position is king around the Nordschleife right here.
A lesson that Ledger's definitely learning the hard way. Again, gets a very good exit. Doesn't look like he has many places to take it this time. He is going to get down to the inside. And as they head towards the chicane, he has finally taken that away. It took him a bit, but he finally forced his way through.
Yeah, needed to use that element of surprise. It was one of those places he was thinking he's not going to throw it down the inside here. It's not the end of any of the long straights, but he did. Once he had the car sort of halfway up there, you really, for everyone's sanity, had to just say, oh, I think he's got me here. And then there's, I think, a build-up of marbles where it's more one line through there. You saw the car on the outside suddenly have very little grip, and that sort of rear walking around just a little bit that we've seen from these Aston Martin GT4s was very, very noticeable for Matteo Kunze once Ledger was down the inside.
Yeah, once he had gotten his foot in the door, he wasn't able to shut it. And so far, so good. Trying to run away. Initially, it looked like he put a couple car lengths on him. But now, maybe we're starting to see Kunzer try and fight back and hold on, not let him try to dash away too quickly and keep up in case he can get that slipstream.
Yeah, that's the game now, isn't it? Trying to use the traffic, make a minute, break a toe. They've got the lap down car still in just behind them, catching up to BMW M2 CS Racing. The new generation's been announced. Did you see the stats on that one?
I have not seen the stats. Enlighten me.
They're giving it a 4-cylinder.
Okay. And
so it's still going to be called the M2 Racing, but it's not going to have the same engine as the road-going M2. They're going to they're going to give it the 4-cylinder from the 230i or something.
Gotcha. Okay, so still interesting, yeah, that putting a 4-banger in there, see what kind of power that thing outputs.
About the same as the previous generation.
Okay. Well, as we watch up the hill, speaking of which, that was almost a move of desperation from Ledger, and that put, it looked like Kunzer in a bad spot as he loses ground, trying to also go by the M2, and has managed to eventually sneak around, but that was a risky but well-timed move out of the Australian.
Yeah, Ledger's clearly trying to use this section to break a second and a half, whatever it takes, to not be giving up that slipstream on the long Dottingerhöhe straight, where you could come from a second back, just catch the toe, begin to reel them in, get a massive slingshot and shoot by them before the braking zone at the end of the lap past the Tiergarten. So really, I think leaning on it through this section to try to build a gap. It's just a subtle little gap right now.
Well, it is pretty much officially sunrise now at this point. We are into the daytime, if you want to call it that, as the Ford Mustang going to go by our GT4 leader. So that's one of our GT3 cars in their own little fight on their way to try and take a victory. What the interesting thing about that pass too is that means that Williams now only has the GT3 class lead, as they've lost that GT4 lead. Fortunately, we've lost a few other major teams, Team Redline out of it, with multiple cars retiring, from what I understand, simultaneously or very close to one another. We've lost Hydro Race Geodesic Racing out of this one, and then FTW Motorsports as well in their 17 car has dropped out. So there's definitely been a few casualties.
Trying to break the toe. So he's trying to follow the slipstream of the GT3 car, but when he doesn't have that, his team leader's been moving across the track there, just trying to break this slipstream down the Dottingerhöhe.
He's been doing a very good job with this past lap, really going on the aggressive to try and take that position. And like you said, doing everything he needs to do at the right time to break that slipstream. And it's paying big dividends now. 1.6 seconds. It looks like now that they hit the end of the straight and head back onto the GP course. What a difference a lap makes. We got a new leader in the GT4 class as they head on by.
And you'll see the number panel on the side update. It said 02 as they came out of Tiergarten. It says 01 now as they head into first turn, which is where it all really started about a lap ago, wasn't it? Ledger sort of had a half look down the inside there, and then they were side by side through the next section around the GP circuit, and then it took all of this time, a whole lap and 170 corners to play out. And it did with Grid and Go leading GT4 right now.
Looks like we got a couple more takers in pit lane. I think
got second and third of the BMWs here as well.
So, yeah, this is the number 7, of course, of Elias Seppinen. That's one of our Finns. I believe one of our Finns. Let me double check that. Make sure I'm not giving the wrong country out there. Yes, that is one of our Finns in the car right now. So they fight for third in class. You said second, though. I assume that's because Tom Hooper, with his pit stop, has relinquished that second place.
Elias Seppinen has driven Formula 4 here on the Nürburgring GP-Strecke when he did ADAC Formula 4 a couple seasons ago. Went from that into Formula Regional Europe, and from there into GT3 racing, where he did ADAC GT Masters, and I believe he's currently competing in China GT this year. I thought he was competing in China GT this weekend, so I'm going to look at his ping Is Elias Seppänen in Finland or in China? Let's see. The driver of the 7 car. 158 ping. This is a US server, isn't it? He's probably Finland.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So, well, the pair of M2s get separated, at least briefly, by one of our GT4s. Eventually find their way through. That was actually quite gutsy coming down into High Oaks here. That twisty bit definitely requires a bit of cooperation between the classes, but timed it perfectly, leaves them be. Now they continue their fight. Podium positions here in the M2 class, coming up over fluid plots now as we ride on board with the BS competition driver. Let's see how much the slipstream is worth here out of fluid plots. That was a very good exit for Elias, much better than what we saw out of Kinski in front of him.
Car in front washed wide. They know they're in trouble here. Massive slipstream for Seppänen. The inside to Schwedenkreuz, where you want to be, but not much downforce on this car. You go over that crest and the car is so wallowy. I think Seppänen holds his line and moves forward.
Nicely timed move. That jump.
Get ready to forget Chinese, buddy. That's too good.
So now clear track in front of him too. Curious to see if that allows him to pick up the pace a little bit, if he was being held up, and if he can run away, or is his rival going to be able to hold on to him? You can see how tricky it is trying to break up into Adenauer Forest as the cars have to slow while weaving. Oh, that looked like contact almost. Car suddenly goes around.
Through. I think the traffic might have gotten Seppänen there. He looks like he's not got too much damage. He's got a reverse, but yeah, another angle will be necessary because that looks like the GT3 might have tried to dive bomb him on the way into Adenauer Forest there. Another one of the famous YouTube corners.
Absolutely. And yeah, that car just, it snapped to the side a little bit too fast, I think, for that to be all on his own. It's more of a question, I think, on which car wound up hitting him into there. He's going to be feeling pretty hard done by. He did such a good job to get that spot away. Here we go. And yeah, that's the GT4 behind him, or GT3 rather. Just gives him a little bit of a hello, and unfortunately, that meant Auf Wiedersehen instead.
So which GT3? Was it Drago? Was it
Red BMW?
Yeah, that was in sort of the first third of the lap. I've got a graphic that's where cars are on track. So I was trying to not name anyone that wasn't in that area.
Well, while he's looking that up, we've got our number 3 out there, still running hard. Sami Matti Trogan, leader in the GT3s. Rainer Talvar chasing by about 2.5 seconds behind. It's been that distance for quite some time now, making sure to keep him honest. But these are drivers at this level that are used to pressure like this. And honestly, considering, well, the closeness we tend to see them battling in sports car racing here at the top split and iRacing special events, 2.5 seconds or so probably feels like a nice bit of breathing space to him.
Well, Drago Racing certainly is a red BMW that was in the right place. I'm going to need 1 or 2 more pieces of evidence before I can convict. I can't make this replay go back far enough, unfortunately. But I think that was the car roughly in the area. You've seen, the difference in performance and grip of a heavily aerodynamic ABS BMW GT3 versus what is still very close to a road car, BMW M2 CS Racing.
So keeping that in mind was so critical, especially into those heavy braking zones like it happened down into Adenauer Forest. So maybe just caught him out that little bit. There's been so much that can go wrong. Every little inch of this track is ready to bite you, and maybe just made that one miscalculation in this race that, unfortunately for the M2 driver, meant that he was the one that got the worst end of the stick. And the GT3 driver able to just simply carry on. But our overall leader flashing his headlights just a little bit, coming upon a bit more traffic of his own.
Yeah, 2-second gap. This GT3 race lead at the moment. Williams Sim Racing from BMW M Team BS competition, still relatively close as far as it's concerned. In an event that normally has quite a few retirements and quite a lot of field spread when you compare it to the other 24-hour races in the iRacing calendar, like Daytona, like Spa, like the French countryside.
Yeah, this is definitely among the more unique. Now we're starting to get a bit of just a bit of a yellowish, almost orange hue as the sun gets a little bit higher. Although we're not probably going to be seeing it based on what we've been seeing of cloud cover overhead, at least for now. And as we heard Ewan mentioning before, I mean, we're finally getting daylight, and look at that clock. 11 hours to try and get to the checkered flag. It has got to feel like it is just eons away from getting to the finish.
And one comparison, just to make one more comparison between the speed of our fastest class, the GT3s, and our lowest class, the M2s. The race leader in GT3 doing 8-minute 12s. Second place in M2 doing 9-minute 12s. So there's 60 seconds of difference somewhere out there around all of the corners, braking zones, straight lines. And I put to you, a lot of it is in the braking zones. Peak speed for GT3, 270 k's an hour. Peak speed for the M2s, 265 k's an hour. So the difference happens in the speed through the corners, the traction out of the corners, and how much later you can brake, carrying heaps more speed into all of these medium speed corners and taking 20, 30 k's an hour more of apex speed through.
Good news for both Matty Trogan and Talvar, our two leaders in this class, is that they've got about a minute over the number 25, Lasebach, currently in the Veloce Thrustmaster 25 machine. So they've got quite a bit of a buffer. That said, give you an idea of the distance of this track, that 1 minute is still going to be somewhere in the realm of about an eighth of the lap difference between themselves. As and that was our leader in GT4. No, excuse me, that's a 007 machine, Vasquez, very similarly painted car. Unfortunately getting a bit of a rude wake up here at sunrise.
Yeah, and the pit stop timer in the right hand side of the screen will tell you that happen, I'm going to guess, about 2 minutes 58 seconds ago, that they got some contact and then got sent to the Armco and sustained a lot more damage than they were hoping. Their teammates in the 009 still remain top of class. You can tell a lot of the grid and go cars because they're 00 something. 003 is leading the BMW M2. 007 and 009 are in GT4. 001's in Porsche 992. That might be it.
Yeah, I think that's all of them at this stage. So just been giving some love to the leader. Not sure if they want the cameras on them, if they're superstitious or not, but for Sammy Matty Trogan, this has so far been seemingly a relatively calm race. And you can see how these cars really have to deal with some very tall curbs as some sparks fly every once in a while, trying to straddle over the edges of that red and white down through Brunchen.
It's all of those bumps and big curbs, which is why the Nürburgring has a particular minimum ride height.
I mean, it's not surprising at all. It's, yeah, and the bumps themselves. I feel like the only place that you could compare this to, probably Sebring, with It's notorious bumps, and that's in a lot more consistently warm weather, that track. This one goes through a winter and into summer, so extreme differences between heat and cold. Definitely needs constant maintenance.
A few bits have been repaved, reprofiled as well in recent memory, particularly over Flugplatz at that part of the racetrack. There's a few others that have had their a bit of work. And then, of course, there's the very, very famous way that the carousel came to be, which was sort of a repaving and a reprofile of the drainage ditch and how the track used to go. And the driver's like, oh, I can just use that as a cheeky bit of banking and, rip my way around here.
Yeah, I believe it was Caracola. I can't remember if I'm saying his name right, but an Italian driver first started doing it, hence where it got its official name, but most people just know it as the carousel. And yeah, just discovered it was a lot quicker to try and dip those wheels in, and then, well, they just eventually paved it because everybody was doing it. So it became one of the most iconic corridors in all of road racing all around the world, and still requires pretty much single file for every single car that races there. You do not want to try and go side by side on your way in, or someone is going to wind up very upset as the 3 comes back onto the main straight once again.
I often use the term walk of shame for if you don't hook that groove, or if you have to let someone else take the inside, or if you carry too much speed and pop out of that groove.
I like that.
Sort of the walk of shame all the way around the outside there costs you a lot of time. Sometimes you will see slower class cars stay high and give the GT3 cars the inside through there, more so in the real race than in this iRacing event. I think the other class cars are far more inclined to hold their line here. But sometimes it's one of those, okay, well, you take the Joker lap and I'll stay out here, and we'll not need to cross paths with each other, and you can get by before this really twisty part of the lap that follows, where I don't want your headlights directly in my mirrors.
Yeah, there's that survival instinct in endurance racing to just try and hold on and keep the car in one piece, do all the things that you need to do to not risk it. Saw a little bit of the wipers going on for Trogan there for a brief moment. I'm sure there's plenty of marbles and gunk that gets kicked up on the windscreen throughout this race. Of course, you do have tear-offs even in the sim. Try and take care of that when you get to the pit stops. That should hopefully help out quite a bit. Still hovering at roughly 2.5 seconds between the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car on screen and the BMW M Team BS competition number 89 behind them. Quite the stalemate we're seeing, and kind of curious. I would think there would be a little bit more variance between them that we would see, some gain and loss throughout, but it's been hours that they've been stuck at this distance.
Might be feeling a little bit tactical, because I think they were further apart, and then Sami-Matti Trogan had a 8-minute 12 lap. They got a little bit close, and now they're both back into the middle of 8-minute 10. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. They've got a Honda Civic TCR here for your race leader. They're gonna work out.
Yeah, nicely done by the TCR to let them through. And that takes them down towards Flugplatz now, one of those areas you mentioned that got reprofiled at one point, and kind of for good reason. It is definitely a dangerous spot on an already very dangerous track.
There was a bit too much slug at the Platz.
This one, Cottonborn, very fast section leading up to Schrodenkreuz, which translates to the Swedish Cross. No opportunity to go side by side through here for our leader, and probably happy about that before he hits Ehrenberg, and then it's back downhill we go. One of the few places where you actually do have a gravel trap to the outside of the circuit.
Yep, there's one at Adnoa Forst up the hill as we go through the foxhole. Can't cut that curb as much as you used to be able to. And then up here, just a bit of gravel. If you go beyond there, really high curbs too.
as evidenced by the sparks coming off the bottom of that car. It is interesting how much they are willing to straddle them in these cars, because we've seen them obviously hitting them with the bottom, and you don't want to damage the car, but I guess they must have the ride heights good enough, like you said, on these cars, that it's not causing too many problems. And then, of course, some of that is just dirt that you're seeing kicked up. That isn't sparks. And don't go too wide through miss, hit, miss. Thankfully, he's able to get there, but was flirting with the edge of the track down through that right-hander.
Yeah, use the very rare miss line through there to go around the outside of some of the traffic. And like I said, way more grip for the GT3. You're putting a whole lot of faith in that other driver, that their wobbly, less downforce, narrower tires, actually heavier car is going to hold its line on the inside there. So, I mean, risky, but not wanting to give up too much time. Has given up about a second to the car in second place. Whoa, hello. Sunrise-ish, a little bit. Tiny bit of it, fractionally a little bit of it. That doesn't quite look right, I'll be honest with you. Rhineland-Palatinate gets just a little bit closer to the lead, and that's one of the reasons potentially Matty Trogan is still trying to go foot to the throttle through all this.
It's the new LED lighting on the hillside that Nürburgring has installed, so hopefully not too distracting for the drivers trying to make their way through the haze. Which, let's see, where are we on that weather right now? Let's see if the 98%. Hey, we went down 1% more on the haze. At least it's not hot out with that sort of humidity. Talvar dipping the wheels into the dirt through the moot curve. And obviously feeling like he's that little bit closer. I get the sense he's pushing, thinking now's his chance to try and make up some time.
Yeah, air temperature, track temperature, hardly moving. Sun beginning to rise. One thing to keep an eye out is the different cars that have headlights that come on and off. If the headlights switch off.
They don't look like they're doing much from this onboard right now, if they are on for Talvar. So I think he is okay. Just looks a little bit dark out there, but visible enough that I think he is able to see where he needs to go. Gap at about 1.5 seconds still. So hasn't been able to gain much, but he's still pushing like the dickens. Wheels into the grass at multiple spots around the lap here. I think he's got the bit between his teeth. Lap traffic also could play a part. It looks like it kind of started this situation. Will it cause another one as one of our TCR cars stays off to the left-hand side? Oh, that's a tricky spot coming up to Flansgarden. Thankfully, they both navigate it successfully. That may now have cost time. Yeah, it's up to 1.7 between Trogan and Talvar. So there's that ebb and flow that traffic can sometimes cause in mixed class racing.
Looking at the pace all through this GT3 field, your top two are still slowly, steadily pulling away from third in class. Veloce Thrustmaster with Lasse back, so that's about to become a 1 minute gap from the race leader to third place. Another car that was actually kind of matching the race leading pace is Falcon Sim Racing team with Damon Woods, but they are like a lap and a half down, so sort of 13 minutes behind the race lead. So a lot of pace to use at the moment, but not in contention for this race win. Also good lap time last time from Cesar Esports. David Toth 11 minutes behind the race lead. So as far as the cars that are sort of in it to win it at the moment, which I'm going to declare as anywhere within 2 minutes of the race lead, the pace at the moment belongs to Rhineland-Palatinate.
Good catch on that one. Well, and you know, that begs the question, if you were on one of these teams and you were within 2 minutes, would your approach still be, we could win this race? Or are you thinking this place bites hard enough that those ahead of you could still wind up in trouble and you could inherit a victory?
Well, not only this place bites hard enough, but Porsche Cup cars, GT4s, TCRs, BMW M2s bite hard enough as well. Still so much time for all the reasons you pointed out. And another thing, I hate talking about this too early, but looking at the 6-hour weather forecast, 79% chance of rain at 9 a.m., which is sort of 3.5 hours away. Now, any greater than 50-50 chance of rain between now and the checkered flag, you betcha anyone within 2 minutes of the race lead could win. Like, if you're halfway around a lap and it starts raining, you could lose 2 minutes completing that lap on slicks, while someone who was 2 minutes behind you goes and notices the rain, has more time to react, puts the correct tyre on at the correct time. This racetrack and rain always, in all situations, means absolutely anything could happen. It's not 100% chance on the forecast, by the way, and we'll keep an eye on it, but it rises as high as sort of 70%, 80%, and as we get closer, that number will either decrease or increase as we get more certainty.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. I've been wondering that this whole race, if we're going to get that, and it seems we might get some spiciness towards, frankly, the very close to the end of this race. So you cannot bank on anything, even at this stage.
Fraction of fuel save for Rainer Tulver as we rode on board. So often, again, with a massive lap, if you've got 6.8 laps of fuel in the tank, you want to extend that to 7 around here, because it's such a gigantic, discrete difference between doing 6 laps or doing 7 laps, or doing 7 laps or doing 8 laps. So I guess your natural self-preservation is often to sort of coast into a couple of these braking zones, roll the speed, and not drive too aggressively as your default setting. But I think Tulvar doing it a little bit intentionally and not too far away from hooking a slipstream off the race leader as well that could save him. I always want to sort of roll half throttle over the crest there at Flugplatz, and then also at Flansgarten, the big drop there. There's a couple of places, sometimes even over Schwedenkreuz. You go, let's just back it off to half throttle a tiny bit, roll the speed steadily over here.
Let's listen. Yeah, so I heard just a tiny little bit of a lift there from Rainer. So I think you might be onto something as I take a look at the still very dark helmet inside this BMW. Good sense of the speed, too. That's one of the things that I think maybe a lot of people don't appreciate as well. That a lot of modern tracks, when there's tons of runoff, there's no trees next to the car, everything is very far away, the sense of speed is lessened a bit. When you have everything right next to the vehicle, suddenly, I mean, if you watch this, you can see just how quickly we're going by things.
You get that sort of tunnel vision thing as well, where you stop and then you still see things in your peripheral vision moving.
That's true. It definitely requires a bit of a different technique, a different approach, maybe psychologically, for tracks like this. Make sure that you don't lose sight. There goes a little bit of lap traffic as we overtake yet another car. We're down to 1.1 seconds, so wonder if that traffic held up Sammy. And now Rainer has another chance to get a whiff of that slipstream like you mentioned.
Many, many beautiful, colourful lights on that steering wheel that you too can have if you buy the Fanatec BMW GT3 wheel while they're still in business.
Not touching that. But
so are half of the customers.
As wow, Steve Ledger apparently taking a pit stop over in the GT4s. So it's got some action happening strategically in that class. Abel Torres will overtake him. Kunzer, who is going to get back the lead as well in his Williams Sim Racing play seat, will inherit that temporarily. Damon Woods, it looks like, also pitting in. I think you'd find Damon Woods on a Damon Hill.
Yep.
Thanks, David.
But only on the sunny side.
Ah, there you go. The onboard carrying on here for Rainer Talver, who's been sitting in the second spot for some time. Now we get a glance forward at how much closer we are to Sammy Matty Trogan. We're starting to see a little bit of glare as well from the sun off the track at certain parts, making its way through the clouds.
The sunrise is coming. It's just that the hillsides have been a little too enthusiastic and pre-prepared for it, regrettably. But the sun is coming, as the Beatles famously sung.
Do. We'll see whether or not it helps them find some speed. And coming up here through the ice curve, are we right now? Yeah, it looks like heading up towards Flansgarden. Still giving chase, still at about that 1.1 second. So frustratingly close. This has got to be difficult inside the cockpit, David, to see your rival, know that you've gone closer, know that you're pushing so hard, but also knowing that you can't go that little bit farther over the edge or else it's race over, because clearly both of these drivers going at 10/10ths right now.
It's a bit closer to 9/10ths. They're definitely pushing 9/10ths through some of the traffic and the opportunities that we've seen. As a corner, you can take way too much risk at the Kleinis carousel, because when you carry a tiny bit too much speed, the banking sort of disappears as you go through the corner, and you can wash out. Often the best way is to stay tight to the exit the whole way through and maximize the banking rather than maximize the width of the road. Now's where you find a reference point, be it that wiper blade or something on your bonnet, and you line it up with the middle of the rear of the car in front to make sure you're following exactly the same wheel tracks, that if there's slipstream to be had, you're going to get it. Very often these BMW GT3s with their silly gear ratios don't get into sixth gear. So you can see we're at the top of fifth gear right now. There is a sixth gear. Are we going to get to use it with a tow or going downhill?
There it is.
Yes.
All right. And that's up to a good 162 miles an hour.
That is great news for the German man who mills the teeth on the cog for the sixth gear of the BMW transmission, because his work goes so underappreciated and underused, except here with a tow on the Nordschleife.
Franz works hard, man. It needs a little bit of love, but they'll get about, look like 2 seconds of it on this track, at least in that portion of it. Look how much he clatters the curbs coming through the Yokohama S there.
I mean, that's job satisfaction, isn't it? Knowing that you're not always needed, but when you are, you're absolutely critical. When 255 kilometers an hour isn't enough, when you need 260, who do they call? Whose work do they rely on? France.
Exactly. So we back up a little bit with a bit of a wider
France
shot.
Gear man.
I'd like to see fan art of Franz now. So some of the artists out there watching, let's give Franz his superhero outfit. But Mitchell de Jong also in pit lane. There's another familiar name here on iRacing, who's basically been almost a part of the furniture at this stage and has raced just about everything that you could ask for. He's down in those Cup cars, hopping into the 08 Coanda Esports car. Currently sitting second in class. Make that third now that Tasdelin has taken them over.
And France is a superhero because he's a sprocket man.
I like the way you think. Fantastic. You can always tell when we're calling an endurance race, the way some of the things that come out of our mouths on these ones. But Mitchell de Jong, who we still see the info on. Has he gotten out? Yes, he's left his pit stall, now getting ready to head out of pit exit. In the meantime, still back on board with Rainer.
Exiting the Hudson Buck. Pick up a bit of speed here, descending mainly downhill before it picks back up. So pick up speed and then heading uphill. It's like tires still on the ground, but it definitely gets a bit loosey, a bit ponderous and wandering around, like having caster wheels on a shopping trolley type situation heading over the crest there. So you're not only making too many sharp inputs at that time. You're sort of looking to get through that, land back on your four wheels, and then pitch into carrying a lot of straight line, a lot of speed over the double apex of the crest there to then carry it down the next part of the racetrack. That brings us to where we are now. Sunshine hitting the racetrack, track temperature not moving just yet because obviously it's a tiny sliver of that morning sun at a very oblique angle, but it might not be too long before we start talking about 22 degrees, 23 degrees Celsius track temperatures. Tyres will be right in their zone right now. Should be great for some really fast lap times. Rainer Telvar's just completed an 8:09.8. So everyone really quick in the GT3 field on the last couple of laps, and it'll be helping the other fields and other categories as well.
They call it happy hour with that extra visibility, but the track's still cool. You can often see some of the fastest laps of the race at this time. And drivers are going to want to try and take advantage of it, especially over their rivals if they feel like they can jump them maybe in the strategy. Although with this race, we're expecting most of these strategies to be relatively close to one another out there, unless you've had problems to kind of change things up. But down into Defense Valley once again, still at about 1.2, 1.1 seconds. Just behind Sammy Matty Trogan, unable to get close enough to attack on that GT3 leader. Now up through Exmula once again and towards Kesselchen, where he probably so desperately wants that slipstream we've been talking about to get those 0.3 closer, to start to feel it, get that extra pace that will help drag him in to the diffuser of the number 3 Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car.
Yeah, and the part of the lap that the driver makes the most difference for me, really, it's that part around the far side of the circuit, from the carousel to Schwalbenschwanz. So we're not too far away from that here. It takes a bit of driver to navigate Mut curve at speed there, but it's from about here that you've got no more long straights. It's corner into corner into corner over crest, making sure you exit one corner with your car in the right part of the racetrack to switch into the next, and linking all of them together as one continuous sequence to flow speed, maximize your speed, minimize your tire wear and your fuel consumption, and try to close in the driver in front. It's 1.3 seconds at the moment, and we'll see what Rainer Telvar has got. What he should have is a tiny bit more visibility than about an hour ago.
Certainly, and see if that gets him anything. It's up to 1.4 now. Now there is going to be just a tiny bit of ebb and flow between the cars on the distance, especially in this part of the track where there might be some differences in speed in some of the corners between the two drivers. Even though they're taking it right up to the edge, there is always going to be that minutia that makes the difference out there. Into Brunchen once again, past all the campers and the viewers before they flash back out of view. I actually got to go and watch there when I visited, although I got yelled at by a corner worker because apparently I got too close to the track to try to get photos.
Got GT4 pit stops happening, and a lot of them are including driver changes. So for Was Cooking Racing Adventures, who've been towards the front of that class, that might just drop back out of the lead as we continue to roll on. Fraser Williamson makes way for Tyler Havias. Augustin Canapino gets into TC Esports. Steenledger has stayed in the Grid and Go esports car and moves to continuing in the race lead, but it was Matteo Kunze, I think, has made way for Jaden Munoz in the Williams Sim Racing GT4. So we are starting to see 1 or 2 driver changes right there across GT4, as you've seen. So 3, 4, 5 of them all appear on the right of your screen, with pit stops taking place there.
Yep, correct on Munoz hopping into that car, but remember how long they were battling. We're watching Steenledger waiting behind Munoz, falling behind to about 2.5 seconds. So it's definitely dropping back for the time being. Needs to pick it up a little bit. We'll see if Canapino can make the difference there in the 01, former IndyCar driver. Going to do his best to see if he can do higher than just the last step on the podium as it sits right now. Starting to get that sunshine shining on the Bilstein Bridge as well, going over the Dodinger Hoa across Antonius Beach Kink, and then up into the back and forth of Tiergarten and Hohenrain, and back onto the main straight. And cars coming into pit lane. That's our 2 leaders following one another in for service.
Got to get your take on this. We've got Williams Gaming Club, the number 1 car. We've got TC Esports, the 01 car, and Grid and Go Esports, the 001 car. I know some people who really don't like leading zeros in motorsport numbers. If there's any driver changes here.
Not a fan. It definitely messes with you, and I'm sure it messes with a number of timing and scoring systems. But then
driver change. Telvar gets out, and then gets back in, and Vasilios Belitsiotis takes over the number 3. That's the change happening. Belitsiotis takes over from Sami Matty Trogan.
I have to say, though, the complaints about the leading zeros as they entered, it seems almost trivial, having worked dirt oval racing, and the combination of letters and numbers out there, and oftentimes the letters are the tiniest thing you could ask for on the cars themselves, especially when you're having to call the race in person and you're squinting to try and see which car is that I'm looking at out there. So yes, I don't like the leading zeros, but as far as issues with numbering of cars, I feel like it's a minor problem.
Lasse back pits from 3rd. He gets out. Cody Deeth gets in, just to give us an even stronger Australian quotient. Cody Deeth, Australian, nay better, Queenslander, and Williams Gaming Club number 1 coming from 4th in GT3. Sotomuto driving that car into the pit lane. Is he going to stay with the number 1? It should be a good time for the Japanese driver racing from Japan to stay with the car, considering his teammates are Iberia, UK, and New England. So it looks like Sotomuto's going to stay. 5th comes in Shera Esports, Luca Alpert, driving down the lane, hasn't hit his pit stall just yet. And Marla Racing Team from 6th, Daniel Alves Lorenzo driving in as well, and most of the GT3s have got to drive towards the pit exit end of the lane to find their pit stalls. It's qualifying order that sets the pit stalls for iRacing events. So the GT3s are mostly down the exit end.
And it's amazing too that after 13 and a half hours or 12 and a half hours, something like that, that we still have all these cars pitting on the same lap. We haven't had as many issues out there forcing them off strategy. They've all been running the same fuel strategy up to this point. Although they haven't been able to hold pace with one another on track, it's almost like clockwork. We see the leader come in. We know pretty much all the cars behind them are going to do likewise.
So not many driver changes there, really. Sotomuto stays in, Luca Alpert stays in, Daniel Alves Lorenzo stays in. Apex Racing Team 99 have stayed out on the track, so they're not pitting. They're actually going to be pretty close to Marla Racing Team, once it all gets back up to speed. Here stops from 992. That's a driver change there.
Yeah, so Davidson in the 38 with Varga hopping into the 26, which I'm going to guess is a Hungarian team based on the Hungarian flag looking car that they've got racing here today. But we come back to our leaders here at the front. Still have the headlights on. You were asking about that earlier, and it looks like they are still running, although that might be just standard headlights. Because
hard to tell on the BMW GT3. I reckon we saw the Porsche Cup cars, and they did not have their main headlights on.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, that seems like a better signifier there amongst them. So these two still stuck at loggerheads out there with 10 hours and 20 minutes left to go, and having just had a fresh pit stop, getting back out on track and picking up where they left off. So Cody Deeth in that third spot, not just Australian, but very young Australian. Very impressive what he's been able to do in his career. And taking that 25 into a top 3 here in this team race is definitely nothing to sniff at. Again, sim racing so great at creating this sort of democratized way to go racing. The young and the old can get out there and try to show what they can do. We do see a lot of young drivers that are very, very fast out there. Could be the future of racing. Many having used this as the springboard to get them into real racing. We see that more and more out on the real racetrack, where drivers make that transition when they get the opportunity. Oftentimes, mostly just coming down to funds, which is why this is such an equalizer. Going sim racing, David. Just you don't need a $100,000 budget to do a couple weekends of racing. You have your sim rig, which sometimes can literally just be a desk with the pedals underneath the desk and a rolling chair, and even just a single monitor, although it's a little harder. And you can get out there and see if you're quick.
Yeah, no doubt. Tiny dab of the brake pedal to try to stay in the groove through the carousel for the race leader Velicios Belletsiotis. His first lap back in the car. This is the outlap for first and second in GT3. Reina Telvar, he might not be fresh, but he should be accustomed, whereas Belletsiotis has got to get up to speed quickly. Gap between them remains 1.3 seconds. Collectively, they remain a minute clear of third place. Every 15 minutes, we get an updated weather forecast, and the 9 a.m. chance of rain has moved from 79% to 84%. So that makes it a sure thing.
Very sure thing. In fact, 9 a.m., 8:45 a.m. is all the way up to 74%, 8:30 up to 62%. So yeah, it's increasing on those percentages. It's looking more and more.
I'm excited to see how it hits a large track like this, because we know that it'll hit one part of the racetrack, one corner, 15 minutes before it'll hit the rest. That's sort of how it's going to work. The wind speed's only doing 13 to 15 kilometers an hour. The rain's not going to get blown in as part of a tropical cyclone at 100 kilometers an hour. Florida spec gale force winds with a tidal surge or something. It's going to be a band of rain, if it arrives, that moves across the track gently, and with the wind coming from the west-southwest, it ought to hit the GP track first.
Interesting. Which is the start of the lap. So if you get caught out with it there, you got to go a whole lap around. Now, granted, it should be dry, but unless it follows you around the circuit. But it's going to be difficult if you find yourself having to deal with wetness that early on and tiptoe your way around the track, which is the other thing that I'm very curious about. What's the crossover if, when we only get part of the track? wet, is it going to be quicker to stay on those slicks for a long time until much of it gets damp, or do you just have to bite the bullet, try to baby the tires around the dry track and use it to make up the time on the wet?
So with our eyes on GT3 at the moment, let's go class by class, Joe, and look at our sort of top 5. So you can see the first is the Williams sim racing car, Velicios Belletsiotis, top of GT3, on board with second place, Reina Talvar in BMW M Team BS competition. Veloce Thrustmaster in third with Cody Deeth, Williams Gaming Club Sotomuto in fourth, and Shera Esports Luca Alpert in fifth. We've had the pit window just finished for GT3, so that looks like a pretty true top 5 running order from GT3.
Yeah, down in the Porsche Cup cars, you've got GridandGo.com Esports with Gonzalo Tastelin currently leading the 001 machine. Mitchell de Jong has recently hopped into the 08 Coanda Esports car. He's running second, but he's about 40 seconds behind the Grid and Go car. Then Drago Racing, another close to 40 seconds behind them with Tronkowsko, in the number 169. Fourth place with Apex Racing Teams 199. Nikolai Peterson still in that machine, has been since earlier on in the race. And of course, you've got Mate Varga in the number 26, running fifth for the Porsche Cup cars.
In GT4, they've just worked their way through a series of pit stops. GridandGo.com Esports in the last 2 hours having moved into the lead of that class that they maintain at the moment. Steen Ledger in the 009. Jaden Munoz has only just gotten into the number 6 Williams Sim Racing Aston Martin that had been leading class and remains very close within touching distance of the race lead. Augustin Canapino has just gotten into TC Esports 01. They are third place and only looking about 13 seconds away from the race lead. So anything can happen, and it's Augustin's to make it happen in this stint. Was Cookin Racing Adventures, Tyler Herveus has gotten into the 969 in fourth, and Jesse Jones is driving the Draw Esports number 5. That car is still on the lead lap, but by all accounts about 3 or 4 minutes away from the lead.
Now, TCR is an interesting one because they're actually split up on track by many of our M2 class cars, but for our TCRs, it is Michael Polasek who is leading them right now. You have to jump down a bit to get to second place, James Cullens in the number 11 Delta Sport Sim Shop TCR car, running P2. Then third is the 12 of Scherer Esports. Chris Shorter has jumped into there and has been in, looks like since recently, I believe. Spin and Tow Motorsports, Zabak Stang in the number 18, running in fourth. And then down in fifth, it is Morten Agenson in the Fiercely Forward Gray number 97. What about our M2s?
Well, in that class, they're being led by the GridandGo.com Esports 003. Johan Royer has an about 30-second lead over Nürburgring Esports, who are just ahead of BS Competition in third. Elias Seppanen's just had a pit stop. So there is a couple of pit stops taking place across M2. The BS Competition car was a lot closer to second, and we're expecting Nürburgring Esports to have to pit soon. WSR Esports Black run fourth in class at the moment, with, I'm pretty sure, Simify Esports in fifth. Yeah, that is correct. And very similar race pace between TCR and the BMW M2 has them on track, interleaved at the moment, which is interesting to see.
Yeah, the close pace between the TCR and M2 classes has certainly been interesting to watch, but I haven't seen too many of them tangling up to this point. I'm sure that was maybe different at the very start.
I say race pace because the fastest lap of the race for a TCR is 9:05, and the fastest lap of the race for a BMW M2 is 9:09. So there should be about 4 or 5 seconds a lap pace difference but that's their fastest laps of the race, in traffic, with tyre wear, with fuel burn, with pit stop times. Across a whole stint, they're working out a lot closer because the TCR leader's last lap was a 9-minute 10, and the BMW M2 leader's last lap a 9-minute 12. So then in long stint, their lap time only 2 seconds apart, and I think the M2s are saving in pit stop time as well, as far as tyre change time, refueling time. They get that done a little bit quicker. So for trying to do 24 hours of racing, that M2 actually looks really good for how it manages the tyres and how quickly you can service it and turn it around.
See Vlad Kimichev in the GT3s. This is 8th position here, trying to chase on Godino and the Apex Racing number 99 car, separated by less than a second. So, nice little battle for the mid-pack. Or how would you feel about something like this at this stage, David? Because I've said earlier that, you know, having the track to yourself, really racing the track, that seems a little bit more desirable. But after a point, I'm sure the drivers need something to help them focus. Would you want a car ahead of you like that to try and race against, or would you rather just be on your lonesome at this stage?
Well, I think this is one of those tracks where you can stay really focused, or as the kids say, locked in, just, you know, attacking the track lap after lap. There's so much of it to keep you stimulated. It's sort of, you know, 8 minutes before you come around to doing the same braking zone again. There's 170 corners to navigate. What I would like is if, say, on your relative and on your timing, you could see a rival 30 seconds up the road from you, and then you keep focusing on getting your corners right, your lines right, not sliding the tires in this traction zone. You look down again and they're 29 seconds away, and you go, oh, that's good. And you kind of feel like you're time trialing against a rival. You keep trying to maximize things, but you're not in a situation like this where you're being distracted or impeded. This is very interesting.
Yeah, a lot of lap traffic here of multiple different classes. So we got, I think, 3 of the classes all coming together. This is helping out Kimichev something fierce. He is right on top of him, but not able to utilize the opportunity, it seems, at least for now. So he'll have to wait again a little bit later. Even still, once it gets to a long straight, no doubt he will find himself able to really use that slipstream as we head downhill on board with Vlad and the Draco racing machine.
Yeah, so 7th and 8th, an outlap for Maxence Godinho in the Mustang means he's just getting the tyres into temperature, just getting settled in the driver's seat. Vlad Kimichev, his 3rd lap of this stint so far. So that's part of the difference right here. Draco Racing pushing up towards Apex Racing Team as they look to settle into this run.
Yeah, probably not what Apex wants right now, having this car breathing down their neck. You're getting very close at times. Look at this, coming up into the braking of Bergwerks. Looks like it was almost striking distance, but Kimichev decided no, not this time. As the brake lights continue to glow in his face from that Mustang, the BMW sizes him up. This is one of those long straights, well, the long acceleration zones, I should say, that I was talking about earlier, and they've got more TCR cars just as he decides to pop out. This could get interesting in a moment, and he is just about clear in time.
And then diving down the inside of Mut curve as well, every slower class car would be well advised to get out of the way of Draco Racing in a braking zone.
So that did not work out well for Godinho, who definitely had to take a bit of a scary line through Mut curve, unfortunately, and that has already cost him almost a second and a half to Kimichev, who's making hay while the sun doesn't quite shine yet here on the Nürburgring. Getting close to 10 hours left to go. And while we do still have some headlights cutting through the mist, it's definitely into the daytime. It's just past 6 a.m. virtual standard time now.
Exciting every 15-minute weather updates. The chance of rain at 9 a.m. has gone from 79% to 84% to 87%. So every time we get an update, more and more certainty of rain around 8:30 to 9:30. Now it's 6:15 a.m. in the sim. I believe it says that on our live timing as well, if you're keeping up. So 2.5 to 3 hours away from a very significant chance of rain. Not a chance of significant rain, a significant chance of some rain.
Clear as mud. Those percentages continue.
The difference is a small chance of winning a lot of money versus a lot of chance of winning a small amount of money.
Exactly. No, I got what you meant. It's just saying it verbally is always maybe a little bit different for people. Anyways, back to the racing on the track as we watch one of the Cup cars get caught by a couple.
Race lead never been closer.
Oh yeah, you're right. That is Talvar, who has maybe used some of this traffic to his advantage, gets by in time before Fluke plots. Now, what kind of aggression are we going to see out of the 89 driver? Will he go on the attack for the 3 immediately, or is he going to try and just sit here?
Well, it's down to 0.2 of a second, absolutely underneath the rear wing of the race leader, Reina Talvar, to Vasilios Veletsiotis, a name I've said many, many times and just decided to stumble over at the important moment. I think this looks best placed to save the most fuel for Talvar. They are on their 3rd lap of the stint. If you sit here all of the next stint, pick the same lap as the other guy, you'll have a 2 or 3 second shorter stop and you might be able to jump in versus the risk of going BMW GT3 versus BMW GT3, hitting your friend and teammate. I reckon if you think they're still quick and the traffic is what's cost them, you sit this close for the whole next 5 laps.
I agree. I think you're on to something on that one. Just think about the big picture. Don't try and throw this away at this stage. With so much race left, maybe use them to help yourself out, save some fuel behind them. Also, pay attention too, because this is, like you said, this is the closest he's been, and I'm sure there's little things he can find out about weaknesses and strengths of Vasilios that he couldn't notice from a little bit farther away. That might help them down the line, knowing where and how to attack if they think they've got the opportunity. Down through Defense Valley once again, and I see a little bit more traffic in front once more. This time it looks like a Honda.
Yes, so it'll be from the TCR class. What does my track map tell me?
It's the 18, it looks like.
Yeah, Spin and Tow Motorsport, that checks out.
So they're honestly might be caught. Yeah, they're caught in a pretty good spot. Easy to allow both of our BMWs through, and they are able to carry on their battle. Although that does look like it helped out the 3 car a little bit more. Talvar now back to about 0.6 of a second behind.
Joe, would you like some more fun GT4 facts?
Sure. Go for it.
In the M4 GT4, it's very, very closely related to the road car. Just as in the road car, the inline 6-cylinder is slightly canted over for reasons of clearance. In the GT3, where it has dry sump lubrication and they can mount it wherever they damn well please, it's mounted lower and further back, directly upright.
I see. So, the unfortunate thing for me is that I was never very good at the science of all the engine and the engineering that goes into it. So, I mostly just take your word for it that that's a good thing.
Stick your head in any time they've got the bonnet, or hood, as you would say, off a BMW GT3 or GT4 and take a peep at the packaging. GT4 cars look very much like road car engine bays. GT3 cars look like moonlanders.
Yeah, it's crazy how quickly it jumps up between the two classes. the seriousness that it's taken by the manufacturers as well, that put a lot into the development of these cars. Hence why we've got such a very popular racing class the world round, and obviously represented well here today with, looks like, yes, 12 cars still racing in this GT3 class here in the sim. In the meantime, I do believe that David is going to have a different friend with him, because Ewan O'Leary going to get ready to join us, take over for me, and take you for the next couple hours of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So welcome in, Ewan, and hopefully you get as much interesting action as David and I had.
Thanks very much, Joe. It's good to be back again for another few hours, as you say, with David. We'll take you from 10 hours to go, where we are now, to just 7 to go in this race as we wind down towards the completion of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours in 2025. I guess some of the big headlines from the 2 hours that I was away for is obviously Apex Racing Team dropping away. They're now 3.5 minutes off of the lead. We just seen Vlad Kimichev get past Maxit Godinho, and also in the BMW M2 class, where Grid and Go are now leading by over 2 minutes after the demise of Maniti Racing. So, yeah, it's, I guess, 2 big changes there, but still the same close battles in GT3, maybe less so in the Porsche Cup class, with, but although that is still pretty close. At GT4, which is arguably even closer, and TCR still the same. Big gaps, minutes between those contenders than what we had before. If I could just continue the discussion you were having before, though, David, is there any mechanical disadvantage to an engine that's not quite upright?
No, it's just mechanical advantage, because it slightly lowers the center of gravity and it lets you have a lower, more aerodynamic bonnet. Famously, one of the most famous inline engines that was canted over was the BMW 300 SL Gullwing, which had a mechanically fuel-injected 3-litre straight 6 that was 25 or 30 degrees leant over, that gave that Gullwing race car its very, very aerodynamic shape.
Maybe, I don't know, less easy to work on? Is it? I don't know. I'm just trying to think of any disadvantages.
The disadvantages is it looks silly and a little wonky, but all of the advantages to it are the reason that many great manufacturers have done it. It's a purely upright inline 6-cylinder in the greatest car and greatest engine ever made, though, the Ford Falcon and the Ford Barra turbo 6-cylinder. Straight up and down as God intended.
I was going to mention the slight visual drawbacks that are obvious, but you beat me to it. So there we go. No, it's what the BMW M4s that are using up front here, perfectly upright. As you say, you can move the engine around where you want to. Williams Sim Racing and BS Competition, who are fighting it out for this race win. Times are just slowing down slightly now, lap times that is, because of the track temperature, I guess, or the time in the morning that it is. So the last time round was an 8:12 for Belaziotis, 11:5 from Rhineland-Palatinate. Last time I was here, an 8:09 was the norm. So this is very much a reduction in the race time, in the lap time. Sorry, but this is still a super close race between BS Competition and Williams Sim Racing. Williams not able to quite break the slipstream for good, like they tried to do during my last stint here. They made a pit stop with about 13 hours 20 remaining, so that's over 3 hours ago now, nearly 3.5 hours ago now, and they tried to break the slipstream for good, and ever since that point, 3.5 hours ago, they've just been pegged back again, and now BS Competition, this time Rainer Taubal driving, they're now back on turns and straight back in the slipstream again.
Yeah, been a bit of back and forth this stint. And collectively pulling even further away from Veloce Thrustmaster in third. That lead's just gone out to past 1 minute. They're sort of hovering around 57 seconds, 58 seconds. And then the pace of Belaziotis and Talvar. And then I think Deeth catching a tiny bit of the traffic that influenced this lead battle, the lap previously, has given these two BMWs a more than minute lead in GT3, but it's still close and tense between the two of them for the lead of their class. Every 15 minutes, do you know what I look at? The weather. So we're 2 minutes away from another update in the weather, and we're up to, as I said, 87% chance of rain. Going to get another update soon.
We'll try and keep an eye on that. Thanks very much for keeping an eye on it. It's going to be a big factor, and might even be during our stint here that it starts to become a factor. I was told last night that the chance was just 25% in still 3 hours' time, or just about less than 3 hours' time. That certainly has changed. This is the battle for second in the Porsche Cup class. Simona Maria Marcheno and Manuel Troncoso. Marcheno is just out of the pit lane after 1 minute and 6 in the lane. They're now 45 seconds off Commander Esports, who are leading the way. But over the course of the last 2-3 hours, Gringo have been catching Drigo Racing, who won second place back just after midnight here in the UK, so just after 2 a.m. in Sim and 1 in Central Europe in the morning. And ever since then, they've been losing time to Gringo, who finally, on their alternate strategy, are up into second.
And this is definitely still main headlights on territory for these 992 cars as well, I'm just noticing. Got that Samala GT3 just in behind them for the moment. Soon the track will straighten out, but the GT3 cars don't have the horsepower to easily do it. It's big braking zones where a GT3 car can easily get past and clear one of these Cup cars. So this will be tough, at least on the way towards Arlberg. And you know you're looking at a battle second and third. There's not quite a BMW whip there. To the inside there might be.
Ow. Flugplatz, they just squeezed through. The difference between those classes these days, as you say, so minute in some places. And the Marla Racing team there had to be aggressive, he felt anyway. Daniel Alves Lorenzo, he's trying to catch Luca Alpert for a top 5 finish at the moment. And that was hairy up the top of the hill there. Now inside Arenberg, that's quite late, but he's got that done. And I guess he's rightly predicted that Marcheno would give him a little bit more slack there, because he had a slightly extended gap with Troncoso being knocked back a couple of months ago as well. That was 2 pretty sketchy moments, but an indication of just how difficult it is to lap those Porsche Cup cars. And don't forget, the Marla Racing team only lapping those 2 for the second time today.
Yeah, so I just spoke about the difference in pace between TCR and BMW M2. Also similarly between GT3 and Cup. The Cup cars actually have some pretty quick pit stops sometimes, and they often have slightly longer fuel range as well. So all of that combines to make it actually quite rarely that your GT3 leaders catch and lap the Cup cars, even if they are 5 or 6. No, that's more like 10 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, unless you're Mitchell de Jong, I suppose, in which case about 8 seconds. But he's a bit that last lap time from him's a bit of a freak accident, I would say. 8:20.3 is miles quicker than anybody else. I don't know how he's managed it though. 1.9.
I put to you that the second and third fastest cars are battling each other.
Well, that's true. That is true. The next closest time was, as you say, not set by either of these two. Nikolai Pedersen, who's 4th on his own, notably. 1.8 seconds slower still, though, than Mitchell de Jong. So, this probably is playing a role right now. Marcheno and Troncoso tripping over each other. They've just got to start to work together here. You've got to decide at this stage in the race. Nearly 10 hours to go. You can catch a 3/4 of a minute lead here, but they need to work together to do it. I mean, as soon as Marcheno came out the pit lane, the gap was 44.5 seconds or so. It's already out to over 47. They've got to work together a bit better to try and catch up to Mitchell de Jong, if that is indeed what they're aiming to do here.
So it looks like it would have been a completely full service pit stop last time for Grid and Go Esports. So full tank, full tyres. Is this a bump draft from Troncoso?
Yeah. Looks like it. Oh dear, that camera angle always makes it look like they're about to smack the wall before they even turn in for the muck curve, but they obviously don't. And then through the amazingly high-speed left-hander at the top of the hill there. Yeah, looked like bump drafting from Troncoso. We'll see whether that continues on the back straight, because we always know what a sketchy point in the circuit that is to go through anyway. But doing the right thing there, you would say, on that long run up the hill.
Marcheno dipping in late to the banking at the carousel, using the most of it to then slingshot up the hill towards the highest points on the racetrack last. I'll repeat my fact for about an hour and a half ago. The Nürburgring does have more elevation change top to bottom than Mount Panorama, but Mount Panorama's got more than Spa-Francorchamps.
Yes, maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. But I know, what is it at Bathurst? I know it's over 100 metres at Spa.
I did look into it at one point, and Bathurst is about 10 metres more.
Right. Yeah. I think Spa's almost exactly 100 actually, so somewhere around 110.
You just got to Google how tall is Mount Panorama. You go from the bottom of it to the top.
I guess it's true. I know that actually it's surprising that, you know, when you think of compare it to the mountains of the world, you might be a bit disappointed by the elevation, but it's the way the corners come. It's the steepness of the inclines here and there. Is what makes it so special, rather than the feeling that you're very high up off the ground, which is not really the case.
Back at this GT3 lead, they're on the Grand Prix circuit and just about locked together. I was about to say, they're kicking that gravel up, and then as it gets airborne, it catches the rays of the morning sun. So beautiful and gorgeous. Relative humidity is back at 99%. Wind blowing about the same as it always has. No movement to the track temperature yet. This is starting to look like a very beautiful morning.
Yeah, so how do you explain that the times are about 2 seconds slower than 2 hours ago, when the darkness was still very much about? And generally what you see when the sun starts to come up, or the light at least starts to get here, you know, as you say, track temperature hasn't increased yet, but times haven't got any better at all. We've not seen anywhere near sort of best lap times at this stage. We were seeing them just before the sun came up, actually, last time I was here. So I'm not sure I've really got an explanation as to why that might be.
My experience has been the racetrack gets faster as more rubber goes down on it, until a certain point where it then, you know, it's too much. The track's worn in. The track becomes a bit more slippery again. You've got a lot of drivers driving right now that have been still in the cars driving overnight. We've had a tiny bit more field spread. There's less need to really push flat out for a lot of cars, trying to find that last 1 second. So I don't know, maybe we'll see a couple of really quick laps come in around pit stop phase. Like Simone Maria Marcheno is just starting the first flying lap since he put a new set of tyres on. He's got reason to want to hustle. Manuel Troncoso's got reason to hustle him. So maybe we're 8 minutes and 16 seconds away from seeing the lap record smashed in the Porsche Cup class.
Maybe. Having said that, in Sector 2 and Sector 3, that last lap he wasn't any quicker than even Mitchell de Jong, who did an 8:19, by the way. 8:19.2. That's, by the way, 2.6 seconds slower than his car's best of the race so far, but it's significantly quicker than anybody else in his class, that's for sure. A very, very speedy Coanda Esports car out there at the moment, number 08. That is very, very quick indeed. There is Grid and Go and Drygo Racing. Simone Maria Marcheno and Manuel Troncoso. Based on what we were seeing before, I think these two definitely are working together. We didn't see them on the back straight, but I would hazard a guess that they were bump drafting with one another.
Yeah, Troncoso's lap time was an 8:24, and that wasn't an outlap or anything. So their combined pace, not revolutionary. See if Marcheno gets away from him a little bit, say through the Hudson Buck or any of the twistier bits of the lap here.
And I know he's on new tyres, but you know, he has got a little bit more fuel on board, so I think these guys might be quite well matched in the end. I just don't think they're anywhere near as quick as Mitchell de Jong at the moment, and in fact Nikolai Pedersen catching these two is actually maybe the more likely outcome. 22.5 from Pedersen, which is 2 seconds quicker than Troncoso. As you said, we haven't got a time on Marciano yet, and we will do in about 6 or 7 minutes time now. But yeah, this is not very encouraging, particularly for those other teams looking to catch Co-Andretti Sports. The encouraging thing for them is that this doesn't tend to happen. This doesn't tend to happen to the gap unless Mitchell de Jong's driving, which of course he can't do all of the last 9 hours 46.
Yeah, just looking into this. So 4 people registered, but 3 have driven the 08. Mitchell de Jong, 38 laps completed. Tristan Iglesias, 48 laps completed. Michael Janney, 16 laps completed. Mac Backham is registered to the car, but hasn't driven, and perhaps doesn't need to. He might be one of the registered crew chiefs or spotters. Sometimes it works out like that. Keep an eye across that. One of the things I did want to point out is the combination of different driver lineups. So there are a lot of 3 driver cars. There are a couple of 4 and 5 driver cars, but there are just a few cars that only 2 drivers are in. One of them is TC Esports, Augustin Canapino and Abel Torres. Just 2 drivers for that car, that GT4, which is 3rd in class at the minute. Just 2 drivers are driven for Setsi Esports 26 in this 992 class. That's Varga and Daniel Ole. And Bike 500 Black from the TCR class, just Ayrton Reutemann and Mateo De Feo have driven. Although Ramiro S. Rodriguez is connected to the car and maybe could drive, but hasn't yet. No, I think he's just an attached crew chief.
Okay. Are you surprised with the amount that have gone for two drivers in that case? Because I was only aware.
I think I'm highlighting it because I'm incredibly surprised by it.
Yeah. I only knew of TC Esports because we chatted to Xavi Guerra about midnight last night, just as the darkness was really rolling in, maybe a bit earlier than that, but he was telling us about their team, that it was only going to be Abel Torres and Augustin Canapino. Canapino is the driver currently, by the way, currently in 3rd and only 14.5 seconds off the race lead in GT4, but yeah, that is a lot of teams to have had just 2 drivers for such a difficult race. This is one of those 24-hour races, by the way, and there are plenty of them in the world, and indeed in the iRacing special events as well. Never been won by just 2 drivers. It's so difficult to do this race with just 2.
Yeah, the flip side is a couple of the teams that have had 5 drivers through. So currently it's either 2nd or 3rd at flip-flops based on the pit strategy. 3rd in BMW M2's Nürburgring Esports Vipperman, that's had Kevin Krosny, Gregor Kinski, Sasha Engelhardt, Daniel Wolf and Joel Kleinknecht.
Nice.
This team and driver lineup brought to you by Inhouse.
Less concerned about drive time for them, I would imagine. Although
at the moment, the legal minimum required drive time for a 5-driver team is 8 laps.
Is it? Is that going to go up as the race goes?
I think that'll go up through the race as more are completed, but that's what it's at. No, that's the predicted. Yeah, it's 5 at the moment, but the predicted is 8.
Wow. That's well, it depends on which class you're in. It's effectively a stint. That's the end of that. So a couple to be sure, maybe, and you'll be on your way to the minimum drive time very, very quickly indeed. And that's going to become a factor towards the end. At this stage in the race, you want to have had that cleared from all of you drivers who are actually going to drive here. In my opinion, you want to get all that sort of admin stuff almost sorted, and then focus actually on who's put the fastest driver, who's freshest, and who's the best to put in the car at any one given time to go towards the end of the race.
Big traffic for Marciano. Has not been easy for him trying to get past that BMW GT4.
That's where, I don't know if you were watching earlier, that's where Oscar Pye crashed from the lead in the Porsche Cup class, by the way. Passing a GT4 BMW. It might have even been that one, although I couldn't see because it was dark, but it was certainly one of them. And it's weird to see history repeating itself there.
Marciano had to exercise a lot of patience with the single line over the little jump there and towards the Stefan Belloff S before Schwalbenschwanz, Kleines Carousel and Galgenkopf. Now onto the Dottinger underneath the gantry, heading towards the bridge. This is where the straight line speed of these cars is absolutely phenomenal. Manuel Troncoso is in the slipstream and in position to look to push as well. He's doing 270 kilometers an hour following the wheel tracks and the slipstream of Marciano. They lock together at 270 k's an hour heading towards the Bill Stein Bridge.
Oh, hello. This gets a bit wiggly, just bump drafting one another down the straight there under the bridge and in towards the Tiergarten chicane. Again, Troncoso doing all he can to help Marciano, but in sector 1 on this lap, they lost 7 tenths of a second. Marciano lost 7 tenths anyway. Another 8 tenths lost to Mitchell de Jong in the middle sector. This is going to be another 2-second loss at least, I think, for the two of them, unless they've really brought it back with that straight line speed towards the end. There you go. Well, 3.2 seconds lost that time round. Mitchell de Jong did an 8:18.6, and he is by far and away the fastest driver on the circuit right now.
Yeah, phenomenally. The one thing, though, that you're looking at as an advantage for Marciano is that he pitted just 2 laps ago. De Jong pitted 6 laps ago, probably coming for a pit stop pretty soon. If you can, extend this to cut 1 pit stop between now and the end, could be Marciano and Grid and Go ahead of Coanda, and maybe Drago Racing are thinking something similar because their fuel strategy sits in between Grid and Go, carrying lots of fuel right now, and Coanda Esports running very light right now. Cese Esports 90 pit from GT3. That was not one of the teams we called out for only having 2 drivers. They have a couple more in the number 90 car.
Barges Pala is going to be the driver to take that one out again. One of those 3 GT3s who are 1 lap down in this race. We've got Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, as well as that number 90, as we saw, and number 44 as well, Falcon Sim Racing team. They've really maintained that 1 lap down ever since they had a very early incident, unfortunately, for the Falcon team. A shame to see their race put back so early on, but I guess they got a lot of time to recover from it as well at the same time. So they're running in 12th position. Luca Wunsch, the current driver. But by the way, at the front of the field, it is still nose to tail between Palaziotis and Tauvar. They're actually in the middle of, just coming out the other end of quite a lot of traffic, actually. The last few laps has been very thick traffic for the 2 leaders, but it looks like they've stayed together throughout it.
Track looks gorgeous right now, starting to see a little bit more of that morning sun and illuminating the sort of high humidity, low cloud sitting around the track in a couple of places, mist in between the trees of the forest. It makes me want to fire up a barbecue, crack some eggs, throw some sausages on, get some bread rolls, bit of sauce, bacon.
Looks like the kind of time in the morning to me to realise you've left it way too long to go to bed here at the Nürburgring 24 hours, to be honest.
Which means it's the perfect time to do what I just suggested. Cook all exactly the same things, but just open 1 more beer.
Oh dear. And then sleep through the end of the race as you eventually crash out. But yeah, it's that time in the morning. Look at these two. They are still unbelievably close together, perhaps closer than ever here. Rainer Tauvar is trailing Palaziotis by mere inches at the moment. remarkable race between these two teams. They're now over a minute, by the way, ahead of Veloce Thrustmaster. See, that gap's opened up with the Apex Racing team no longer in it, but it's also opened out to Veloce Thrustmaster, who were as low as, or as close as 40 seconds behind about 4 hours ago. They have now lost about 25 seconds since then, and it's turning more and more into a two-horse race, although at times some of the others inside the top 5, other than these two, show signs that they might just about have time to catch up just yet.
And the point I've made is, with this track, 170 turns, all the multi-class traffic, you can never say never, because you do got to keep your car on the road for the remaining 9 hours, and also the chance of rain at 9 a.m. has increased again. So I was saying that 2 minutes is my sort of margin. If you're within 2 minutes of your class leader, you are still, a greater than, 0% chance of winning this one, with lots of incredibly unpredictable high stakes racing with jeopardy and rain to come. The 9 a.m. rain chance actually dropped down to 75%. Now it's come back up to 81%, remains over 80%, and there's a greater than 50% chance of rain from 8:45 a.m. all the way to 10:45 a.m. So surely, if there's a 4-hour window and at every 15 minutes there's a greater than 50% chance of rain, somewhere, somehow, is going to inject itself into the latter part of this race. It's not preset or preordained. It is randomized and forecast.
Yeah. It is looking more and more likely, though, because the consensus was at the beginning and throughout the whole of this week, actually, that it wasn't going to rain at any stage. And as you mentioned, you said earlier it's not going to look like too heavy rain, but that might not matter particularly. It's going to make it very difficult. I must admit to have not having actually seen wet weather on the Nordschleife properly in one of these situations. I guess, it's never happened in the Hours Nürburgring 24 hours, so to a degree, nobody's ever seen this situation before, so long into an endurance race to throw rain into the mix. But
I was going to say, a track this rubbered in, a track 15 hours rubbered in as well is something very unique.
In any situation, have you seen rain on the Nordschleife yet in iRacing?
Not that I can recall, to be honest with you.
No. I was going to say, I've not got much experience watching it, certainly non-driving it in the wet weather in any car, any format, any race, anywhere. So this is me stepping into the unknown, certainly.
Irgendwann, as they say.
I don't know what that means.
That's okay. There'll be like 2 people watching who are like, wow, what a deep cut. You know more than 99 lift balloons, David.
5:45 in the morning in Germany, so people will be starting to wake up and realising or understanding what you said there, even if I don't. So there we go. But yes, it is very much the time for people to be just drifting back towards the race now and waking up if you've got an early start on Sunday morning. Still got a very long way to go in this race. We had a slightly delayed start, so still 9.5 hours to go here at this stage, whereas normally we'd have about 9 at this stage in the race. But this is looking more and more like it will be a weather-affected race, and a weather-affected battle between these two as well. But you mentioned the situation that we've got here, and realistically, this hasn't happened at all in 24-hour iRacing races just yet, certainly not special events. In terms of the rain coming in when the track is this rubbered in as well, I just wondered what you thought the impacts of that could be compared to the rain that we saw at Daytona earlier this year and the rain last year at Spa as well, and rain at Sebring last year. Different types of rain we've had in long iRacing special events before that have come quite near to the start of the race.
Well, the more rubbered in the conventional racing line is, the further off it you want to move to try to find grip on a wet track. But the challenge of this place is there's so few places where you can, stay off the racing line through the corners. It's relatively narrow, it's very one line through a lot of places. So you're going to presumably, with not too much rain at all, get some very slippery racing lines. Now there's other places where you can, try to take a grippier line. Arenberg, you can go round the outside of a long corner like this, and the angle of the carousels should drain the water pretty well. Then there's some places here where if water pools up against the curbs heading down into the foxhole here, it's going to be tough to avoid.
The nature of these corners doesn't really lend itself to try to drive off the line. For the reasons you mentioned, it's, likened it to a rally stage earlier on. Maybe that's a bit over-egging it, but it's certainly a similar sort of feeling. Very difficult to stay off the line, so just pass a GT4 there, by the way.
Your Vipperman if you want.
Sorry?
Well, when we get to Vipperman, I can give you my pace notes.
Okay. It's, you need them down that section of the circuit, that's for sure.
The sun is trying so hard to work its way through the clouds. Officially, it is mostly cloudy. It's still a 97% relative humidity. You can see the moisture rising up out of the forests. But it's not really having any effect on the track temperature yet. And then it will move from mostly cloudy to overcast in the next hour, and we'll probably see even less of that sun. And then, God willing, we'll move back past 100% relative humidity at about 9 o'clock.
Very high. Last lap, wow. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong column there. Last lap times for Grid and Go and Drago Racing into the 8:20s. Improving their own speed, but so's Mitchell de Jong, 8:18 from him, 8:18.7. I think, if I'm not mistaken, to be de Jong's in lap.
Yeah. Get out of my head, just so smart.
So, that was a complete guess, by the way. I'm presuming you know that more definitively than me.
No, I think I was making exactly the same guess at exactly the same time of pretty similar information. Nothing to guarantee it, but it would be the end of the 8th lap for de Jong right now.
Good afternoon to everyone drifting back to the race. I mentioned a lot of people waking up across Europe at the moment, and will be over the next few hours. We'll try and keep you updated on what's happened over the course of the night. Mason asking what happened to number 99 Apex Racing Team. A couple of incidents in the last couple of hours has set them back. What time in the race was it? I'll try and get an accurate timestamp for you. About 11 hours to go-ish in the race. So just about 90 minutes ago, they dropped back. The pit stop was about 3 minutes from memory, something like that. And that has dropped them back to, maybe a bit less than that, actually. They're now 3 minutes 40 off of the lead on a slightly different strategy compared to all the others, down in 7th position. Alex Gall and Maxence Godinho have generally been losing a little bit of time when they've been in the car, unfortunately, and we're dropping away anyway. But that incident for them and that minutes-long pit stop certainly put them back, and now after, it's only because of Vlad Kimichev's pit stop, actually, that they're in 7th place. Normally, they go back to 8th position.
From his onboard, Troncoso is saving so much fuel on the long straights here. The minute you get up into 6th gear, he's just hauling in on the rear wing of Simone Maria Marcheno, and then just cracking it to 3/4 throttle, saving lots of fuel. So either this helps extend this stint for Troncoso, or he'll pit the same lap, but rather than having 2 litres left in the tank, have sort of 5 litres left in the tank and get just a slightly shorter fill to brim the car. So Marcheno giving his best pace, Troncoso following him and gaining some advantage from it. Troncoso, though, on the 7th lap of his stint right now, so we expect would either pit at the end of the 8th or the 9th, so to finish this lap and one more is most likely, particularly if we're going to see Mitchell de Jong come in half a lap's time at the end of his 8th. You see through these sections of corners, anytime there's a couple of corners linked together, Simone Maria Marcheno is hustling it. He gets a couple of car lengths on Troncoso, and then you get to a full throttle section like we're about to have heading up the hill and through Kesselchen. And Troncoso gets all of that sweet slipstream, straight line speed, and gets right back to the rear bumper. Straight line's a good place to look to pass a TCR Audi as well. Still gets a little close, a little hairy, a bit sketchy.
Especially sat over this side of the car as we are on an onboard, it looks a lot closer than maybe it actually was, but that looked mightily close. Troncoso now drifts up to the back of Marciano. Notice he just breathes off the throttle there a little bit before giving him a small bump. If he'd have driven into him at full speed there, he might well have completely run him over. And so just had to reduce the speed there before contact, but showing again signs that he doesn't want to overtake here. He wants to help Marciano as much as possible, but even the cooperation right now is not helping us. By the way, the two overall leaders come into the pit lane, if I can get my words out, with 9 hours 26 still to go.
Yeah, let's see if Telvar jumps here as well, because Telvar spent almost this whole stint right in behind Baleziotis, presumably saving fuel. Like I just explained, might have to put 1 or 2 litres less in, might get the jump. So we're getting towards Wipperman, Ewan. We head up towards Hohe Acht, and there's so many blind corners in here. So it's sort of 4 right, late apex, into sort of 5 right, stay right, 4 left, stay tight on exit, 5 right, cut, and then 4 right tightens, late apex, track jumps in on the exit, heading down here, double apex, so it's sort of 5 left into 4 left, stay left for 4 right. That's sort of the way I think about this.
I'll say you have these corners out much more like open, more 5s and 4s than I would have at 4s and 3s. But anyway, just being picky.
True, fair enough. And driver change for the 89. So Kvernbach gets into the race leading car and pulls out with a fractionally 1 second quicker stop than Baleziotis, and jumps into the race lead for the moment as they are on the GP circuit.
I think, as you predicted, the fuel save was definitely ongoing there, and that's how he was able to do 37.5 in the box rather than Baleziotis 38.7. But I can't see how this next stint is going to be anything other than just the same roles reversed, because he's not broken the slipstream, Kvernbach. He has just taken the lead, yes, but he's not broken the slipstream here, and so surely he'll just be towing Baleziotis around for nearly an hour, and then the same thing in reverse will happen with Williams Sim Racing getting a shorter pit stopping themselves, getting back into the lead here in GT3 in nearly an hour.
Mitchell de Jong on the lane from the lead of the second fastest class, the Porsche Cup cars. The GT4 race leader is in, and I think a driver change is taking place there with Beckham Jasir taking over the number 6. Augustin Canapino stays in TC Esports. Tal Herveus is looking like he's staying in Was Cooking Racing Adventures. So, yeah, leaders from all sorts of classes suddenly lining up. We've just had a stop. The GT3 leaders, we've just had a swap for second in the Cup class. Interesting.
Oh, Troncoso gets past Marciano. Is that because he's coming in this lap as well? And he just wants the extra car then? Oh, this is awkward, very awkward. Well, let's hope he's not going in. He'll be stuck on the left-hand side there, as the Grid and Go BMW there was just stuck on the right-hand side. Is Marciano going to respond now down towards turn number 1? Have they given up the working together, or is that just a one-time pass for Manuel Troncoso? No, he is going to keep the place down the hill. More traffic where they really didn't want it, down into the first corner as well here. It's not going to slow them down loads, but Troncoso does get through and now gets the lead after Mitchell de Jong's pit stop, put him 10 seconds further behind these two. I thought for a moment Baleziotis was going to go for that. He was looking, but no, not into Swedencourt, it's not into Arenberg. PS Competition consolidate the lead, and I wonder whether that is going to be the case for the next 7 laps.
So up the front of the 992 Cup class, losing me.
We have Suhi.
Okay. Yeah, so coming off that point, maybe we'll see what pace Troncoso can do right now with Simone Maria Marcheno in the saving position, looking at a replay here.
Oh. Number 500 again into the barriers. That is not the first time today, I've got to say. Matteo Defoe, the latest driver to find himself in the barriers in the TCR class. That was a car that was running, by the way, in contention for one of the lower podium places earlier on. Certainly a top 5. Oh dear, as they squeeze past that M2 there. Unfortunately, that is not going to be lasting too much longer for Matteo Defoe, who's going to have another minutes-long repair. He's nearly 5 minutes into a repair there.
It's always a problem once you've got the tail that far out on TCR cars, because you need the throttle to bring the nose back around, but you're that deep into a braking zone, you can't actually hit the throttle without then, ensuring that you'll be carrying too much speed and you'll just hit a different wall somewhere else going faster.
Yes. The floor it in front wheel drive doesn't always get you out of everything. That's for sure. So then, going back out of Bergwerk, and Pelaziotis is close in again. Now, is he going to go for the risky overtake, or is he going to go for the fuel save game? Again, up here it's more risky, so we can't tell a whole lot about what the next 7 laps are going to look like from this exchange, but we could tell just a little bit. Yeah, it's not going to be a move here. It's just too risky to do it. I wonder at what stage in the race everyone will deem it to be socially acceptable to do that, but not yet anyway.
If you're playing team games, I reckon you sort of wait until the dotting a herd to swap this one if you're going to. I'm not sure that they need to, or that they will, or that the drivers are after that. Maybe it's, a whole stint this time. It's the 89 and Felix Fernbach's job to lead the group. But if you were going to, on the dotting a herd is where I'd ask my Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton to swap.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's the best place to do it. You see a little bit of that actually quite early on in the race, or not even that early to be honest, fairly recently as far as the hours are concerned. We are, of course, just homing in on 9 hours to go in this race. Not too far away from a third to go. The middle third of these races always seems to be the quietest, although at the Nürburgring it just quietened down entirely towards the end normally, but absolutely not a bit of it this time round in 2025. This has been exhilarating from start to finish here in the Nürburgring 24 hours, and still we have a battle for the lead. You're watching it on your screens here in GT3. There's also a battle for the lead in the Porsche Cup class, although that is slightly false with the pit stops ongoing there. 5 seconds in GT4 before the gaps get to the minutes down in TCR and in the BMW M2 classes. But to have the top 3 classes all with gaps less than 6 seconds, it's a sign of a great race and a great final 9 hours ahead of us.
I think I'd tell you not to sleep on GT4 at the moment, because it's super close with some interesting strategy playing out. We've just had, a couple of pit stops. Augustin Canapino staying in, Beck Jasier going into the Williams Sim Racing car, David Bosco going into the Grid and Go, and Grid and Go are sort of just 5 seconds ahead of Williams, who are just 9 seconds ahead of TC Esports, and you've got different models of cars, 3 different teams. And if one of them can pull out just a little bit of pace in this stint, could be anyone's game between Grid and Go, Williams Sim Racing, and TC Esports in GT4. And they're the middle child of 5 in this multi-class endurance race as well. So GT3s and Cup cars catching them and lapping them quite commonly, but they come across M2s that they're not particularly quicker than in a straight line, but that they can outbrake that corner, and TCR cars that can brake almost as well, sometimes better than a GT4 car, but don't have quite the same straight line pace. So being a GT4 driver in this race is chaos of the highest order. There's 3 different teams, all very close in company with each other and very close on strategy to each other, with plenty to still play out in this one, heading into the new day to bring home the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours for 2025.
That was quite telling there for RaceSpotTV that he was not going to make the overtake on Phillips going back. So there's another 6 laps to go until the next pit stop. I suspect when we get to that pit stop, Williams are going to try and jump PS competition. It's going to be not quite as simple as that in terms of keeping up with one another. There's going to be plenty of traffic for them to negotiate. There's one Porsche Cup car, but then they've actually got a lot of clean air at the start of this stint. So I have a feeling we can predict quite accurately over the next 6 laps what might happen between Kernbach and Belletsiotis, in all honesty.
Yeah, they're not giving out PhDs for guessing the GT3 strategy at the moment.
No. That's why we're getting it right.
That's right. High school diploma, Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes.
I'm not enjoying your YouTube comment there, by the way.
Well, get better at cricket, buddy.
I'm watching. We should get better at stopping rain, but that seems like it's more likely, actually. Seems like we're more likely to figure out how to stop it raining than to manage to get better, actually, at sport. But there you go. Oh well.
Oh no!
Me. Oh
my! Oh my!
Wow. Which M2 is that? This is Mamoru Troncoso, of course, the Porsche Cup team. Exactly where we just saw a crash for one of the TCRs. This time it's a Porsche Cup and M2. Let's see this again here. Mamoru Troncoso on the inside of the first part. It's a bit deep. Oh, and he just sends himself off straight into the side of one of the BMW M2s, who were really an innocent bystander in that one. And unfortunately, Mamoru Troncoso has thrown away a very good position for Drago Racing there.
The difference of closing speed, he was crazy to try to do that. Surely, like, maybe he's been doing that on BMW M2s all race and it's worked every time but this time. But he was like 15 car lengths back, dives into the braking zone, goes, oh yeah, I'll go around the outside. Too much speed, grass, and then just to make sure he takes them out as well. I mean, just deeply disappointing in multiple ways.
Yeah, not only the speed difference, but actually, if you take those other lap cars actually out of the equation, he's going to have his own crash on his own there. He was going so fast. It was too fast on the way in. And we'll just keep an eye on the pit stop time there. You can see it on the right-hand side of the screen. They're going to get a driver change in, and that does seem like the sensible thing to do. Troncoso out and Carlos Fenolosa into that car. But just watch that Apex Racing Team 199 as well. That car might well get itself into a podium position now if this stop is a long one for Drago Racing.
Yeah, so it's the normal scheduled stop time for Drago Racing after 8 laps. Apex Racing also reaching the end of 8 laps. Simone Maria Marcheno just starting his 6th lap of his stint. So again, I reiterate that the 001 is in a good fuel strategy position relative to Coanda Esports and Drago. Now they might be in a good damage position relative to Drago Racing, and won't have lost time by being backwards at Schwalbenschwanz before the Plants Carousel. So the battle for the lead of the Cup class looks a little bit more like Grid and Go's fuel saving versus Coanda Esports Mitchell de Jong lightning in a bottle pace.
Oh, hello. Well, Fenlows has only been jumped by Pedersen because Pedersen's pit stop was shorter. But not because Fenloz's was longer. That sounds like I'm saying the same thing twice, but what I mean is there wasn't damage for Drago Racing, and it wasn't longer than usual. It was the fact that Apex Racing Team didn't take tyres that time round, which is unusual a little bit. So that is a change for third.
Well, look an hour into the future from now, which is when your next stop is going to be. They're doing sort of 65-minute stints. 65 minutes from now is 8:20, and there's a 45% chance of rain. So I think quite a few teams are going to start doing this. Is if you rain is coming in your next stint, leave your slick tire laps. Rain comes while you're pitting anyway again to whack the wet tires on. So that could be something some teams particularly in cars that take extra time to change tyres, the Porsche Cup class, begin to do in their next stops as they look forward at the forecast. Still nothing on the radar. We're just talking forecast. It's look at 1 hour, 2 hours from now.
Yeah, we're just trying to predict the future in some ways. I don't know, the only indication though that I've had so far from watching rain fall on any of these circuits, to be honest, and whether it's in an iRacing special event or in any other sort of private league or whatever, has been that when the rain falls, it's generally not quite time to put the wet tyres on immediately, and sometimes you can get away with a lot longer on the slick tyres, using the heats from those slick tyres you're already using, and especially when it's light rain, just coping for a while. Certainly the advances that we saw at the start of the Daytona 24 earlier this year, so it's going to be interesting to see what the teams decide to do when they all have that predicament, if indeed the rain does fall, because as we say, the radar is not showing anything yet. Felix Kronbach and Balziottis in the meantime still absolutely nose to tail. These two teams have been going at it for some time now. Just over 9 hours to go. I'm not sure at what hour it was that these two actually got together and started to really close in. PS competition passed Williams for second place at 16 hours 50 to go. That was a good 7 hours and a bit, nearly a third of the race ago. That's really when they got together. Apex had their biggest lead at that stage, up at 25 seconds. Then they did lose it, that lead, hand over fist over the course of the next few laps, and eventually the pass for the lead was finally made. What hour was it? It was 13 hours 35 to go. So that took them just over 3 hours from getting together to passing the Apex Racing team. But ever since then, there's been efforts from both teams here to get clear of the slipstream and stop towing each other around, but it's just not been possible just yet for the PS competition or the Williams Sim Racing entries. And here you're seeing the culmination of that now. There'll be another attempt at it through this pit stop cycle here. But if they both try and fuel save as much as possible, then surely it's going to turn into a bit of a slow bicycle race at the front of the field in GT3, and maybe some of the others from behind can start to catch up. But right now, Balziottis is doing a supreme amount of fuel saving.
Yeah, that's 2 laps completed to what's normally a 7-lap stint. Not seeing any GT3s that have gone to 8 laps. So everyone's doing 7. It's very discrete and binary that way for the GT3 strategy. Porsche Cup cars doing 8 predominantly, but I'm seeing a few that look like they're stretching it to 9. So I think CC Esports 26 and Adidas Racing by WSR going to 9 laps. It's the end of 8 laps for Impulse Racing 9:15. See if they come in or not. And I guess we might never know for Drago Racing how much they were saving. And we're a little while away from finding out if Grid and Go, Simone Maria Marcheno have been doing any good saving, but it sure didn't look like it when he was leading and the pace that Mitchell de Jong's been doing. He's just been doing the 8 laps, but been doing incredibly quick 8 laps.
This lap so far, they're coming towards the end of a lap, by the way. This lap so far is not quick for Mitchell de Jong. Not quick at all. 5 seconds lost in the first sector, 4.9 if you want to be pedantic. 1.8 in the second sector. It's a lot of time to lose in one lap, this for Mitchell de Jong. We'll see the actual lap time, as I say, when they come over the line here. They're not too far away from doing so. Just making their way towards the back straight now, I think. So, 18 seconds now the gap between Marcheno and de Jong, whereas it was 10 when de Jong came out. I'm not sure whether 4 laps difference in terms of fuel is really enough to explain the amount of time lost that he's having on this lap at the moment.
Shouldn't be tyre warm-up either, should it? This is the second lap. of the stint for De Jong. I'm seeing something weird as far as his last pit stop. It's like technical issues on my end, how I'm picking up the timing.
He didn't take tyres, which maybe is a factor, I guess. But, I mean, they've done, what, this is their 10th lap. They're hardly ruined.
You used to be able to do so many laps on the Michelin tyres for the Porsche 992 Cup car. Or for the 991.2 Cup car, they used to go forever. I think sometimes the rears wear a little more on this newer car. We had that in 24 Hour Series esports at one point. People were double stinting them, and right at the end of their second stint, they were getting meatball flags because there was nothing left on their tyres. They'd worn out the tyres that far, but it was right on time to pit, and then they put a new set on and nothing actually bad would happen of it. So the double stinting can be more tough on this newer car. You'd think in these track conditions and with how much space there is that you'd be able to preserve the tyres a little more around here. It's not like, I don't know, you're just eating up the rear tyres in the traction zone of a street circuit, or the sort of like the front left tyre at Monza or Canadian Tire Motorsport Park or something.
Must be one of the few instances, by the way, that race, for meatballs being planned into strategies. Can't imagine that happens very often.
Yeah, it's part of the recipe.
Very good.
6 seconds lost, I'd say, for De Jong on that last lap. It should have been a flying lap because he'd completed his out lap and then begun a flying lap, and it was an 8:26. So
Yeah,
I'm with you. It feels like it should be more than traffic, right?
Maybe. I mean, but after all, you know, he's only 4 tenths slower than Alexander Davidson, who's not slow. Mate Varga was only 8 tenths quicker than him. Maybe it's just a real stark contrast to what De Jong was doing earlier, and that's just normal person speed. He's finally doing that. I don't know. He did recover in the final sector, I will say. He gained 7 tenths back again on Marciano, and that final sector was the best of anybody on that previous lap anyway for the Porsche. There's only limited amount of times, only had 4 others to compare it to, but he did gain 7 tenths back on Marciano.
It might just be a case of if you catch a GT4 through Wipperman, etc., it might just be really tough. You're not willing to take any risk when you're otherwise in the supreme situation, soon to inherit the race lead back again, and then loading up the fuel, going out on the same tyres will be just a little slippery and sluggish, and so you're just not looking to take too much risk.
This, by the way, is the start of a couple of laps of what could be quite thick traffic for the leaders. This is the worry when you're a second-place car in a group like this. Yeah, I certainly understand Williams Sim Racing's patience here and wanting to bide their time, save behind the BS competition BMW that's currently leading this race, but traffic is where it gets more difficult to actually stay with them just up in front. They've got the SDR Sim Racing BMW for Marcos Saavedra not that far in front, but more importantly than that, a lot of slower traffic here from slower classes that are going to get in the middle of these two and could give an opportunity to Quernbach to actually extend and break the slipstream maybe for the first time in this stint.
You see them driving through the dust in the air of some of the cars they're beginning to close in on. Oh yeah, surely it's happening as we head to this little drop in compression, and then you carry so much speed through here. Walls are so close. You've got to get back to the right-hand side at the second apex to then stay flat out through this part. Don't hit the curb on the inside or you'll get super, super airborne there unless you want to. Now, this is where some of the danger came through the sweeping Belloff S's heading towards Schwalbenschwanz. Can get by the GT4 equivalent of their GT3. The Evo updates coming to at least one of these cars shortly.
And now, thankfully, a long straight for them to get the next slot. So this has actually worked out quite well for Belziotis. See how many of them they actually get on the straight here. There's a bit of a distance up ahead here. Let's see. Well, can't see that far in front actually because, of course, this is the GT3, so they're not going to get them on the straight here. But yeah, they'll have to do that on the next part of the next lap. They're coming to the end, by the way, on this lap of lap 3 of their stint. So still 4 laps to go after this one, and well over half an hour for us to wait until the likely position change between these two.
Looks like SDR Sim Racing up the road from them that they're beginning to catch, which they would be putting a second lap down, I think. Yeah, no, be putting their first lap down. SDR Sim Racing just remains on the lead lap for the moment. Marcus Saavedra driving the number 4 BMW. Joined by, this text is too small for me to read. One Lomax, one Manuel Gomez, and Dino Filippa.
And yeah, don't want to be too rude, but you know, with all respect to them, I think, you know, to be in a top split in GT3 with that line, I must admit I don't think I've heard of any of those drivers before. They are about to be the first team to go a lap down, I think, unless I'm mistaken, on just pure speed. And admittedly, it has happened. It has taken 15 hours to happen, but for them to even be here in top split, running inside the top 10 in ninth place, in fact, I think is a pretty good achievement in itself for those guys.
Maybe check the I rating of the other guys, but all club Hispano America Saavedra is 8,000 I rating. So if the rest of them are similar, and you would expect, it could just be a time zone difference. And when they're racing, you're asleep, going honk shoo, me, 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 me.
And that's been very nice and pulling out the way there, even if they don't have to. Left-hand side, that was proper F1 blue flags, that, wasn't it? On the Grand Prix circuit. Yeah, it's Hispano America, by the way, just all of the Americas that are not USA or Canada.
My understanding would be that Hispano America basically it covers all of South America that isn't Brazil functionally. So
Of course, yeah.
Argentinian Agustin Canapino is Club Hispano America. Trying to remember what my Colombian teammate is. I think he is also in that club. So it's, you know, Chile, Argentina, Colombia.
Is there a separate one for the Caribbean? Or is that lumped in with it?
And then there's some weird things that fall under international, like for whatever reason, Turkey, half of the Turkish drivers are in international.
That's exceptionally weird.
Yeah. Right.
As you know, there's plenty of American states that get there, but not Turkey. So there you go. Never mind.
Yeah, California gets its own club, but you're lumped together with Wales, Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, probably the Channel Islands.
Yes.
Shetlands, Orkneys, all of it, one club.
Yeah, that's okay. I know there's about 50 different accents and whatever in that space. But,
Well, California, famously monolingual and monocultural.
Well, I don't know really anything about California other than the fact Arjun lives there. That's the only thing I know. I don't.
What do you know about Arjun?
Or not. Yeah, I don't know if he's monolingual or monocultural, to be honest. Deep in his soul. I guess not.
There's the Whipperman BMW M2 that our race leaders are going past. The Nürburgring Esports Whipperman currently second in class. BS competition got sort of slightly, had made the move in a second, then got slightly unceremoniously nerfed off by a GT3. Elias Seppänen still driving the number 7. Has actually been just slowly chipping away back at that second place in class.
While Beltiotis continues to save fuel off the back of Felix Kornbach, and they are actually extending their advantage over the entirety of the rest of the field as well now. Just circle back to the Porsche Cup class, where Mitchell de Jong is continuing to lose time at the moment. 22.3 from him last time round, which is the second fastest lap of anybody, but it was 3.4 slower than Tramani Maria Marciano. Just been thinking about, hello, where has Kornbach gone? Oh, off in towards the mud curve. A huge moment for this race. Looking away at the timing screen, and Felix Kornbach has had a big incident up to the big left-hander at the top of the hill there. A huge accident. The rear bootlet has gone from that GT3. The front left corner slightly damaged. It's the rear end damage they'll be particularly concerned about. The gap is out already at 15 seconds. Surely an early pit stop is in order for this previously race-leading team.
No meatball flag, no mechanical black flag, but the damage is obvious. Around the front left, around the rear, the time loss evident. It's 16 seconds and potentially building. Gigantic moment for the lead of the race.
They were just blinking a little bit, which was making it very, very difficult to, but it was the Williams sim racing car effectively running them over there on the way towards the mud curve. And I think they got hit afterwards by it was slightly off camera, but I think they got hit by a slower BMW coming through. They've certainly got damage here, and they're certainly going to need to pit. But let's have a look at it here. Felix Kornbach, just at the wrong moment, got a bump from Beltiotis. He tries to lock it down and avoid getting into the wall. Oh, he isn't hit, excuse me, but he does back it into the wall.
Oh, off-track avoiding as well, taking another look. It's just, you can't get a tap there. SDR will sneak through. Yep. Whoa, massive off-roading from Nürburgring Esports to not just plow into another BMW that was reversing onto the racing line, but had no real other option other than be broadside on that side of the racetrack.
Yeah, that was not a great rejoin, but you can understand the angst to get back onto the circuit. So, well, there's going to be some real consternation now about how much damage there is here and whether this is going to mean pit stop immediately for the BS competition car. I know they're only at the end of 4 laps here and there's still 3 laps to go, but and I know that obviously you'll have some thoughts about timing this up with the rain, but I can't see a way that they stay out here and make this make sense, really.
No, 4 laps halfway through the stint. If it's costing you time, which it is, it looks to be costing them. They got back going again 16 seconds behind the lead. They're now 20 seconds behind the lead. There's aerodynamic damage. I wonder if there's sort of downforce damage. You can't carry on like that. I expect they're probably a look to pit. Just crossing the start. They're approaching now. 20 seconds behind the leader. And staying out. Staying out with that, the 89.
I mean, they lost 5 seconds from the carousel to the end of the lap. I'm not sure that's a great idea, if I'm honest. And I know that it's halfway through a stint and it's exceptionally annoying for the strategy to have to redo it all over again, but surely you've got to limit your losses at that stage. He's going to lose 10 seconds or more on this lap.
So I've been given the good word. I don't know if you've been receiving the same from Agustin Cisneros.
I don't think so.
On track right now, Agustin Canapino, Matteo De Feo and Marcos Saavedra are Argentinians, and Diego Villarreal in the 601 is Uruguayan. Did you know the world's largest electric ferry was just completed in Australia and will enter service between Uruguay and Argentina?
I did not know that, no. Are those two countries with a land border?
When you look at a map, you'll go, oh yeah, I can see why you'd want to catch a fast 1 hour ferry between Montevideo and wherever it is in Argentina, perhaps Buenos Aires, rather than take the 6 hour drive around the water.
Oh, yeah, because it's a bit, up and around, yeah.
There's a bit of water in the way, so quicker to take a boat.
Don't need a ferry for that. No, sorry, not that bit. I mean the what I'm going to call, for want of a better, well, it is a river, isn't it? That is between them. I think you don't need a ferry for that. Just build a bridge, which I'm sure they've already thought of. But yes, I understand. Also, I forget, being from completely the other side of the world, just how big those countries are. Even though they don't look very big on the map, they are absolutely massive.
I mean, I'm fully aware that you probably haven't thought about Argentina for about 40 years, so that's okay.
Steady. Let's not do that. Oh dear.
Leader from 992 Cup class, Simone Maria Marcheno, will not be long in the pit lane before Mitchell de Jong goes back into the race lead. So this offset strategy seems to have de Jong leading. Seems to be the faster car, but Simone Maria Marcheno has just completed 8 laps. I wonder what service they're going to take relative to the service that we thought Mitchell de Jong took. Well, you think this is older tyres for de Jong. I think Marcheno's fueling will be just about completing now.
Yeah, surely it's going to be just 44 seconds or so in the box again. Yeah, there you go, 42.6, so a bit quicker actually than de Jong. I think, to be honest, the time loss has just been because de Jong had more fuel on board and old tyres, but Marcheno's going to have that luxury now, so I think it's going to be grit and go, losing some of that time they've just gained on Coanda Esports. It's just a bit of strategy working itself out.
Yeah, there you go. So the gap sits at about 43 seconds. Mitchell de Jong's lead of the class for Coanda Esports 08 from Grid and Go Esports 001. It's 7:35 a.m. in Sim. The first time reporting any chance of rain is 8 a.m. at a slender 4%. And then all the way through to 11:30, significant chance of rain, but not a certainty. So it could be very, very interesting the next 4 or so hours. Slight patches of rain coming and going. Some parts of the track getting a sprinkle of rain, other bits getting none at all. And that continues to just...
And yeah, I mean, it's just reminded, by the way, what time in sim we're at the moment. It'll be at 7:30 now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 7:30. Okay, so yeah, and just to remind you as well, let's see, everybody who didn't watch the Bathurst 12 Hours from iRacing a few months ago now, quite a few months ago, rain was heavily predicted towards the end of that race. Not quite as towards the end of the race as this one is, but a different circumstance, of course. But certainly heavily predicted. In the end, it just never arrived. So even though there is some, pretty high percentages in terms of the actual chance of rain, it is not a certainty by any means, as you say. We may well just get away with it. We will wait and see. The time loss for BS competition hasn't been too bad this time round. We'll see what the end of the lap it is, but 2.5 seconds through the first sector, 2.3 through the second. If we assume it might be a little bit more through the final one, then it might be about 10 seconds. If they do another 2 laps after that, effectively, keeping their strategy like this is going to cost them 30 seconds, which I think is lunacy, really, if you ask me. But there you go. They've decided to set out to keep their strategy alive. Were they trying to get to the end of the race in the way that, by keeping out the pit lane as much as possible in reality.
So I think that Veloce Thrustmaster 25 might see a way to get up towards second place. There was a time that the Cody Death-driven car was, 1 minute 15 seconds behind second place. They're now only about 55 seconds behind second place. To get the idea, catch or 3 the lap.
I'm not sure about this call, to be honest, for BS competition, but we will see what transpires at the end of all this. If you're wondering, by the way, if there are any competitors who could maybe pick up the pieces from this, as Williams Sim Racing and BS competition squabble, Veloce Thrustmaster are the closest, but they're a minute 22 back now with Cody Deef driving. Sottomuto another 23 seconds behind that. Julian Raymer is in 5th place for share at Eastport, but actually being caught by the Marla Racing team at the moment. Last time round, 1.4 seconds gained, and the gap now down to just 8 seconds in that battle for the last spot inside the top 5. So as one BS competition car moves backwards, another one moves forwards, and might well make it 2 in the top 5 for that team. 8 hours 44 still to go, and it's fair to say the 16th hour has been kicked off with high drama. Perhaps the biggest drama we've seen since the Apex Racing team maybe fell by the wayside only about 2 hours ago. There is the Veloce Thrustmaster car coming through. The BS competition car has now crossed the line 8:17.7. It is only a few seconds quicker than some of the Porsche Cup cars at the moment. Last time round, lost 7.3 seconds to Bertiotis, who in fairness did do a very, very quick lap and a lot quicker than what he's done previously.
Yeah, good lap. Yeah, Bertiotis. 8:17 for Kvernbach. Cody Death we're about to see. Timing line is pretty early along this straight. It's about there somewhere. 8:13 for Death. Did encounter just a little bit of traffic. Decent enough lap, but it puts into perspective how strong an 8:10.4 is from the race leader and why they've been able to build out what was a more than minute lead over sort of most of the rest of the field. That's looking a lot like GT4 pit stops. Sorry, BMW M2 pit stops. Elias Sepinen, I said, was trying to challenge for second place from Nürburgring Esports, but he has to pit now after 10 laps. So they are... one stint is so long for those BMW M2s. They've got such massive tanks. They're relatively fuel efficient. They're sort of doing must be doing sort of 95-minute stints then.
They're doing 10 laps at, what are they doing, 9-minute 15s, I'll call it, for a bit more of a 9-minute 10s. So, yeah, well over an hour and a half in a tank of fuel. That means effectively only 6 stints to go for them in this race. It feels like not very many really, but then you look up at the clock and you do realise that there's 8 hours 42 still to go, and that last stop is going to be a little bit shorter than some of the others. They're all really off strategy there in the BMW M2s. Very much been a race of attrition, but that's what you expect from the lowest class in this race on any year. It's always a rate of attrition, especially for the slowest class.
TCR also doing 10 and doing similar pace, so when you strap in to one of those cars, you're going to be in for a while. The GT4, 992 Cup and GT3 cars are just a little bit thirstier, and hey, that's also one of the reasons why they're faster cars. Looking at that TCR leader, Honda Civic TCR. Honda also make lawnmowers, in case you're wondering.
In case you need one.
Well, I was just pointing out this one was running a little all over the place there on the GP circuit, kicking up some dust, rocks. Always got to wear eye protection.
Yeah, it's been the leading car for a long time now, actually, this Honda. Now, they are now a lap in front as well. For ages, they were about 7 minutes ahead and not quite getting over to the lap. But they have now got it over Sherry Sport, who dominated, by the way, in the DNLS in this category. Admittedly, I don't think they came up against quite as strong competition as G-Force Racing and WSR Esports, who've combined an effort here. I was saying this earlier on, that, you know, that's an absolute super team driver lineup. If you're looking for, I think they've got 4 drivers from the top of my head. Looking at 4 drivers to do a TCR endurance race for you, I think he picked those 4. You've got Michael Porsche, Ross McFarlane, Konstantin Stolzenberg, and one more as well, who I've forgotten.
Gail Valero.
There we go, Gail Valero. Yeah, I mean, if you were to pick 4 for a TCR endurance race, you'd probably pick those 4. It's an unbelievable team.
Yeah, I wouldn't pick Mikolas Kona. Might pick Norbert Mikolas.
Unfortunately, it's been a while since we've had a battle in TCR, because that battle for second that we were enjoying for so long has gone away. Delta Sport Simshot were one of those involved, and as you can see from Caleb Middleton on the right-hand side, nearly 5 minutes in the box now for that car. As Team RSO make their way out of pit lane as well, by the way. That's an overall place they've just made.
Is that this leader of TCR is the only TCR car that is ahead of the leader of the M2 class.
Only just, yeah. I don't actually know what the gap is between those two at the moment.
It's pretty solid. It's about 4 minutes that the TCR leader is ahead of the M2 leader. But then first, second and third of BMW M2 are all ahead of second in TCR. From M2 RSO, Tobias Journey out.
And don't forget, 4-time winner of this race, Tobias Journey, in the slowest class, taking on for Team RSO this time round the slowest class again, but unfortunately not quite been their year. 7th place for them this time round, and so I guess they were looking to go on a bit of a run like they did in 2016, 17, 18 when they won 3 in a row in the Mazda MX-5s. They're not going to be able to win even 2 in a row this time round, because it's been a bit of a disappointing race for them, and perhaps maybe even their worst result at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Their worst result is 2nd place, which unfortunately is going to fall this year.
pointed out to us, and I've verified it, there is rain visible on the weather radar. It's probably still half an hour away. It's the lightest colour of blue in the furthest bottom corner away from the racetrack, but it's going to work its way towards eventually. So the first place it will hit is that Dunlop hairpin on the GP circuit. And then the rest of the GP circuit, the pit straight, then Hutzenbach and Tiergarten, Dottinger Hohe and Flugplatz, and across that way. So it's out there. It's light, it's blowing our direction, and I'm just not quite sure how long it'll get here and how much is behind it, how long it'll cover the racetrack, but every team can see that now as well.
That is surely going to send some of these teams into overdrive in terms of working out what that means for the race. But you mentioned it's the lightest colour of blue, meaning lightest form of rain. Surely that means that dry tyres and another dry stint is going to be the order of the day here. I mean, just take the leaders, for example. They're just about to complete lap 6. The PS competition is about to come over the line for the end of lap 6 of this stint. One more will take them to about just inside 8 hours and a half to go. Surely another hour for them will be absolutely fine. Surely it won't be raining heavy enough for them to need dries by the end of that. You know, there's no point short fueling at this stint or doing anything fancy. Just get out there, full tank of fuel, and go again here. And worry about the rain when it hits, because it's never going to get you onto wet tyres immediately.
Yeah, but then don't underestimate how slippery this track will be to slick tyres with just a little bit of rain. So rubbered in, so many little curbs and places where the water will pool. You're seeing this, you know, art on the racetrack in places out there as well. That paint will get super slippery. So I think compared to some other modern Grand Prix circuits where it takes a lot of rain to overwhelm the drainage and, you know, the porous fresh bitumen, here it's an old surface. It's incredibly rubbered in at this point of the racing. And it's just a tricky track when it's dry, a tiny sprinkle, and suddenly a lot of these corners can become lethal.
And every decision that you make as well to stay out on the dry tyres or indeed come in for wet tyres is just exacerbated so much by the fact that in those conditions, lap times, even for the very top teams, are going to get out towards 9 minutes. You've got to live with every decision that you make for about 4 times longer, 5 times longer than what you have to live with it for on a normal racetrack. That's the difference here at the Nordschleife compared to especially somewhere like Daytona, where actually this circuit you're living with it for 6 times longer than you were at Daytona earlier on in the year.
Yeah, so I think it simplifies some of the strategy for all of the GT3 cars, including the leader you're looking at, that right now they're all on the 7th lap of their stint. So Baleziotis, Kvernbach, Deeth, Muto, Reimer, Phil Dennis are all going to stop, put new slicks on, and then we're still at least half an hour away from significant rain. If you're one of those cars with sort of longer stints, or you're halfway through one right now, it's more tricky to make your decisions, make your judgment call. But for the GT3 cars that are stopping every 7 laps and change tyres for free with a full fuel tank, with about 2/3 of a fuel tank as well, you just, you know, you bang on whatever the right tyre is now for this moment, and you come in again if the circumstances change.
Well, what a final third of the race we are going to have here at the Nürburgring. I guess rain that has been rumoured, certainly more so as the race has actually begun throughout the week. As I said earlier, rain was not likely, but now all of a sudden it feels like a certainty. Now Kosten Stolzenberg comes in the G-Force Racing WSR Esports TCR car. Maybe the next time they come in, they'll be fishing wet weather tyres rather than the dry tyres that they'll be moving on to now. So many huge decisions to be made over the course of the next half an hour or so. Into the pit lane comes Drago Racing, Vlad Kimachev from 7th position.
Fueling and tyres happening at the same time as you see right now. He's just the 17 seconds in the box. Cut is up, cut is down, so it's 22 seconds on the tyres while the fuel takes about 40, so even half a tank of fuel. If you were 3 laps into your stint as a GT3 and it started raining, realistically you'd lose nothing from coming in at that point. It will be undoubtedly slicks right now again for Kimachev as the 39.7 seconds of fueling is done and he gets back up to pit lane speed, which on the combined Nordschleife is 60 kilometers an hour. On the GP circuit alone, the very same pit lane has an 80 kilometer an hour pit lane speed limit.
Is there any reason for that, really?
No, not, I mean, I haven't looked completely into the details of it, but it's just, there's a few tracks that are like that. Different configurations have different pit lane speed limits, and the pit stalls might be slightly closer together on this configuration as well. Officially, there's 38 pit stalls, so with 60 entries, a few of them have got a share. What that actually means is that the 22 slowest qualifiers share their pit stall with the 22 fastest qualifiers, and about
16.
Yeah, in the middle, get their own. so that means pole of 9, no, not pole of 992. If you qualified 7th in the Porsche Cup class, boom, your own pit stall.
So, yeah, a great reward for being 7th in the Porsche Cup class, all the way down to, well, the end of the Porsche Cup class and then the start. It just makes sense in GT4 a little bit more, I suppose, as some of the GT4s at the front end of the field, maybe 1 or 2 of them get their own pit stall. So 11 Porsche Cup cars, so that means 5 of them, and yeah, most of the GT4s actually, especially if you're up towards the front, getting that little bit of extra breathing room towards the pit lane, as we talked about many times before, how me and David would rework that, but whatever. Rework the way the pit lane is assigned boxes, but never mind.
I think that's something else I was going to do if I was Prime Minister, but I forgot it. So I'm thinking, oh, no, that's right. I was gonna invade New Zealand.
Oh.
An Australian warship travelling down the coast of New Zealand the other day had its navigation radar on and accidentally took out everyone's Wi-Fi in New Zealand. Like, purely accidentally.
Oh.
They cut internet and radio to about 1 million New Zealanders. And at that moment, I realised, like, I'm surprised we haven't invaded them accidentally at this point. Like, there's no point to it. They're lovely people. They make great chocolate, and I love eating their cheese. But I just, you know, maybe I'd do it and then give it back the next day.
It's sounds like a sabotage mission, that, doesn't it? Really. But there we go. Also, isn't 1 million New Zealanders like all of them?
No, it's like a quarter of them. So, you know, just one city, easy.
Yeah.
GT4.
You just missed your boat, by the way, for Prime Minister. You've have to wait another few years. Yes,
oh no, don't worry. Like UK, we're capable of changing them when it's not an election.
Oh right, yes, very good. Yes, that is a thing. Let's not go down that road, maybe. Yes, GT4 currently being led by Williams Sim Racing. You've noticed
Second
that
were faster last lap, so this is closing this gap from grid and go leader to was cooking to. Am I looking in the right place? Yeah, I am.
I mean, Grid and Go have just been into the pit lane. They're on an outlap at the minute, which is making it look all a bit weird. That's why they're over a minute behind. And this is an in-lap for Beckham Jasir, who's got to go as fast as he can to try and come back out in front again. As, by the way, the GT3s are now both going to come into pit lane as well. Alessandro Pico will now drive the number 3 car. And Felix Krumbach may well get out of the VS competition car, but let's see if there's any damage there to repair for number 89.
Well, if there was a minute, I guess you'd take it with 8.5 hours to go. If there was 20 seconds, you'd take it. If there was 5 minutes, I don't know.
Did I see somebody moving in pit lane there or something?
I think just as Biko was leaving, Krumbach was coming in, so they've got the first and second pit stalls. The gap between them was out to about a bit over 30 seconds, so it sort of made sense. Veloce Thrustmaster coming from third, Cody Death, driver change for the number 3, Velociotis to Biko.
The Krumbach stays in. How long is this stop going to be? It goes over 40 seconds. So this is not only time lost on the racetrack, but also time lost in the repair as well here.
Thrustmaster Veloce get a driver change from Cody Death to Daniel Lafuente. Williams Gaming Club enter the pit lane, and as they head towards their pit stall, we'll find out if Sotomuto is staying on duty.
Lafuente, by the way, was really fast last night when he was in the car, so they'll be worried about second place now, BS competition. Veloce Thrustmaster, though, are going to come out in front of them by the looks of things here. They're about 5 seconds away from the end of their pit stop, and surely will come out into second position, unless their stop's going to be long. It won't be. 40.2 seconds in the box, and Lafuente will now come out onto the circuit. He's about the length of the Grand Prix circuit behind Alessandro Biko in that leading Williams Sim Racing car.
Pairs still ongoing for Krumbach in the BMW M Team BS competition. So dropping more spots, about to drop behind Williams Gaming Club and into fourth. Definitely well behind Veloce Thrustmaster. This car here, Daniel Lafuente, is out into second place. Chera Esports are halfway through their pit stop. They could come out ahead of the 89. Mahler Racing Team halfway through their stop now. Phil Denez could come out ahead of the 89. So down into fourth now. Short Phil from Julian Reimer. They must believe that the rain is only 3 or 4 laps away, or otherwise why would you short Phil?
That is unbelievably ambitious from Reimer. Phil Denez now gets out in front. So Mahler Racing Team is the best placed car from that team now. Number 10 inside the top 5. So this and now Krumbach comes out about 6 seconds later, 7 seconds later. So 2 minutes 47 on the lane, and they have lost just over 2 minutes in that repair.
2 minutes and 4 positions for the number 89 BMW M Team BS competition. It's now a 90-second race lead that Williams Sim Racing number 3 have got, with the short stop for Chera Esport and Julian Reimer. I don't think they've jumped Mahler Racing Team, but they've given themselves more to Mahler Racing Team. And the only way that this really comes back to help them is if on fresh tyres but lighter fuel, they can be so quick now. And the rain's got to come in 5 laps, otherwise they're going to run out of fuel, need to pit, go out, and then have rain on them a lap later.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I absolutely would not have done that if I was them. But there you go. They're searching for a podium, and suddenly a podium is very attainable for a lot more teams now. Even Maxence Godinho is not that far away from a podium, just 1:20 off with still this amount of time. Vlad Kimichev's in with a shout, an outside chance for Drago Racing. And with more than a third of this race left, there is still very much the chance for those podium places. But 1:26 is the biggest lead we've seen for a while now. It belongs to Alessandro Biko, who is out front for the Williams Sim Racing Team. But there is still a very, very long way to go, as Beckham Jasir now comes in from the lead of GT4. Are we going to see another lead change, maybe in another category throughout the pit stop phase? Augustin Canapino will follow Jasir into pit lane.
Grid and Go will then go back to the lead. We'll see if Was Cook and Racing Adventures have managed to take a little more out of them. So there's CC Esports just in behind Williams Sim Racing Playseat. Driver change. Dustin Canapino. Oh.
The South American contingent drops in this race by 25%, as far as I'm aware. Abel Tires now begins his stint in the TC Esports BMW. That's the Delta Sport TCR, by the way, on the bottom of your screen. Still very, very damaged. Here on the exit, though, just see it. Now, look for the right-hand side. Still can't see the emergence of that Grid and Go karts because it's already gone past. David Boschke is going to lead here, and by some distance as well. Over 6 seconds, close to 7, as Desir gets up to speed. So 2 seconds shorter in the box. Clearly a very quick lap as well for David Boschke. And Grid and Go are now leading by an ever-increasing margin, 7 seconds the gap. And suddenly TC Esports are starting to get back to where they were about 8 hours ago, after hours of closing in and being within 15 seconds of the lead at one stage. They're now out towards 33 seconds off the lead again. They've lost quite a bit of time in the last, in this middle third of the race.
Call me Captain Weather Radar because I'm seeing more rain on it, but it's light, it's patchy, but it's definitely going to make its way to the racetrack. I'm definitely feeling rain. It's just a matter of, does it hit all of the track? How heavy is it? Does it last? I get the feeling like it will be light, won't last, and won't hit all of the racetrack. So it suddenly is a far more difficult decision than, oh yeah, a massive amount of heavy rain is coming, and when it hits, you're going to need to immediately change to wets. It becomes a far more sort of line ball, toss of the coin sort of decision around when's the crossover point going wet to dry. Oh, sorry, dry to wet.
Oh, could be the other way as well later. Is there any indication, by the way, if this circuit does get wet enough for wets, that we're also going to have a drying period? Oh, as that's a spin for the... is that the Chazy Porsche Cup car? Made Varga looked like it was coming onto the Nordschleife. Looked like those rear tyres maybe slightly going away from him at this stage. Varga is on his 7th lap of this stint, and he didn't change tyres at the previous stop, so those rear tyres will definitely be getting away from him now. Here it is.
Just tiny hop on the curb there, is not on the curb, just on the bumps. There's just a couple of bumps there, and you've got a lot of steering lock on. They've tried to pick up the throttle. It's just jumped, slid on the landing, and looped it around and lost a tiny bit of time, but not done too much damage. But it's sort of how slick and slippery the car gets on the old tyres, and how many just little bumps there are the whole way around. Anytime you watch the body language of these cars, or we ride on board, and you see the sort of the wheel work, that it's all just a little more effort across the bumps in places than you'd think.
Yes, I'll get back to that that question I was about to ask you. Is there any indication from the forecast, the long-term forecast for the next 8 hours, that if it does start to rain, there's still and wets get put on, is there going to be a drying period where dries have to be put back on later on as well?
Well, just past 8 now. Rain predicted for 8:30. The forecast goes to 12 p.m. and it remains overcast with rain in the area the whole way through. So, if it's going to dry out, it's actually only going to dry out in the last 3 or 4 hours. So we could be headed to a real sort of 4 hours of intermediate period between 8 hours to go and 4 hours to go.
Because race finish time could be as late as 4:30 for some of these teams in sim. That is 4:30 in sim. Only getting to, or about bang on 8 o'clock in the morning actually, on the Nordschleife in sim time. So that is right around the part of the race now where rain can fall in the next half an hour or so, and we'll see just where it gets to, how much it rains, etc. But one thing is for sure is that the race lead now overall is a lot bigger of an advantage now for Williams Sim Racing. The PS competition car is now back out onto the circuit, as I mentioned earlier on. They are now in 6th position though. They are catching some of those guys up in front though. Fildenez being caught and Julian Raymer as well. I have a feeling that 89 car is going to be back in the top 5 pretty soon.
'78 Manidi Racing red GT4 that triggers the pit lane alarm. And leader of Porsche Cup is in, Mitchell de Jong for Coanda. So they've also, like, they didn't take tyres last stop, so surely they've got to take new slicks now. That's one to watch, actually. Maybe they don't.
Surely wouldn't send Michael Carney out
from de Jong.
Yeah. Surely wouldn't send him out on 2 stint olds tyres in any circumstance.
Well, you would if you thought it was going to rain in 1 lap's time, but you probably wouldn't if you thought it was going to rain in 4 laps' time. But if you thought it was going to rain in 11 laps' time at 7 laps ago, you should have put new slicks on then.
Yeah. I think it's going to remain, you know, dry enough for dries for a while after the rain actually starts falling. So let's see here. When does that car go up on the jacks or not? Yeah, there
sure did.
Should be 4 tyres then for the Coanda Esports car that was leading this race, and will surely be leading it again a bit later, unless Grid and Go can somehow usher in a load of rain from about now and force everybody into the pit lane onto wet tyres, in which case they'd be leading by a little bit of a distance.
Yeah, any time between when this 08 dropped down off the jacks just then and when the 001 needs its next pit stop would be miraculous and marvellous for Grid and Go. But I'm not sure there's enough prayers for Simone Maria Marcheno to be able to manifest that one.
No, probably not. He's more likely to get the crossover point in between their two pit stops next time, to be honest, in about an hour. But based on the rain that we're seeing forecast at the moment. So
what is going to be interesting with a little bit of rain is seeing that it will affect the cars without traction control and with more rudimentary without ABS and more rudimentary traction control earlier. So the GT3s might be able to stay on slicks when it becomes wet enough that the Cup cars have to go to wets. The M2 is pretty lively compared to the GT4 and TCR, which are a little bit more planted. So we really do need to talk sort of per car, per category on what is wet tyre weather, because I think the GT3s and GT4s can survive it a little longer than the Porsche Cups or the M2 or maybe even the TCR. The thing about the TCR is it's got heaps of grip, but it doesn't have ABS or TC, to my understanding.
The Porsche Cup car, you say?
TCR, but then it's also front-wheel drive as well, which makes it just a little, you use the throttle a bit and not be spinning out so much.
No, that is that is the case. No traction control or ABS required there. And no, I think you're right to take this on a certainly a class by class basis here when this rain starts to fall with a crossover point. But I do wonder for the teams how much notice they'll take of the other classes. Are they only going to focus on the very limited, let's face it, limited number of drivers in their class they're fighting against here, or are they going to see, well, the overall race leader there has lost a few seconds on that lap? Maybe us in a GT4, we've got to start thinking about putting on the wet tyres as well here. I do wonder how much the teams are going to take notice of each other in different classes as well.
will be absolutely fascinating. We continue to salivate the prospect, but it remains at least 15 minutes away, but everyone can see it on the radar. Everyone knows it's coming, and surely it's defining some of the strategies at this point. You've got pit stops coming up soon for Grid & Go leading GT4 and Williams Sim Racing just behind them. You've got Fiercely Forward Pink just stopping now as it shows on screen. 57 seconds for Elish Migway.
Fastest first sector, by the way, of anybody from Felix Krumbach on this lap. Just doing a bit of diving again into last year's race and what the time gaps were between first and second, with just over 8 hours to go as we've got in this phase of the race right now. Just 35 seconds was the gap between first and second then. And would you believe it, Felix Krumbach was driving the second place car for BS Competition at that time. He's driving at this stage in the race again. And unfortunately, he's in a worse position than he was last year, having gone from a closer position, closer to the race victory than they were this time 1 year ago. So, real shame for Krumbach to have that happen to him. And Alessandro Pico now makes his way over the line to start another lap. But for the Williams Sim Racing team, not sure how they'll be feeling at the moment. You've got to remember that it was their contacts that enforced the 89 car to go round into a dramatic spin up at the Moot curve with well, it's about 50 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago now already.
Yeah, so formerly Troncoso, now Federoso in the 169. Another great visualization of the speed difference between the Cup cars and the GT3 is past about 250 k's an hour. The acceleration keeps going for these Cup cars, but they don't have quite as much grip out of slow corners. Definitely don't have as much downforce for medium speed corners, and also don't have ABS or near as much braking. So you get to a fast corner like this, and suddenly the GT3 eats up a couple of car lengths when it was barely hanging in a straight line, and then into the next big braking zone. Oh, you might think about letting the GT3 go, but apparently not. Pelosa is giving it all.
And he's catching the driver in front. Lots of traffic going on here, but he's catching Nikolai Pedersen, who's been driving that car for a while now, at least 2 hours. And you imagine that this Drago Racing car is going to be very close in behind very soon. Fenlosa, as I say, did not let that Mustang through, and I think the Apex Racing team going to lose out as a result. Oh, Fenlosa's going to lose out now, though, up into the chicane. He gets down the inside of a TCR, which largely stays out of the way of these guys. And now the Mustang is going to see the disadvantage. It's a lot quicker through here than the Porsche Cup cars. And, well, say a lot quicker. It's a bit quicker. And we're going to see that towards the end of this run here. It's definitely going to be held up.
Yeah, surprised it's taking this long. I think that's Alex Gull in the 99. It's
They're running.
Yeah, progress for Fenalosa though.
Very much so. That's the last sector, 0.5 of a second through Sector 2, gained on the car in front, the Apex Racing team. Looking to get that podium. Grid & Go still leading, don't forget, and they're on lap 5 of their stint. Very much wondering what they're, very interested to see what they're going to do in terms of pit stops here, but you'd imagine that these two are going to take their battle into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Fenlosa took tyres at the previous stop, and Pedersen didn't. So I can only imagine that is going to reverse in this pit stop.
My preference would be that you took tyres at the last stop in this upcoming pit stop. You went no tyre on where it is.
Even if that would mean back-to-back stops taking tyres?
I think I'm saying that, yes. It's sort of that situation you sometimes get yourself into in the third safety car of a race where you go, man, I should have just stopped first. So you thought at the time of the car, but that's the only second.
Yeah.
Backdated towards where the rain.
Well, there they are, into the pit lane. Pedersen and Fenalosa, followed in by Marcel Murster as well, actually. But Fenalosa pulls to a stop now, and Pedersen as well. The only class, don't forget, where tyres are not taken at the same time as fuel, and so that's why they stay down on the floor initially, even if they are going to take tyres later on in the stint. Louis Balicki now takes over from Pedersen, and we will see in about 20 seconds time whether that Apex car will indeed take tyres or not.
Sitting on pit lane, you're facing southwest, and that's the direction that the rain is coming from, so the drivers are staring at the clouds that are going to decide their destiny. Oh, how cute was the little bounce from the BMW when it dropped? Well, there you go.
Yeah, so shorter fuel fill anyway for Fenalosa, but there you go, up on the jacks for Balicki. As you say, those flick tyres might not actually get much use in the end, depends what happens here in the rain.
Well, they might get a lot of use in the wrong circumstances. We'll see.
About to cross 2/3 of the way through this one now. The final 8 hours of this race going to be very, very exciting indeed, as for the very first time ever in the 10th running of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, we are going to see rain, by the looks of things anyway, out there on the circuit. It's not 100% confirmed, but the radar is showing us some big indications that the final third of this race is going to be a difficult one for the teams and drivers to navigate. Not only the drivers themselves on the circuit, but the strategists, I should say, trying to strategize their way through this very, very difficult final 8 hours.
Well, they're strategists, not linguists, so that's fine. A couple of other bit callers from that Porsche Cup class. What I've been calling CC eSport, I think we've got it wrong, but neither of us are Hungarianists, and Adidas Racing, Alexander Davidson. So decisions to be made all around, particularly in this class, about tyre choice, about what the weather won't bring, how long it lasts, also in at that time.
There is the Drago Racing car making its way onto the Nordschleife again. So we're 20 seconds ahead of Louis Balicki. So Marceno still out front in the grid and go car for the Porsche Cup class, but very much waiting on the rain at the moment. He needs a bit of a downpour if he's going to take the lead away from Coanda Esports, who've been leading pretty much all day long. They've had a couple of bullets taken out their gun, as it were, but they've still got a very, very strong 08 car up towards the front. De Jong has just handed over to Michael Gianni, who's now going to do the next part of the race. Could do a very, very crucial part of the race as well. You get the feeling that the rain is probably now maybe 10 minutes away from getting to the circuit, would you say, in the radar?
I don't know how the radar is scaled around a track this size, so I want to say more like 20 minutes.
Okay, I mean, all I'm basing that off, by the way, is two messages, how far they were apart and how much closer the rain is, really sort of Mr. Bean style measuring.
Did you close one eye, squint?
I got my fingers out and just, compared the, compared the gap between the two with my fingers.
I'll send you another message soon, don't worry.
I didn't really. I just looked at it, but it looks like it is converging. As you mentioned, though, very, very patchy rain as well. So it's not going to be the sort of deluge, if you like, of constant rain. In fact, it's only going to be very light rain as well. So we will see as we get towards 8 hours to go. It's myself, Ian O'Leary, and David Haynes with you for another hour before handing over for the final 7. Well, for at least another hour of this race to I think Paul Smith and Tower Thacker are taking over from us. They are indeed. So
exactly when rain comes could be pretty important for 992 because, we sort of talked about it at the last time. If it happens now and both cars go to wet tyres at the same time, Grid and Go lead this race. But if it happens in 5 laps' time, Coanda will lead this race.
So almost seems like 50-50 chance of either happening as well.
So Grid and Go are doing what I would like to call a bit of goal hanging. They're staying out longer. They've run this longer. And if in the half of the time that they're out front, having extended their stint, the rain comes, then they get to reap that advantage as it resets the strategy for everyone. But if it happens in the other half, they're sort of back to where they were. So there is a big chance for Grid and Go to make advantage, and it presents some jeopardy to Coanda, who otherwise, and with Mitchell de Jong, had been for consistently the last couple of hours the fastest car in the class and by a couple of seconds per lap.
Yeah, it was very, very quick earlier on for Mitchell de Jong, that's for sure. I'm sure we'll be seeing him again before the end of the race. Seconds are ticking away from the end of another hour. 16 hours now completed of the iRacing Nürburgring, 24 hours in 2025. Still 8 to go here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Williamson Racing are leading. 1 minute 28, nearly the gap to Veloce Thrustmaster, with Williams Gaming Club rounding off at 2 Williams in the top 3. GT3. Gillian Raymer is only 7 and a bit seconds ahead of Field and Edge, with Felix Kronbach looking to recover from that big accident about an hour ago. He's now nearly 3 minutes off of the lead. In the Porsche Cup class, Grid and Go are leading the way by nearly 40 seconds, but as we've just been talking about, that is a slightly false one because of pit stops. Michael Gianni is at the head of those who have stopped, along with everybody else. Carlos Fenalosa, Louis Belecki and Matej Varga round out the top 5 there. In GT4, David Boschke's leading, although the gap's coming down to Beckham Jisir. 6.4 seconds now the gap. Abo Torres another 30 seconds behind us. ECE Sports just start to lose a little bit of time. Since the turn of midnight, actually, they've been losing a bit of time. Then it's the Was Cooking Racing Adventures team. Will Chadwick, RaceSpot Zone, in 4th place. And Benedict Hicks for the Tory Sports team are in 5th position. Then in the TCR class, it is GeForce Racing, WSR Esports, who are leading by a lap over Scherer Esport. Spin and Toe Motorsport a 3rd at a fiercely forward with MC, Audi, RS3, TCR 601. Terrible team, them that. They are currently in 5th position. 3 laps down off of the lead. And then BMW M2, Gabriel Streckmatter for Grid and Go, currently leading the way. BS Competition in 2nd, ahead of the Nürburgring Esports team, as you can see here on your screen, the closest battle out there on the circuit. Simplify Esports are in 4th, ahead of WSR Esports in 5th. Pretty high quality teams, considering it's the lowest of our categories in this field. Looks like during our stint here, just the one retirement from the last couple of hours. Well, maybe a couple actually. Grid and Go from GT4, the 007, not the one competing for the race win. They've fallen by the wayside as Sven Haase was driving it. That was a few hours ago now, though. Delta Sport SimShot in the last hour or so seem to have had one crash too many, and that might well be the end of their day. But on your screen at the moment is the battle for second in the BMW M2 class between BS Competition and Nürburgring Esports. And I've got to say, I wasn't expecting such big teams to be taking up this BMW M2 class this year, but they've taken to it very well indeed. So we follow Alexander Voss. Just extend a bit of an advantage actually since we've been watching over Sasha Engelhardt. Given the way the lap times are going, it's definitely going the way of BS Competition right now for that second position. That is now the best placed BS Competition car in this field after the demise for Felix Kronbach early on. Although Kronbach now is within 2 seconds of 5th place, he's certainly driving quickly.
These BMW M2s really capable of stretching their legs. Speeds are sort of 270 or slightly faster than the GT4s are actually capable of doing, but the GT4s are way quicker in the brakes, in the traction zones, through the corners. So you see just using the slipstream behind these BMW M2s. And then on the GP circuit, undoubtedly be much, much quicker.
It's the race leader actually from GT4 coming through. So David Boschke nearly 7 seconds ahead of Beckham Dessert at the moment. Not sure if that's a gap that's come down actually at all, or whether it's just the same as what it was before, but still close in GT4. That was quite late on the brakes. Still close, and yeah, just under 7 seconds. Here's a gap that couldn't come out the other side of the night actually with a quite nice advantage actually when you compare what they had overnight. In fact, they had a very big battle with Williams Sim Racing on one occasion when they came out the pit lane. Williams came out the pit lane, the Grid & Co car went super deep on the brakes down in towards turn 1 trying to get the place and went far too wide in towards the first corner. In the end, not getting that place, but now they do have it by just 7 seconds. Another group of drivers who are actually quite well placed to go into this period of uncertainty with the rain in quite good shape.
Yeah, so they're just past where we'll expect to see it first. That Dunlop hairpin be the first place that the rain appears. It could even take then 10 or 15 minutes to get to the far side of the racetrack. The wind was only blowing about 15 kilometers an hour on the ground. Normally that means up above at the cloud level it's going sort of 30 k's an hour, bringing the rain band across, and most of our race cars go a bit quicker than that, so they'll get around the track quicker than the rain will.
Yeah, I don't know how that works in iRacing, to be fair, whether that is a very pronounced effect, the raining on different parts of the circuit compared to others.
Well, when I get this next thing to load back up, I'll bring you the zoomed information as well, which ought to demonstrate, particularly for this track more than any other, how it can rain on one part and not the rest, or arrive in one corner, one area before the others.
Yeah, it is more possible around this circuit than any other, as you say. Super long circuit all the way round, and super changeable conditions as well, as we all know from the Nürburgring. The location in the Eifel Mountains means that Weather very, very changeable, and even at the start of the day we were pretty confident of no rain. That rumour has just grown and grown and grown as long as this race has gone on. Oh, and there it is. There it is on your screens. In towards Arenberg. Suddenly, light rain falls on the Nürburgring. And for the first time in 10 editions of the iRacing 24 hours of the Nürburgring, it is raining on the Nordschleife.
Now, it does seem very light. Doesn't look like it's affecting the behaviour of any of the cars yet. Doesn't look like it's affecting the lap times yet, but it's here. It's real. That's almost a bit of a rain line throughout Null Forest. So I suspect some on the Dunlop hairpin shortly as well. Arenberg's towards the southwest corner. What we don't have is a solid band of rain coming across. There are little patches, so perhaps it's dodged the GP circuit, hit Arenberg first, move across some other pieces. Let's see, it might be in a lapse time we come around, it's not raining there, it's raining somewhere else. That's how patchy this checkerboard weather rain coming across is.
Already a pit stop. This time for number 13, Philip Schiff. I can't imagine that as a change for wet tyres. That's the end of 10 laps for Maniti Racing Purple. They couldn't have had any other choice. Malte Johansson also into pit lane as well from 9th place in the Porsche Cup class. That's the Coanda Esports 081. That's only after 2 laps. So you wonder whether they're reacting already. Might be a bit of an overreaction, you would say. Jaden Ladick takes over number 13, but surely that's an overreaction from Johansson if that's wet tyres after 2 laps of his stint there.
Maybe they're just trying to react, get an undercut, seeing a little bit of rain now at miss, hit, miss, tiny bit further around from Arenberg. None falling there at Verseifen yet. Wonder about some of the other parts of laps like the Dottinger Hoher or Schwalbenschwanz or whatever. I'll be able to take another look shortly. But it's noticeable now in more than one part of the racetrack. I think it's falling on the start-finish line in the pit building.
Doesn't seem like it's falling everywhere though, does it? Maybe it's my eyes. I mean, here it looks fine. Oh, it's late. Whoa, it's a good job that the TCR saw them coming there. Yeah, I mean, where's the rain here? You know, am I just not able to see it? I guess maybe, but it is not the same around every part of this racetrack by any means. We saw it hit Arenberg first as we were watching, but actually, based on the radar, it does look like back end of the Grand Prix circuit is where it is going to hit first as well. So that would line up with what you're saying about the pit building.
Yeah, also Hatzenbach, Flugplatz, all of the most westerly parts of the Nordschleife will be the first to receive rain. The interesting thing is this is just a very, very light spit right now, but then 20 minutes away is some green on the radar. So it's like it might just sprinkle slightly on Arenberg, stop for 10 minutes, and then some real rain actually happen later on. This is TC Esports GT4, and at H8 they stay on the racing line. The GT3 moves to the inside.
By the way, I've had a theory about Janssen for Coanda Esports. Since that car is so far down anyway, maybe they've decided, well, let's put wet tyres on so we know the exact crossover point and we can tell the teammates out front when to take the wet tyres. It seemed like they're almost sacrificing themselves there to try and help out the 08 team to win this race.
I mean, we're outside of the cars, looking everywhere, reading the data, trying to understand exactly what's taking place, and we're not completely on top of it, still being caught by surprise by some things, watching an ever-unfolding situation. The same deal happens for the teams, you know, it's a unfolding, dynamic weather, And the more information you can have, the more you can know, the better it will assist you. It says that Damon Woods has gone to wet tyres on the Falcon Sim Racing 44.
Yeah. Oh, it's heavy there, isn't it? A bit heavier there. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know what some of these guys are thinking at the moment. Why wet tyres? Anyone thinks wet tyres is the right call for the very moment right now. I get that you don't want to be stuck around the wrong side of the circuit on the wrong tyre set because it's a big call. But sure, it's so obviously too early, isn't it? I mean, this is really early for wet tyres. There's no spray even.
Well, you're about to get a good look at the pit straight where it is raining significantly on the Grand Prix circuit right now. We're heading back towards the wetter part of the racetrack. Just on cue, the rain begins falling on the Dodingerhoor, heading towards the gantry. So the bridge after the gantry will get onto the pit straight, and it's starting to get wet there.
What do the leaders do here? Do they react to some of these wet tyre corners early? Go down the inside. That's quite late. Very late on one of the M2s, and they might have put them in the wall there. I'm not sure if it was an M2 actually, or whether it was a GT4 BMW, but they've certainly put one of the slower class cars in the wall there. If there was contact, there may not have been, but Bico carries on for another lap, despite the obvious spray there on the way towards the Tiergarten and the heavier rain that is happening now on the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, that last lap then completed from Bico, an 8:11.9, showing no sign of losing too much pace. But now you come around to a part of the lap you haven't been on for 8 minutes. The rain has been falling on the Grand Prix circuit. Looks like it's starting to build up a level of wetness here on the GP circuit, heading down towards the Dunlop hairpin, and then you'll come around this time, and all the way from here to Arenberg, all the way from here to Cullenhard and Miss. It's going to be raining on the track. It might be this time around you notice it a little slipperier. Not too many other cars immediately jumping in reaction for pit lane. The only car that I'm seeing on wet tyres is Falcon Sim Racing team, who are 2 laps down in GT3.
Our Commander Esports not showing on yours as number 081. I've got them on wets at the moment.
Not got wets, but I might have missed them changing to wets.
Okay, we'll try and see. I mean, again, I think it's such an early call to make that I'd find it difficult to believe anybody on wets at the moment, to be honest with you. But there you go. It is going to be that time of the race for the next few moments. It looks like it is just slightly sprinkling almost all around the circuit now. Well, I'll say that. Maybe not down the Hoher Act, actually. Highest point in the circuit. That was close for Bico. This is onto the hats and back. This is part of the start of the circuit, actually, where rain was first hitting, actually. So it's really built up a real degree of wetness here. Now Bowser Surdley into the pit lane from the TCR class. That's a car that was battling for second earlier on, number 68. Now coming in after only 7 laps. That looks like a reaction to what's going on at the moment.
So this is the first part of the racetrack they're coming around onto for the second time since rain began. It does not look from car behaviour like it's that slippery yet at all. But then each subsequent time, 8 minutes of rain will have been falling on the racetrack. It's getting heavier around here.
Not backing off at all, is he, Bico?
It looks like it slid out wide from him a little bit in the mid-corner there, but he was taking the conventional racing line otherwise.
Let's just listen in here and watch on board for just a couple of corners here with Bico.
It looks just fractionally slipperier, but not by a whole lot.
That was quite close to off the road and now fast. Let's just watch these corners as well. Let's just see. He's maybe toning it back just a percent or two, but it's not much at the moment.
It's slipperier, but not that much slower. And that's a feeling you sometimes get when you double stint tyres. You know, you get on the double stinted tyres and the rear moves around a lot more, but it still gives grip, just at slightly higher slip angles. And everything just feels a little looser, a little slipperier, but the lap time doesn't reflect that quite so poorly. And that's what I'm seeing here, is suddenly it looks slipperier. It looks like there's a bit more movement, but there's still speed. So, yeah, that can't continue forever. Now you're seeing it rain out of Exmouler for the first time as we've followed Bico, covering more and more of the racetrack, continuing to drop. Track wetness up at 17%, rain intensity at 2%, and the track temp has dropped from 21 down to 18. So the track temperature has reacted to the rain, but I don't think the slickness of it has quite completely reacted to it. Grid and Go Esports in from the lead of their Cup class.
That was the end of lap 8. So what do you do there in 001? They have not come up on the jacks yet. They can still change their mind if they want to. Adrian Greike, by the way, has got an almighty job on his hands as he comes out of pit lane here. He's going to change tyres, and that's no surprise, but what compound is he going to put on here is the question. Phil Denez being caught by Felix Kurenbach. That was happening before the rain started to fall, but it's certainly happening now. Up on the jacks.
It says wets.
Wow. Out of the pit lane, I've got wets as well. Yep, it is wet tyres for Grid and Go Esports. If this works out, it is a brilliant stroke of luck for 001. If not, that's a catastrophic loss of time. It's not going to be neither. It's going to be one or the other here. Adrian Goracke has got quite the lap on his opening lap of a stint, don't forget.
Rain intensity's moved to 3%, track wetness has moved to 33%, up from 17, so it's just now, the first bits, you know, they fall, they hit the asphalt, there's still some warmth in the road that sort of evaporates it. Just now, I think, you're starting to see it begin to affect the racetrack, continuing to fall lightly, but for this duration, even 10-15 minutes of it falling lightly begins to soak the road. If you could have gone one lap longer, I reckon you would have as Grid and Go before you went to wets, but they didn't. They had to come in, had to fuel, and then deciding what set of tyres they want for the next 8 laps. They've gone, well, it's not going to be slicks. Even if this lap's no good for wets, the next one, we're going to want to be on wets.
Bit wide, a bit miss, hit, miss, tapping on the brakes
again. You don't want cold slicks. You don't want cold slicks.
No. Absolutely not. Oh, look at this. This is much slower. This is much slower now. And that's just been presented in the first sector, actually. The further you go down the times, the slower these sectors get. For Bico, he was still in the 303s, but for the others behind, 307s for Lafuente and Bremer, 308s for Sobrero and Denez, and Black Kimmich was in the 309s. So that first sector is getting to the tune of 6 seconds slower just in the space of 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, when Bico comes around again, I'll be interested to see the lap time. I'll be interested to see if he stays out. Because this certainly not only looks like a wet track, it looked like a wet track a lap ago. Now it's beginning to behave like one as well.
It is, and that's the first time we've started to see that now. On an otherwise bone dry day here at the Nürburgring, the first 16 hours competed under dry conditions, but the rain has fallen and will continue to fall for some time now in this race. May not even dry up before the end here. We will wait and see. Out of the groove. Oh, he's just got out the banking there. These are teammates, don't forget. Kernbach surely will get himself through here, side by side. Is he going to be let through? Yes, he will. Up into the top 5 again for 89.
Alessandro Bico leading the race has gone from last lap an 18.12 to this lap an 8.20. So there's 10 seconds of pace going away. The track keeps getting wetter. Each lap they come around, there's less grip. It's going to begin pulling against the curb. It's going to begin making the curbs super slippery, as we've just seen. The jeopardy right now for these guys on these tyres, it's just reaching that crossover point where you really maybe want to be thinking about wet tyres for GT3s. You'd almost definitely want wet tyres for Porsche 992s, BMW M2s right now. Everything that isn't a GT3 with massive amounts of downforce, ABS and traction control, this is a lethal track. It could have worked out well for Grid and Go. Keep an eye on their gap in the Porsche Cup class to Coanda Esports on slicks.
Now then, the race leader, Alessandro Bico, has just gone past the pit lane. Are the others going to come in and maybe do something a little bit different to try and get ahead of him here? Daniel Lafuente is just coming up towards the end of another lap here. He's about 1 minute and 34 behind Alessandro Bico. Are you going to see a pit stop here from this GT3 or not? Just waiting for him to actually get to that decision point here in a moment. It looks like he has carried on for another lap, so no risk taken by Daniel Lafuente to try and get ahead of his former employers. Well, I'm not sure if he still is with them actually, but anyway, I shouldn't say those things without knowing.
Looks out pretty well for Shara Esport. Remember when they short fueled? Yeah, and the rain has come just in time to save their strategy. The car currently 4th in GT3, Shara Esport and Julian Reimer.
They'll be forced in here, won't they? They won't have any more fuel to do anymore.
TCR leader in, lots of M2s in.
There's only a few Porsche Cup cars still left out there on the dry tyres right now. What about these guys? Will maybe Shara, Shara will have to come in, so will they maybe see a real benefit from that? There's 2.5 minutes off the lead at the moment. How much are they going to gain, though, by making this earlier switch to the wet weather tyres? And are Coanda going to be punished for this, staying out on the dry tyres for just a little bit longer? What's Michael Gianni going to do at the end of this lap?
Daniel Lafuente, second in GT3 on lap 117, did an 8.12. Last lap did an 8.33. He's lost 21 seconds on a wet track, becoming increasingly slippery. That's why you see everyone from 4th on back hit in. Veloce Thrustmaster and Williams Gaming Club staying out look like they are going to get undercut as this track is going to keep getting slippery. They've just gone past the pit lane. They've got to do a whole nother lap that is going to be even more lethal than the one they've just completed. Shara Esport are going to become one of the first cars on wet tyres in GT3.
I think they're in with a shout of a podium as a result of it as well. They had no choice other than to carry on, and in the end, as he said, that has worked out absolutely perfectly for Shara Esport. There is their BMW. You've barely seen them for the last 8 hours or so, to be honest. They've been very quiet, but they look like they're ghosting their way onto a podium place, maybe, in the Nürburgring 24 hours. We'll keep an eye on the lap times, but for me, I can't understand why Daniel Lafuente saw Alessandro Bico a minute and a half ahead of him stay out onto the on the dry tyres there and thought, I'm just going to follow his strategy and see if I can beat him that way. I don't understand that at all, really, from them. Julian Reimer comes out the pit lane meantime, 41 seconds in the box as expected. He will now race out there and try to get ahead of the Williams Gaming Club car. If that car is losing time hand over fist, maybe Shara Esport can get onto the podium here.
Well, he's Julian Reimer, but there was reason to the pit strategy, and that the first GT3 on wet tyres, cars on slicks are already losing more than 20 seconds a lap, and this lap even more lethal for the top 3 trying to come around. Sure, Esports ahead of BMW M Team BS Competition and Marla Racing teams on wets, and even with those wet tyres, the curbs are so slippery. Water's beginning to pool in those places. You've got to take some different racing lines, I'm starting to think.
And have a look at the second sector lap time, by the way, for Michael Gianni last time round. or this time round on this lap, I should say, 4.8 seconds slower than Adrian Garecki, who's on an outlap on those wet tyres. This could be really close for the lead in the Porsche Cup class. It's worked out absolutely perfectly for Grid and Go by the looks of things here. Absolutely perfectly for them. Where is Michael Gianni now? He's just coming towards pit lane. He surely is going to be in this time. He's not going to carry on, is he? No, he doesn't. Michael Gianni into pit lane. We could be about to see a lead change in the Porsche Cup class, or indeed a very close battle between the two.
Yeah, I think just the tail end of that last lap on slicks for Gianni would have been very, very costly. Well, Garecki came out on wet tyres on a track that wasn't quite wet enough for it, but by halfway round, suddenly you were seeing, oh yeah, this is a properly wet track. Everyone is pitting, everyone is putting their wet tyres on. And if you put wet tyres on 5 minutes ago, you're a hero. If you put them on 15 minutes ago, you were foolish. If you're putting them on just now, you're going to be okay, but you may have been undercut a little bit, losing a little bit of time. So the fueling takes about 30 seconds. The wet tyres are going on, and Adrian Garecki is crossing the start-finish line, and Grid and Go, with their pit strategy, are going to take the lead of the race in 992 Cup class.
They cut their stint short 3 laps, did Commander Esports. Grid and Go didn't have to. They've lined that up perfectly, and so they will lose about 15 seconds in terms of actual pit stop time, but they won't mind. They've got the lead of this race, and it's turned into a bit of a 2-horse race now. Drago Racing and the Apex Racing team are both going to have to pit here. Even if they stay out, they'll still be behind the front two now of Michael Gianni and Adrian Garecki. So 14 seconds between first and second. It's now Grid and Go with the advantage, though. In GT3, we're still waiting for the front 3 to come in. Alessandro Pico is in the final sector right now, but he is losing time quite considerably to Shara Esport. It is not going to be in any danger for his race lead, but Williams Gaming Club's 3rd place certainly is going to be under threat.
Can't imagine how difficult this lap is for some of those. Like, Daniel Lafuente seemed to be very, very affected by that first wet lap. It dropped off 20 seconds immediately, and now he's out there. David Sobrero for Williams Gaming Club, similar boat, and a boat is maybe what you need. Look at that, beginning to take a wet line for your previously Cup class leading car. Rain still 3%. Measuring the track wetness is 33, but it sure looks, feels, and by the stopwatch is slipperier.
There's some more stops. There's the Apex Racing team down on pit lane. The BMW M2 leading car, by the way, is in, as well as that one. The GDC racing car, Volley Bailey, making a tyre change as well to the wet compound. The end of this stint now for Alessandro Pico has been sketchy. This is the last lap of the stint, actually. They haven't had to interrupt their fuel gains at all, but they are now surely having to come in for wet tyres. Williams Gaming Club getting closer, in fact, to Veloce Thrustmaster. Daniel Lafuente is not enjoying these conditions at all, and Pico isn't either. Look at that, into the final corner at Tirgon. It has to be now. They can't go any further on fuel anyway. It's going to be wet tyres now for sure.
Oh, it's so slick. Such challenging conditions. You just want to appreciate the skill that they're keeping it off the barriers, and this is sort of 3/4 of the way around the lap for Lafuente, and it's a massive handful.
It's a huge handful. Look at this, the amount of adjustments that are having to be made, the small little corrections into Franscott, and there is so nearly off in the gravel. Keeping 4th gear for a long time before the Stefan Bellofest. And the gap to the Williams Gaming Club car, just 16.5 seconds. The gap to those who pitted for wets earlier, tumbling down now. Julian Raymer's going to be way closer than he was before.
Yeah, he's eating them up for breakfast. He's not even going to go into the little carousel. He's not even going to risk it. He says the concrete's too slippery when it's wet. And that's seconds lost compared to the normal dry line. You see, he turns in, the car doesn't want to turn, and then he gets sort of wide of the line, finds grip on the karting line, the wet racing line, and then gets out of the corners okay, but it's so lethal braking. I'm seeing, oh, that's Falcon Racing Team. Yeah, it's just so challenging to know where to brake, and you're like praying that the nose of the car will turn into some of these corners. Eventually it does, and they just stay off of the grass. But yeah, you can understand exactly why Alessandro Bico's gone to wet tyres, why Daniel Lafuente is probably heading to pit entry, and then Williams Gaming Club have actually been catching Lafuente, so they're managing these conditions on their slicks better. But it's been a big win for Scherer Esports and everyone else who was able to get to wet tyres a lap ago, you've got to imagine.
Yeah, I don't think Lafuente's been enjoying these conditions at all here, and you just wonder whether he's going to be pulled out of the car now, whether he's going to be a bit better if he's got wet tyres on. But if this is his speed in the wet weather conditions, whether slicks or wets, then he's going to be in big trouble for that second place for Veloce Thrustmaster. David Sobreros are going to follow him in here after a very good end to the stint for the Williams Gaming Club. There comes the GT4 Grid and Go-Kart. Can that be right? That's not them, is it?
7th place, Sean D. Campbell won or something.
It's 50 forward, actually. I've got that completely wrong. Williams Gaming Club also in.
So, is there anyone left on slick tyres? Mine says Coanda Esports 81, but we're not sure about that. You thought they were the guinea pig. And that is one of the only cars left on track that I can say, I reckon, is on slick tyres. These BMWs are going to wets. Scherer Esports, I wonder quite how it's going for them. Uh-oh.
Wow. Huge moment. Michael Jarni into Kallenhard, or Metzgersfeld rather. Slides his way right the way through. This is Bauer's Palette on the Grand Prix circuit. That's in number 90. Currently running in 11th place. Mathieu Lampere is just recovering from one there and slides his way into the small carousel as well. It's all been happening out there on the circuit. So many spins.
Yeah, and for every one of them, probably 10 moments like some of the onboards that we saw where they're fighting with the wheel, fighting with the traction control over every little bump, painted line, crest, up against every curb. I mean, there are so many splits of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours happening right now. By rating, this is the best, and they are still having an absolute handful.
They absolutely are. By the way, before this rain started to fall, the Scherer Esports team were 2.5 minutes off of the overall race lead. That doesn't seem to marry up with the fact that they're now 2 minutes 38 off. That doesn't seem to work out right at all. So I'll try and verify those numbers, whether they're actually true or not, because that would suggest they've lost 7 seconds in the pit stop phase. That doesn't seem quite right, but
I believe them losing 7 seconds to the race leader, but it's how they gained compared to the podium.
Yeah, that is a good point. That's why Marlow Racing Team are 20 seconds behind. Ryan Bardevel's up to 5th, by the way, and only 2 seconds himself off Julian Raymer.
Tough stuff out there, and it's actually going to get heavier. The two rain bands have kind of combined, and we're moving from the teal light blue into the green intensity of rain. So as a percentage, if that changes, I'll keep you updated as well. We sort of moved from 1 to 2 to 3. We're staying at 3. So the rain continues to fall, and I think that means that it'll continue to build up and pool in places if the rain doesn't stop. So we're not at our wettest and slipperiest right now. It's going to keep going like this.
Yeah, and you are right, by the way. The gaps to that 2nd and 3rd for Scherer Esports is certainly what has come down. Certainly to Veloce Thrustmaster, they are a lot closer than what they were before, but they'll be under pressure from Ryan Bardeveld.
Lafuente struggled with it the most. His lap times dropped off quicker. Williams Gaming Club in 3rd began catching him, and then they stopped 1 lap later for wets than maybe they would have liked, and Reimer made some of the gains there. So for Veloce Thrustmaster, they struggled. That's a struggle.
I did wonder whether there were teams who would stay out on dry. I don't think those are one of them, but Another spin for number 85. Lampert not enjoying it at all. These wet weather conditions. We are going to see the frequency of spins really start to ramp up here. But yeah, that little respite, we saw some quite patchy rain in the initial forecast. That respite that we thought we were going to get really doesn't look like it's going to arrive, and maybe it is only just going to get worse from here.
Yeah, there's a possibility of rain still all the way to 1 p.m. So for the next 4 hours. So does this actually dry up? Do we ever go back to slicks? Is a fair question to ask. The number 90 is in after just 2 laps on wet tyres. Have they encountered some more problems? We saw them looping around on the GP circuit in their Mustang.
Yeah, I do wonder whether there's maybe been another incident there.
Your race leaders using the carousel, but we did see people, particularly on slicks though, trying to stay out of the Kleinis carousel, and for what looked like good reason.
I wonder whether that could be only a slicks thing.
Well, Sean Combs is less slippery than that little carousel was.
Who the hell is that?
I do love how you keep up with current affairs.
Thanks.
I've got to hand it to Biko. He's looked really, really good in these conditions. So when the track became wet and the lap times were clearly slowing, he did like an 8:25 slicks on a wet track, while then second and third did 8:33s, and then it's gone to the wets. They've done nothing but extend their lead through this changeover time, and Biko looks like he's very, very confident now. He's got the wet tyres on as well. That lead is gigantic. So the team's managed it well enough. Alessandro Bico's done a really good job, especially compared to Daniel Lafuente and David Sobrero, the club Iberians. Maybe the rain doesn't fall in Spain.
Oh, sorry. Bico there was really out of shape for a moment. Yeah, to your point, by the way, in the last half an hour, Bico has extended his lead. That's his gap to second place, whoever it's been at the time. His lead has gone out by 15 seconds in the last half an hour, so he has really relished in these conditions really quite nicely. BS Competition is still looking pretty good at this stage, so I've got to say, in terms of speed, it's just a shame for them that they've lost so much time with their damage and their incident earlier on in the race, towards the latter portion of what we're going to call the dry period of this race now. I guess it will go down as in the history books. A second and a half now between Raymer and Ryan Barneveld. So BS Competition very much in with an outside chance of a podium here in the final 7 hours, that's for sure.
So your GT3 leader has segued this dynamic situation into buying and selling at the right time and ending up with a very, very significant race lead. Your Cup class was shaken up by a bold call from Grid and Go, managed to get them the race lead. We'll see if Michael Janney and Coanda Esports can fight back at them some. And then in GT4, it's ended up pretty close. Williams Sim Racing went later, longer on slicks, changed to wets, and are now only just ahead of David Bosger, Grid and Go, who went to wet tyres 1 lap earlier. Barneveld going to work his way past GT4s. Is that Was Cooking, or is it a different GT4?
Yeah. I think it was Cooking.
Will Chadwick is in the kitchen.
He is. Currently 4th. By some margin, actually. Behind, he can go for a podium with freedom, with such a big gap behind him. Brian Barneveld, though, is really quickly closing into Julian Raymer here, who made the right strategy call, but maybe doesn't quite have the speed. Oh, big slide from Barneveld. Wow, that was a big twitch. And he gathered it up well, but these are the moments that you've got to keep on top of. And if this is going to be the case for the next 7 hours plus, it's going to require unbelievable concentration at the point in this race where these drivers are likely going to be most tired.
Yeah, the rain hasn't stopped. The rain intensity has increased to 4%. So when the rain intensity was 3, it was looking very slippery out there. It's increased and continues to saturate the racetrack, continues to pool and puddle in places. There are certainly a couple of places around this racetrack where we'll experience the water puddling at the bottom of some dips.
Oh, how's he got away with that? A huge bounce over the curbs just before Flanscotten for Ryan Barneveld, who's pushing, that's for sure, but he's taken some risks as well in doing so. And that is another big slide again, just before the Stefan Belopes. He's still using these curves in a big way.
Is he going to use the Kleinis carousel? He's going to use half of it. He's going to use half of it. He doesn't want to dive all the way in there. There'll be too much rotation. He'll loop the car around. So there was a time there, the race leader was doing lap times in the 8:10. Alessandro Bico's just completed... actually, that includes the pit stop. We need to wait for them to come around to complete another flying lap to get a completely representative lap time out of a GT3 on wet tyres. Scherer will be one of the first. But I think you're losing about a minute a lap, or at least 30-40 seconds. Rain is up to 5%. It's getting heavier.
Doesn't sound like a lot compared to the slipperiness it's creating, though, does it? It's really...
Well, it's on a sort of an exponential scale, though, right? Because I've experienced rain where 100 mil of rain dumps in an hour, right? You know, that's sort of cyclone type stuff, right? Whereas 5 millimeters of rain dropping in an hour is 5% of that. But, you know, in half an hour of that intensity of rain, everything's going to get wet.
It's true. It's just surprising when you hear those numbers. That such a small number making such a big difference at the moment on the circuit. Here are the first lap times: 9:18 for Julian Raymer, 9:17 for Barneveld, 9 tenths quicker, despite his exceptionally hairy moments at some points in the field, in the lap. Sorry. So definitely quicker, but yes, losing over a minute a lap in these conditions.
Yep, Barneveld 9:17, Ryman 9:18, Lucas Herrmann 9:21. That Miler Racing Team BMW, they did seem to be struggling somewhat as the conditions changed. We saw them loop it sort of just before the pit entry, and hey, we've seen Ryan Barneveld have a couple of hot in-mouth moments right here.
We absolutely have. But he is still quick as well, which is the key thing, and he's closing in on those further up in front. 3 seconds the gap between Xander Reed and Sean Campbell for 7th position at the moment in the field. Grinningo versus Coanda, which may well transpire in the next few moments as well. A lot of time gained by Xander Reed last time round. 6 seconds now, the gap between Grinningo and Coanda at the very front of the field as well. So first and second coming in, despite Gianni's spin earlier. He is now closing the gap again.
I don't imagine these little BMWs are all that easy to drive in these conditions. They kick the tail out. They have long braking distances. They have a dynamic stability control that complements alongside the traction control, but it sort of gives you quite a bit of rope sometimes, depending on what you've selected. Though, in an open setup, you should be able to adjust the throttle shape and the aggressiveness of the traction control to just give you a little bit more control.
Now we're starting to see battles that were happening in the dry change face a little bit when we get the wet tyres on, the rain starts to fall here. We saw Alexander Voss getting into second decisively for the PS competition team earlier on. Now it's turned the other way. This is Matteo Frigerero. Oh, over the top of the hill into Flugplatz. Big accident for the Mercedes. That's Effect Simulations, who are going to be spending some time down on pit lane.
Yeah, I think we could be seeing Effect Simulations having some difficulties in the next few minutes. It's not going to be an easy one for them to have to fix in these conditions. It's getting ever trickier and difficult to really judge, isn't it? When the track gets ever wetter with every passing lap, and when you're already passing once every 9 minutes, Hugh, and it's really tricky to really gauge exactly how wet the track can be.
Don't say goodbye to David. I didn't realise he was leaving quite so quickly, but there you go. That was David Haynes for the last few hours. He'll be back again a little bit later on. Darragh Thacker joining me for a few moments. Paul Smith will be taking over from me in a few moments' time as well. It's 7 hours to go in this race. This is the BMW M2s again fighting their way around, and this is in behind one of the TCRs. So we've been speaking all race so far about the difference in speed at different points in the racetrack between these two classes, and there you go. There is a difference again. Alexander Voss is going to get himself past, and Engelhardt doesn't on the way towards Schwedenkreuz. A split in the field there in this battle for second in the M2 class. Will Engelhardt now get through maybe? Still no, not able to, and that's going to be very good news for Alexander Voss.
Yeah, it gives him just that little bit of breathing room that will really help him here. Should get the move done now. You're just about Engelhardt going to get that one through on the number 18 TCR. I think there's only 1 lap's difference, but maybe 2 actually between those two cars. So it's not the biggest of gaps in terms of the overall race, but just about enough speed that the M2s have at the moment. Of course, we've seen how they're slightly slower in the more technical parts of the lap, but faster down the straights, and that is enabling them to pull away a touch, and it's given the Alexander Voss and Sascha Engelhardt the chance to go fighting again, but now there's that second or so that Voss has as an advantage. Engelhardt now has to close that gap back in. It's so frustrating, isn't it? Oh, though, wide though, off the road and spinning. Alexander Voss has gone round, and that's going to allow Sascha Engelhardt through, just about keeping it out of the wall, which is crucial, but losing the position, which is also relatively important.
Well, did he keep it out the wall? Because we didn't see at the rear end of the car. Yes, he did. And did a good job, actually, to spin the rears up to actually keep it out the wall as well from Alexander Voss. So that was a good job from him to avoid that. Let's have a look. There it is. Just seemed to snap away from him there, really. Didn't look like he'd gone in too quickly, to be honest, but just seemed to snap away from him. This is Sean Campbell. He's just been overtaken by Xander Reed. What a race Alexander Reed is having here, or at least in the last couple of moments here, the last stint also for Reed. Grid and Go GT4 car is just in front here as well, which is not particularly ideal. It's David Boschke just in behind Beckham Jasir now by 9 seconds or so. But that's Reed through, and decisively as well. That car's a lot quicker at the moment.
Yeah, we saw Xander Reed last night after, of course, the incident for the 018 come through. He jumped in the car immediately after the contact was made with the wall, and they lost the lead in that machine, but performed really well, closed up a couple of minutes to cars in front of him over the course of his stint, and has done it again. I actually looked earlier just before I jumped in. He was some 9 seconds behind that 002 and is now through, so clearly showing some really good pace at the moment in that car, as now the two Grid and Goes, of course, different in terms of their machinery, find themselves on the circuit, but Xander Reed now has another 42-second gap to try and build into. The difficulty for them, I guess, is that they are 5 minutes pretty much exactly off of the lead, and he's only got another 2 cars to try and catch within 3 minutes of him, which is going to be a difficult task to do, and you can't really see them being able to close the 3-minute gap in 7 hours, of course, without incident, which you've got to put a big asterisk on in these kind of conditions. But they have done well to keep themselves in contention, because by the time they came out of the pit lane all those hours ago, they were about 5 hours off the lead, and they find themselves pretty much exactly there at this point in the race now.
Rajesh Pala's just in a drive-through penalty, so another trip down pit lane for Chesney Esport, number 90. And that is another trip down pit lane. As I say, we're hearing reports that 009, David Boschke, might have hit the wall at Flansgarten. We will try and get a replay of what's happened there, but they've certainly lost time in GT4 in this big battle that's going on between the Williams Sim Racing car and Grid and Go for that win. It's been toing and froing again and again and again. TC Esports have dropped away a little bit in these wet weather conditions. It's pretty brutal on Torres and Canapino at this stage in the race. That a two-driver effort going for a race win in GT4 here today. And you've got to imagine nearly 17 hours in, so it's very, very difficult for them to respond and cope with these conditions. This is Boschke. We saw Barneveld so nearly do this earlier on, but Boschke did actually find the wall when that car got away from him. And that's second place in GT4, surely getting damaged. Abo Torres maybe telling a bit more of that story than what I was saying a couple of moments ago. That's a spin for him, just at the corner before Brunson there. This is Omo Olakot, who has won this race on 4 occasions in 2 different classes. He spun around going through Arenberg as well. Lucas Herman been struggling so far for the Mahler race team. He spins down the hill at Flansgarten. That's looking like one of the big points on this circuit where drivers are losing the rear end of their car.
Yeah, Flansgarten, of course, that natural offload of the rear end is not really what you need in conditions like this, and we are, I think, going to start to see more of those carousels of errors, really, that we're going to be seeing, because there are so many parts of the racetrack where drivers are going to be finding it difficult to either keep the rear end in check or difficult to read the conditions, and when you're coming through at such high speed and with so little margin for error around most of this Nordschleife, it's so difficult to nail it lap after lap, and these drivers making just slight errors and costing themselves dearly indeed. Even there, the 89 nearly drifting towards the wall a bit, keeping it out, but it does become that bit more difficult, doesn't it, in these wet conditions? All of your normal lines change, your reference points have to change, and it adds a new dimension really to how you have to adapt to the conditions. But yeah, I think we're seeing a couple of cars try a lot. I think it was the 15. I think the 15's got around. We just about saw on the inside of turn 1. Yes, on the exit of the opening corner, Barneveld's now through.
Well, it's the Grand Prix circuit that maybe you expect not to trip you up, but Julian Raymer has been tripped up. He's far too far on the inside of that curve there. And he spins all the way around, kicks it around quite nicely, but he loses his position. He made the right call to pit when he did, and in fact he was quicker last time round than both first and second place in the field, but that was a pretty costly error. And you know, we could all see that going on the grass on the inside line there, on that curb there, that wasn't going to work, unfortunately, for him, for Julian Raymer, and he loses a top 4 position. As a result, Ryan Barneveld back to 4th now.
Yeah, Barneveld is now in a position where he doesn't really have to worry about a car in front of him for a while. If he doesn't make a mistake himself, 40 seconds it is up to that number 1 Williams Gaming Club car. We'll have to see if he can try and close in on that. I mean, to be fair, Barneveld was the fastest of the top 8 GT3s last time by. He was even 2.5 seconds quicker than Alessandro Bico, who is in the lead of the race. Of course, he's 2.5 minutes behind, so not necessarily in range to close that gap down. But Barneveld clearly finding some confidence in the conditions, particularly in the way that Julian Reimer clearly is not at the moment. So Barneveld has a bit of space to drive into. I mean, it's also interesting, I think, that we still have up to 44 cars still on the circuit at the moment, with a couple of them in the pit lane for damage repairs, because there is still a lot of traffic for some of these cars to have to work their way through in conditions that you really don't want to find too many cars tripping across here.
And now just give you some of the last lap times here from the top 5, because it's very worrying, I think, for Alessandro Bico, as Alex Gall drops back to pit lane here. And we'll see what happened to him, because that looks like a tow for the Apex Racing team. Pico did a 29.3 though. La Fuente was 8 tenths quicker. Teresa Brero 2.2 quicker. Barneveld 2.7 quicker. Julian Raymer 2.1 quicker, although he will have undone that with his spin at turn number 1. So that's concerning for Alessandro Pico. If that persists, then the Williams Sim Racing team will be in trouble here. They had a minute 40 when they came out the pit lane. This rain started to fall. In the dry tyres / wet conditions for Pico, he was the strongest in the field. In the wet weather, wet tyre conditions, suddenly he's struggling the most of anyone inside the top 5.
Yeah, and that's a real switch around. It's clear to see. It's not comfortable, very much so, underneath the car right now. But that's kind of the situation that they find themselves in. This rain has been inclement. It has been increasing, and the circuit has been getting damper really with every passing minute. It doesn't necessarily seem like there's going to be a moment where it eases off too much in the near future. But yeah, for the time being, drivers having to adapt to the conditions, and you could see that 15 again sliding on the rear. There really isn't too much confidence in the car right now. When you're not having confidence in the car in the rain at the Nürburgring, it's really not going to serve you too well. So definitely concern for these guys in the number 15 car, but not just for Ryan, but the teammates as well. They've got to try and negotiate their way through this phase of the race.
I'd say the Apex Racing team in for over a minute 40 now. So clearly a tow back to pit lane for Alex Gau by the looks of things in these last couple of moments. But what a situation we have in this race. This hour has been absolutely fascinating in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. It is still with 7 hours to go that the rain has fallen, and my goodness, it is going to change this race, that is for sure. The closest gap for the lead right now, still just 6 seconds between Edin Gareike and also Michael Gianni as well. They are 1 and 2 in the Porsche Cup class for the moment. But Michael Gianni had that spin early on. Great from him to pick himself up from that half spin a couple of moments ago and pick himself back up and start to gain some time on the leader again. He's doing a fantastic job in these wet weather conditions at the moment.
Yeah, really performing in a manner that is keeping themselves well in contention towards the end of this race, which is really good to see for them. Alex Gau's been in pit lane still for nearly 3 minutes now. That car does look like it is taking some lengthy repairs. They have dropped right towards the back of that GT3 field, and in a couple of minutes they will be P12, of course, which is the last of the remaining cars. We haven't seen a retirement in the GT3s for I think nearly 12 hours now, if not slightly more. So hopefully they won't become yet another casualty, but they will be really out of contention completely.
Well, we'll be here on the iRacing and RaceSpot YouTube channels with the final 7 hours of the Nürburgring 24 here on iRacing. What an event it has been so far, and what a finish it's going to be as well for these final 7 hours. This is myself, Ian O'Leary, signing off for the day. That's still a great commentary team to take you through the rest of this race. Taking over from me now after 17 hours of racing with 7 to go for at least the next couple of hours is Paul Smith.
10 seconds too early, but there we go.
Sorry.
Good morning. It's a little challenge that we have internally is to get it bang on the time swap. But yes, you've got a slightly croaky Paul Smith here for you now for the next couple of hours, and myself and Dara Thacker joining you on commentary here for this iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours presented by Thrustmaster. A pleasure to have you all along watching this one, and what a dramatic turn of events we have had in the last 40 minutes or so, with the inclement weather coming along and giving us a bit of excitement. I would imagine, though, Dara, that the drivers would have preferred it to have been completely bone dry.
Yeah, I think the drivers aren't going to be terribly pleased about these conditions, but I have to say, when I woke up and I saw that there was rain on the way, I was very much looking forward to jumping into the booth with you, Paul. I mean, this really does change the shape of the race. We talked yesterday, you know, as we got into the night, that night conditions at the Nürburgring are pretty difficult to manage, but the rain can be trickier. There wasn't anything on the horizon at that point, but now, with the sun having risen, the rain now falling, drivers having to really deal with quite a few assaults on the senses. Of course, getting towards the end of the race, fatigue can start to set in for a lot of these drivers, and it's not really the time of the race where you want the rain, but we are seeing little mistakes creeping in the same way that you do at the start of the night phase. We're seeing it in the rain and a couple of teams dropping down the order, namely that 99 Apex Racing team, and of course, as we can see in the pit lane, the 85 CS Esports M2 that's been down pit lane for quite some time as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to say that those two will not be the last teams to have to take lengthy repairs in the next hour or so.
One team that may have to take lengthy repairs at their next pit stop is the 587, the Nürburgring Esports Wippermann team in the BMW M2 class. They've found a wall, I think, down at Kellenhart that came up on my track map that they were at a standstill just a few moments ago. So they could potentially be looking at a bit of a longer pit stop for them when they head down pit road, say in the next 5 laps or so. Just to get you up to speed then with how things stand right now in the classes in GT3, it is the Williams, I nearly said their old team name again. It's Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast who lead at the moment in this race by about 1 3/4 minutes over the Veloce Thrustmaster team. Third place is Williams Gaming Club. Now they're about 15 seconds or so back from second place, so that could be an interesting one to keep an eye on. We saw the swap of position a couple of moments ago. BMW M Team BS competition, Ryan Barneveld moving ahead of the Scherer Esports Julian Raymer car, so that's a change of position for them. Here's what's happened to Sasha Engelhardt. Oh, right around the Coanda car. Does find the wall, but fortunately not the most damage in the world, so hopefully won't have to pit immediately. Here's David Bozga in that grid and go car in GT4. He's had issues already in the last 10 minutes or so, and another spin. That's down at Tiergarten for him. In your GT4 class, Grid and Go Esports, the 001 car, not GT4, sorry, in the Porsche Cup class, Grid and Go Esports 001 is in the lead there. They are being chased down though by the Coanda Esports team. There were only 6 seconds between the two of them in first and second places. Then it's Drago Racing in third, Carlos Venalosa behind the wheel for them at the moment, ahead of this car that we're looking at right now, the Apex Racing team, Luis Belica in fourth place, with Zessa Esports then fifth place in class. In GT4, it's the Williams Sim Racing Playseat team, Beckham Josiah, who leads that one. He has got a good 21-22 second lead right now over the Grid and Go car that we just saw have the spin at Tiergarten. Then TC Esports are in third ahead of Was Cooking Racing Adventures, and then Dua Esports round out your top 5. TCR, well, it's been absolutely dominated, has that class, by the GeForce Racing and WSR Esports entry. They are, get this, 13.5 minutes ahead of the Scherer Esports TCR car, and then they themselves are a good 6-7 minutes ahead of the Spin and Tour Motorsport car, which is third in class. Fiercely Forward Grey, fourth ahead of the Sartex MC Audi RS3 TCR for them in fifth place. And in your M2 class, Grid and Go Esports 003 currently leads that one. Gabriel Streitmatter leading for them ahead of the Nürburgring Esports Wippermann car that we just saw have that issue down at Kellenhart. Then BS Competition, who again, we've seen them have issues in the last 10 minutes. They're in third ahead of Simify Esports, and WSR Esports Black are in fifth place in class. So that's the top 5 of each class as things stand right now. I just want to touch on this GeForce Racing and WSR Esports Honda Civic, Dara. From all that I've seen of them, they have not really put a foot wrong at all. They've just got about things, doing things the right way. It is a stacked entry though. It is 4 drivers who know TCR racing like the back of their hands.
It is, but you're right. They have performed to such a high standard. We haven't really talked about them a great deal because they're 13 and a half minutes in the lead, but it's also because we've had no real reason to put them up on the broadcast. They haven't made those mistakes. They haven't been able to, they haven't been able to, but they haven't lost any time. They haven't dropped down the order in a worrying way. They've just been able to be consistent and focus on their own lap times, completely in a class of their own at the moment. And I mean, we saw quite an extensive battle as we got into the night phase, because before that as well, with the number 11 and the number 68, who have since dropped down the order in that TCR class, but they were at that time some 3-4 minutes behind. You know, they came into issues and have since dropped down the order further, but it's just not been the case for the 272. They've kept consistent, they've kept solid, and you'd say that generally it's almost impossible to have a race, an endurance race like this, that goes to plan from the start to the finish. It's fair to say that the first 17 hours have definitely gone to plan. We'll of course hold judgment on the final 7. We won't want to jinx them at this stage of the race for them doing so well, but not putting a foot wrong, being able to keep the laps consistent, it is really the important factor in winning a race like this, and they've done an absolutely stellar job.
And I think, fortunately for them, is that they are here at the Nürburgring, where you are forced to focus all the way around pretty much the majority of the lap. Compare that to if you had this sort of lead, say, at Spa-Francorchamps or somewhere like that, where you can maybe your mind can wander a bit. I think it's actually helpful that they're racing at this track with this type of lead, because it's forcing them to keep their focus, keep pushing forward, and not making silly mistakes that you sometimes see happen in other events here in these sim racing special events. We are just a mere 6 hours 51 minutes remaining in this race. It's going to be a really interesting race, and here's the reason why I mention that. The majority of the rain, the heavier stuff of the rain, has passed now. We've got some light sprinkling here for the next, I would say, approximately 25 minutes or so, looking at the radar that I can see. And then it's going to start drying out again. And then we've got that interesting point of, when do you then switch from wet tyres to slick tyres? Because I think it's a bigger difference, because with those wet tyres, you've got a larger circumference to that wet tyre, which means that going down the straights, you're actually going a little bit slower than you would do on slicks. And with there being some really high-speed sections here at the Nürburgring, you want to be trying to be getting on the slicks sooner rather than later.
You do. I think we've seen that a couple of times, really, in special events, particularly when we've had rain come into it as a factor in the race. The dries do work relatively well around here, but once they stop working, the wets really are the tyre to be on. The difficulty is, you're right, that call. And to be at the Nordschleife, when the lap times are, even for the GT3s right now, sitting around 9.5 minutes, maybe a little bit more, in fact more than that. The last lap time from Alessandro Bico was 9:47, so clearly really dropping off the race with some 100 seconds off of the fastest lap times of the race so far. It's so tricky to be able to judge those conditions around you, because you're only approaching the same point on the circuit every 10 minutes or so, and the conditions can change drastically in that time, depending on how heavy the rain is as well. It can be really difficult to judge when the right moment is. When you've got a lap time that's 90 seconds, 2 minutes, it's far easier to really get a judge of how it's deteriorating, when the right point is to make that change. But once you're only getting snapshots every time you appear on certain parts of the circuit for these guys, then it can be so tricky to nail that strategy, and it does become really quite difficult. If you make the wrong call, I mean, you could be losing minutes, couldn't you, really?
Yes, absolutely, you could be losing minutes. I mean, officially, in the sim, the track is lightly wet, which I think is actually bearing fruit here. It's when you see that state change to very lightly wet, that's when you need to be thinking about, okay, we need to be focused up, decide when and where to pull the trigger. And it's not just about, oh well, it's an X percentage dry. It's getting those tyres fired up, because the slick tyres, they can work in damp conditions, but they've got to have the heat in them. And that's the difficult part of it when you're coming out of pit road with cold, slick tyres. Getting the heat into them is more difficult when it is still damp. So they've got to take those things into account. But yeah, definitely interested to see how this one will pan out. For those of you watching on YouTube, on the iRacing YouTube and on the RaceSpotTV YouTube, we are going to be switching over to part 4 of this stream. So do head on over to the next part of the broadcast there on YouTube. For those of you on Facebook, on Twitch, you can stick exactly where you are. We're not going anywhere on those channels. So on YouTube, switch over to part number 4 of this broadcast so you don't miss a thing, and you won't want to miss a thing with what has happened so far in this race. It's been a dramatic race, that is for sure. Multiple issues all the way through to the race today. We've had some big crashes as well for a few of your competitors out there today. The big one for me, the big talking point for me right now, is the fact that Coanda, all the Coanda cars, had connection issues in the Cup class. Now that's one of the disadvantages of operating from the same venue as Alexander Voss finds the grip particularly lacking still out there on track for him. But that's one of the disadvantages of having one of these team hubs, these the Purple Lounge, as they call it at Coanda now.